Hey, but the bosses are or the teams are like equal parts melee and range. So in terms of positionals, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
It won't matter because the boss is literally facing you this way. So there's no way you're gonna do positional backwards. Or on his back, you can't do his attack from his back from here.
Where is he facing?
So he's facing the edge.
Yeah, he's literally facing the edge. There's no way you're gonna get the back on him.
If he's facing the edge, then his back is in the middle, and you'd be able to hit it.
Not if it's well, you'd have to wait until after the cleave or the knockback or whatever. Yeah, that's fine.
Oh.
No, don't cancel it. Don't cancel it. That's fine. In the event that it's cape and fire, we need to know where to knock back to.
I don't know. We can just stack in 2 groups on the boss, and we get knocked to where we get knocked to.
Honestly, we should just utilize the healer markers on your head and just try to stand there.
Sure.
Thanks, healers, to tether. Thanks, healers, stack. DPS, grab your poison and go behind. Virus, whatever the fuck it is.
Oh god.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't get Amari.
What does it need?
Shake it off.
There's some medication.
Oh, shake it off. Okay.
Because my shake it off heals like for like 7,000 or something like that when it crits, and it gives a shield on top of it. So.
I honestly thought I was in range. That sucks, but we're not too off pace. I usually don't have delays for this part anyway. We're good.
Just gonna fly across the stage when that happens. Water.
Fire. Knockback or this.
Water just still does
Lightning. East.
Sword.
Then there's poison.
Yeah, spread out.
Don't spread into poison!
You fools!
You fool!
You committed the cardinal blunder.
Like how Will spread it out of the poison and he went back in.
Yeah, I saw that too. Careful, Will.
Clock position's coming up. It's poison.
Poison, yeah, poison safe.
I'm dead. I'm a fucking lily.
I had nothing for him too. I already spent my last thing on him.
Could you stop being dead, please?
There's another blood rake after this.
Oh no!
Yeah, I know. It's fine.
God damn it, I'll just start casting out.
Never mind.
Never in the right spot.
But he is just.
Wait, what the fuck is going on?
Hey, just do it from here. Do it from here.
Go to the middle.
I got him in the
Just
center.
go to your clock position.
There we go.
Let's go.
Here, go to your spot. You're gonna have to turn it. So, Will, where are you going? Hitting his
Hey, yo, wake the
position.
fuck up, Red.
Activate shields, whatever you guys got.
No.
I got.
Alright, we're healthy here.
Okay.
Nice!
What's the safe spot?
Poison.
Poison. Go to poison.
What?
Wait!
Was not the
It was.
It was.
It was the answer.
We got
Okay.
snapshotted.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got snapshot on fire for some reason.
That's nasty. There's not even like a... Is it the cast that it snapshots? I don't know.
Food check. I think that's why you died.
Yep.
Snapshotting is... rash.
But good news, Bill being there, fantastic.
Yeah, I would say so. Like, I wasn't worried about healing at all for that one.
I think this shield is migrating south for the winter.
What?
This bubble keeps slowly sliding south and south for each full.
It's not a shield, but yeah. DPS take others. DPS take others.
It's a shield in the sense that it's like canonically a shield.
Thanks, healer stack. Fuck.
Yeah, you get healed, man.
I made an album, they hate the tracklist. Leave the scene, you're ruining it. Leave the scene, you're ruining it. You sold out and it makes me sick, so leave the scene, you're ruining it. My discount goes a long way at Bob's Discount Furniture. In fact, 4 sections long. My Lux 4-piece section.
Ayo, wake the fuck up, Red. Ayo, wake the fuck up, Red. Ayo, wake the fuck up, Red.
It's alright. And fucking sniper. I'm done. Oh! Good checkpoint! Yes!
Good checkpoint! Finally happened!
Jesus!
It happened!
This is the most... This is the most glorious checkpoint I've ever seen in my life. I just want to die. I just want to die just to get a new checkpoint. All right. Oh my god. That's pure joy right there. Oh.
In the vault, the mighty vault, the enemy sleep tonight. In the vault, the mighty vault, the heavy crossbowman heard. Wee! Oh my god, there's so many.
Good morning, everyone. It'll probably be another, let's say, like 20 minutes or so. I'm currently eating the pizza that Fina and Mia sneaked into my house. James says I'm only sleeping. Yep, I was taking a quick nap. It'll be back to Final Fantasy in just a bit. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Do you have a name that you prefer I call you by? Should be back to Final Fantasy. Get rid of these. And... Oh, I'm still eating pizza. Yes, we still have, we recently switched out the raffle prize. Before I went to bed, it was the complete edition of Final Fantasy XIV, which includes the base game and all of its expansions, plus a 30-day subscription. Cran, our good friend Cran, won that raffle prize by a hair. I don't think we made a clip of it yet, but it was so exciting. Wuna, I'm so sorry. It was literally on your name for like 6 seconds, and then at the last moment, it tipped right over into Cran. But it's okay. Because you know what? You still have the free trial of A Realm Reborn, which includes the Heavensward expansion up to level 60 with no restriction on playtime. Sora, hello. Welcome to the raid. Welcome, Niv. It's good to see you. Alcor, it's good to see you again. Ninth, welcome, welcome. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, Eve Red. Thank you. I hope. Did you finish, Arceus?
Ames.
Did you finish Arceus? Alcor, I see you also want sheep friend, soft friend. You've returned to watch, but you might not be chatting much. That's perfectly fine. Thank you for stopping by, Nepsit. Soft friend. Yes, yes, yes. I'm doing alright. I definitely feel better after this nap than I did of my previous one. I am currently eating the pizza that Fina and Mia sneaked into my household. I literally stood up for a break and I get like 3 messages saying, hey, check outside like right now. Like immediately, like go. And I'm like, oh no, you didn't. And like on my porch was like a singular box of pizza. Unkoku and I are coupling the stream. Aww. Hi, Flare. Hi, Cran. You guys are adorable. I love you too. Pizza time. Yep. Oh no. Oh, and what? Yeah, I open up. I wonder if you guys are delayed. They require a refresh. Oh no, you just raided, so it should be on time. It's just the normal delay then. How open to playing Final Fantasy is Flare? Ave, while you napped, you made it to Heaven's Ward. I can't believe you only just got to Heaven's Ward. It's been so long. I completely forgotten that you hadn't gotten there yet. But you know what? That means when I do it, the story will still be fresh. Because I'm at 37%. I have less than 24 hours left to do it. I actually want to complete this challenge. I would be super stoked if I could complete this challenge. We're nearly there for the last stretch goal of $1,500, which you can contribute to, by the way. If you donated at least $5, you can enter the raffle, which gets you the Y'shtola's modish attire. This is like one of my favorite armor sets, and it also comes with her fancy hair. Very tasteful. Let me see if I can fix the opacity so you guys can see it real quick. Filters. Just like that. The bullying seems to be working. She can play her free trial for a while. Maybe we'll move her to Primal. Ooh. That'd be a lot of fun. Speedrun road. That was... We can save that game time bump too. Yeah, I highly recommend that if you do... in general, I highly recommend to everyone that you play the free trial first. Unless you have very, very specific circumstances that you would want to play the actual game. Looks so cute on the potato, yes. I'm glad that like non-Final Fantasy players still call Lala's potatoes. Makes me very happy. Speaking of, now that I'm awake, I have to actually use my other Fantasia. So you guys get to change my race once more. Is potato the actual species term? No, they're called Lalafels. But the game itself, like, constantly refers to Lalafels as a vegetable called a popoto. And a popoto is essentially a potato. It's commonly used for making things like stews and mashed popotos and French fries. So it's a meme that everyone likes to make. Yes, Lalafels are popotos and they belong in stews. There are pictures of... Let's see. There's pictures of Lalafels just like sitting in pots and pans in like the housing areas. So let me see if I still have... Yeah, I still have this image source. Like this. So like it's well known that Lalafels are simply potatoes. Yeah, there's hundreds of these. Exactly, they fit inside of these like giant crock pots. Picture of Lalafell plus text of need to eat food. Instant meme. Exactly. There you go. This one was titled like getting Thanksgiving dinner ready. Just look at that face. It's like simultaneously unhappy but also fed up. Final Fantasy memes are pretty top tier. I think it's just like it's so topical, and there's just so many like what makes a meme good is just kind of like the inside information that you have, and you can have memes that are like on one spectrum is just like so blatantly obvious. Nepsit, thank you so much for the $5 donation. Are you on my board yet? If you're not on my board, I'm gonna add you to my board. But Nepsit, did you know that Final Fantasy XIV has a free trial? You can play through all of our Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heaven's Ward expansion up to level 60 for free with no restriction on playtime. Zwar, hello! Yes, I'm back. I'm just eating right now and talking about Lalafells. Danby, hello! Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for coming from the raid. Thank you for taking the time to chat too. Need to eat food. Oh no. Oh no. Are these clips making it into my Discord channel? I think remember Ames put one, but I don't see it updated. I can always add it later. How's everyone doing? How was your Saturday while I was asleep? Don't mention it. You don't need any awards. Might be trans yourself and you wish you can give more than $5. You being here is more than enough. Really, truly. It's important that you donate only if you're able to. If you're not able to, if it's too strenuous on your living circumstances, $5 is not necessary. You being here is more than enough. I appreciate you just the same, Nepsit. As for your question, I'm sorry I won't be able to answer it. I just don't have those experiences and circumstances to help you. But I hope you can find those answers. Hope you can meet people who can share with you their experiences and help you find an answer. We had Fina share her experiences, and we also had Mikasaki share her experiences. Maybe those, if you had heard them, might help you with what you're feeling, what's on your mind. Brand, you made more tinctures. Are you gonna crash the server again with your tinctures? Really? You're gonna do this to me? You're gonna ruin my run by DDoSing the servers with your 400 dex tinctures or whatever? Wait, what? Crashed the server? It was a joke. So last night when we were trying to... Are the servers down? No, they're not down right now. As far as I know, they're not down. I'm gonna try and log in. But last night, Fran was joking about making like hundreds of pots to sell on the market board. And like right after putting up these pots, like, he spent like 4 hours or so. He was crafting pots the entire time that I was doing that run. And he like just finished for the night and he was ready to put it on the market board, and like a few minutes after the servers crashed for like 2 or 3 hours. Like everyone got logged off, and we were just making fun of Cran for causing it with his thick pots. And that's when the stream turned into a chatting stream because we were just like, well, we can't really continue. And it doesn't make sense to stay awake the entire time. How impactful is 400 of a stat anyways? It's it depends on the stat, but if it's a main stat, significantly impactful. The difference of like 12 stats is impactful. How's that? Well, you sell them in stacks of 60, you made 30 mil in 3 weeks. That's incredible. Congrats. I haven't been making very much money lately. I've become like a raid logger, so I only show up for raid and I turn off Final Fantasy. Good to know. Keep lots of bots. Let me know when you're back in the game and I'll join PC. Sure thing. I'm just gonna finish eating. I'm not gonna eat too much, just so I don't like bloat myself. Might have a couple slices of pizza, drink some water, maybe have one of my snacks from the bowl. And then I'll start continuing. I'll let you come in, Zwar. But that's like 10 hours a day, so it's not okay. Crafting is almost a full-time job in and of itself, for sure. I have the good stats to do it, I just don't have the patience to kind of sit around and press a button every 30 seconds. Grogu, tell me, how far have you gotten in an Elden Ring? I wouldn't be surprised if you passed me at this point. I see you and Loki log on, like, even on streams, on days that you're not streaming. Hold on, what's the 1500 goal? It is a karaoke stream. Probably the thing I'm most hesitant to stream. 1250 was that I would read the fanfic that I wrote at 1000. Wait, did you read it already? I haven't written it yet. Havey. I can't stop to do other things during this stream. I'm already behind the pace as it is. You think it's easy doing Oliver Reborn in 48 hours? I still have 200 quests to go through. I'm so behind. We've done a lot of side stuff, but no main stuff afterward? I see. Growing more hands and getting the parallel processing skill. Yeah, but I don't have brain cells for that. Become a spider. Spiders don't have hands. Oh, Ave stopped stream to write a 25 chapter fanfic to 20,000 words. You see how slow I type in Wordle? You think I can do fanfic? I haven't done fanfic since I was in like middle school. I have an idea of what I want to write for it. But I could not promise whether or not it'll be good. It might be really trashy, but you guys will probably think it's good anyways because you guys are nice. Maybe a little too nice sometimes. So we stopped off just before. Will it be a wholesome fanfic or something spicier? I intended for it to be fairly wholesome. Alcor wants the spicy fanfic. That's you have to pay a special subscription for the spicy fanfic. Pretty sure that's what you said. I don't think so. I don't know where to go for now for story A's. You're kind of lost. Did you finish Liurnia? Rhea Lucaria? The Academy? If you did, I would suggest finding Ronnie in Liurnia, which brings you towards a secondary side quest that is like pretty long. And that eventually brings you over to Caelid, which is on the eastern side of Limgrave. Good morning, Fang. Hope you're doing well. How was your Saturday? How is your Sunday coming? And that's basically the path that I took. I met Ronnie, I did her quest, which made me go through Caelid. I did all of Caelid, and now I'm going back to Altus Plateau. Altus Plateau is basically where you are supposed to go, assuming you finished Rhea Lucaria. That's kind of like the direction that the game is urging you towards, based off of just like dialogue. But certain endings will push you towards Caelid instead if you find those quest lines. BRB, you're getting food? Gotcha. We can all have dinner right now. Like you read dialogue? Yeah, I guess so. Honestly, like, if there's a gray area on your map, that's probably where you're supposed to go, Rogu. Lafty, good morning. How are things with the ER room visit? I assume you can hear. If you can't hear, then, okay, stream's still muted. Alright. Okay, gotcha. Hello. How are things? Good news? Question mark. You're a bad boy and go exploring too much? I mean, like, undoubtedly there's still a space that you have missed. I highly doubt that you've explored every single gray area in the game, and if you have, then you'll be what? No shame in that, guys. Everybody poops. Ninth, you're right. I'm sorry. Pretty sure that sounded better in your head, Lefty. The last areas are giant areas and a bit of the Urtrade City. Yeah. Urtrade City is a place that I haven't been to yet, but that's where I'm heading. Has everyone eaten dinner yet? What did you have to eat? Let me know if it's better than cold pizza. have to say that I'm still getting used to this 3D model. Because now you're seeing like a lot of my body movements that I'm not expecting. But to cheat up the pizza place, I'm lazy. I'm trying to save time. Well, pizza is only under one pizza. Blair made teriyaki steak and potatoes? Nice! That is easily better than full pizza. Alright, I'm gonna start a poll for what you guys want me to change my race to. Pika, thank you so much for the $20 donation. I hope you've entered the raffle prize. Voting Lala, but the one vote for Ro is also cool. I respect that. It's time to say goodbye to the hot bunny boy and time to become a vegetable. God dang it, Hika, you didn't choose the incentive. I forgot what the row is. I'm assuming fish person. I'm boy for life. Is it time to potato? It sure seems like it. No one wants to see lizard. Everyone wants potato. It's okay, I guess you guys see enough of the lizard from looking at me. Goodbye, hot bunny boy. Yep. Thank you for using the raffle command, Hika. I'm just having more pizza, Kami. Thank you. The spicy noodles were really good last night. Although, chat seemed to have been thinking that I was dying. Maybe it sounded like that in my voice. I didn't feel like I was dying. But apparently, like, it sounded like my throat was struggling to make words when I was talking. For me, it was the amount of blinking you were doing. I feel like the blinking is not indicative of the spiciness. It was more like the blinking back tears. No, I think it's more just like the sensitivity of the model and its blink, and the fact that I am Asian. So, whenever I talk, it like raises my cheeks, and if my cheeks are raised, then it makes my eyes look smaller. It's the same as when I'm smiling, unfortunately. So if I smile, it looks like I'm closing my eyes. Alas. I think that's something I can actually change. Should have added more chili oil. That's okay. Question: is the Cat People Mikote race available to free trialers? It is. The races available to the free trial players are the Here, the human-like race, the Elzen, who are more elf-like. They're taller, slimmer, longer ears. Yeah, I guess, yeah. Hika's probably the easiest way to explain it. You can get all the races except Viera and Hrothgar. Thank you for the hydrate and the posture check, Ember. Ember, did you see the post I made in the group? It's the round friend, soft friend. Oh, you're playing Rune Factory right now. That makes sense. Okay. Let's give Ember a shout out. Ember's playing Rune Factory 5 right now. I was actually thinking about that today. A lot of people were playing Rune Factory 5.
Hello? Okay, we're gonna speed through this because we don't care. We're gonna try... Yeah.
Yes, Rune Factory 5. AB, are you going to be voicing any characters in Rune Factory 5? What's Rune Factory? You heard the title numerous times. So, Rune Factory is essentially Harvest Moon, so it's a farming simulator with dungeon elements. So it's what, like, Stardew Valley was inspired by. If they deny that, I disagree with them. Stardew Valley is heavily inspired by Rune Factory. I feel when Ember is being muted and it's actually me. Yes. It's always funny when, like, I see clips of people in, like, collabs, and it's not even them who's talking, it's usually someone else within the collab saying something funny. And it's just, like, it's hilarious. But, like, they don't have to do anything. Although, I guess, I remember for that clip, the reason why it was clipped was because Ember was muted, and it looked like she was trying to fall asleep. And I thought that was pretty cute. Are you You working right now, Haby? How's the pet sitting? Oh yeah, it's good? Excellent. I'm glad you're not working too hard. You're home from pet sitting now, but more tomorrow. Oh, okay. Yes, get some rest, relax, get some food. Maybe order yourself some pizza, huh? A few more pets to drop in service. I'm excited to see them. It will give me energy to continue this run. Alright, so Lullafell won. Let's go ahead and work on changing that. I can easily do that while I'm still eating. Of course I'm stuck in queue. Why wouldn't I be? How's the audio, by the way? Do I sound alright? Does the game sound alright? Should I turn off the BGM? Ah, Q. Darkness, my old friend. So, if I remember correctly, the way you use a Fantasia is that you have to get naked. So, be wary of. Hello, welcome back. We're gonna use a Fantasia in just a moment. But hide your eyes if you don't want to see a bunny boy in his underwear. Audio's fine if anything in the background is a touch loud, but it sounds fine when you're sitting. Okay. You can lower it. You guess everyone look away. Alright. Goodbye, bunny boy. Waiting with intense eyes. Yeah, seriously. What did you return to? Looking respectfully. Eve, nice abs. Thank you, thank you. We're gonna lose all of them right now. But I'm so close. I can't. In order to use the race change potion, I need to become naked. I have no choice. Where was he holding that potion? Don't ask questions. I did remove all my equipment. What? This guy's literally naked. What do you mean I can't re-edit my character? Oh my god. I'm like, look how wrong this looks. Look how wrong this looks. This is how naked my character is. Look how wrong this looks. Hello? I'm not even the one who put this here. The game by default put this here. This is how naked my character is, and you're saying I need to be more naked to use this potion? This is what the fanfiction is about. I'll write that if you don't. Oh, okay, so I did miss one. Fair enough. Fair enough, game. You win this time. This is a mature stream? Yes, it is. Alright. Male or female Lalafell? Very tiny, yes. Girl? We have one vote for girl. Two for girl. Roll a dice. I'm leaning more on girl just because we made a bunny boy. But to be fair, it's like there's such small differences between male and female Lalafell. One of our tanks is actually a male Lalafell. Oh, there's a good idea. Make a bunny boy. Oh my god. Back to a bunny boy. He's here! He's still here! You made a poll? You guys have 2 minutes. Thank you, Sora. But like, okay, so the tank in my raid group is a Lalafell. He's a male Lalafell, but he dresses him up like a girl, and it's like so hard to tell the difference. The only way you can tell the difference is when he does certain emotes that are gender specific. Suddenly you're hungry. It is lunch. It's not lunchtime. It's dinner time. So everyone should go ahead and make some dinner. Sora, what you bring back? What you eating? What you having? Let me see that lullaby real quick. For dinner? Yes. You have Katsudon, Hika? Nice. Did you get it from a restaurant or did you make it yourself? Did you get it from a convenience store? But you don't have potato. Can you let me hear this? Everyone's making potato jokes now. Spicy chicken and rice with daikon. Oh, that's right. You did talk about the spicy chicken. Tasty. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Hey! Alright, let's go. Plain smoke or dune smoke? They're pretty much the same. It's funny that Lalafells are terrible for tanks because they have the lowest base stats for it, but like it honestly doesn't matter. Some hash browns sound really good. Oh, I've been craving hash browns like the entire weekend. Ever since we started talking about potatoes, and like I remember we were talking about like how potatoes are good for survival and how we wanted potatoes if we wanted to live on an island or something. And then it eventually got to like potato-based pizzas, and I mentioned it. What if it was like a hash brown crust? And everyone hated me for it, but I still want hash brown. Wait, why are we Lullafa now? So one of my donation goals was to change my race. I figured we're in like the second half of the run. Now's a good time to do it. Alright, how tall am I? The max height of a Lullafell is 38 inches, which is Sora's height. And the lowest you can go is 34 inches, which is Alcor's height. So which one do you want to be? Smallest? Okay. Did your height even change? It's a difference of like 4 inches, but they also get a little bit wider too to accommodate, because you know potatoes have to grow proportionally. Ridiculous of shins. You have the axe. What better way to take shins than with an axe? It's okay, Alcor, we can put her in a trench coat, son. He's 20 feet tall. You better watch out for any accidents. Ha ha ha. Oh yes, sir. Let's go. How's this? 36 inches, 36.9 inches, and 69% tall. Just to go with the theme. Is that a good middle ground for you guys? Hell yes, sir. Let's go. Does the axe grow with you? I think it does. I know character models with larger character models do have larger weapons. Hello, Figleaf. You came back in time to see Lola. Yes, we're in the second half, and we gotta change race. Everyone got to enjoy Hot Bunny Boy, and now we get to play Potato Girl. Axe-wielding murderous Potato Girl. I'm not gonna touch that slider. Oh, tot. Alright. Do you want to go a bit on the paler side, now that we played a tan Bunny Boy? Do we want to be a golden potato or a russet potato? Maybe a rose fingerling potato? A red potato? I don't think we can do a Murasaki potato, however. Sorry. But we could do a sweet potato. Baked potato. We're gonna need some baked kush for that. Need some grass. Always potato jokes. It's wonderful that Slab is here for all the potato jokes. Absolutely wonderful. Well, Abe, Dealer Abe back at it again. I actually never got to show you guys the... Well, so that's the thing, right? Like, when you play a Viera or a Hrothgar, you're actually not able to use a significant portion of the hairstyles in this game. I've unlocked a significant number, so you can actually see some of the newer ones that weren't available to the Viera. And that hash brown pizza sounded amazing. I don't know how good it would be. The Pompadour, yes. I believe the Pompadour is what Karo is currently using on his Lullabill. Oh yeah, Karo is a Pompadour Potot, yep. We got the Ojo-sama grills. This is the, is it? Yeah, I think this is the Yostola hair. The one that you get if you enter the raffle prize. Oh, wait, I didn't even realize that the size changed. Hold on, let me fix that. Sorry, guys. Should have realized it a lot sooner. There we go. Oh no, potato? Yes, we've turned into a potato. Like, this is what I mean by Lalafels are able to have hairstyles from both the male and female version. So, potato life. It can be hard to differentiate the two. Only by certain emotes, gender-locked emotes. Well, not gender-locked emotes, but they have different appearances. Stoics, yes. Just like Stoics. This is Art Bert's haircut. Trying to figure out which one to choose now. Moon Brita's haircut. I'm really digging this one. It's not bad either. Almost like Alize's haircut. A little bit at least. This one's closer to like Yotsuyu's. Although Yotsuyu I think has a different hairstyle. This one's just kind of similar to it. That Hime bangs. I think I remember having this haircut for a little bit on 8th. There we go with the dumpling haircuts. Potato dumplings. What was the hairstyle from before? I think it was like pink and blue. Looking cute. Thank you, Zar. Akarin. You barely even see the blue on this. I don't remember what color blue we picked last time. But it is very faint. Like their faces. They're so round. Why are they so round? Dave went from bun boy to bun potato. Yes, there you go. Maybe something a little more golden or white this time. Kind of like the gold eyes. What do you guys think? You could also do heterochromia. One gold, one green. So cute. We can go elegant red. What color were your eyes before? Green. We had green eyes before. Heterochromia looks cute. One purple, one golden. Eyebrows. All the eyebrows are kind of thin. I guess no one likes a fuzzy potato. Like a potato that was crossbred. Golden and red swirls. Technically, you're supposed to remove potato eyes before you cook. Oh no! That's cursed! But you are right, you are. Zwar, if you're still here, whenever you're ready, I can pull you in. Oh, here's the rest of the eyebrows. They're just like eyebrow extensions. Wow, Ed Gore back at it again. Oh, Edge Core. Edge Core. No, that's my fault for being illiterate, Sora. It's not you. I'm a pink potato. What do you guys think? Cute? Pretty cute? You're in the waiting room? Gotcha. Alpaco Dude, welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. Thank you for saying hi. How are you doing this fine Saturday evening? Good. I'm doing well. I'm ready to take on the rest of MSQ. We have less than 23 hours, but I think we got a good shot. Aw, Avocado, thank you so much for the follow. Right now we're doing a charity stream for Equality Texas Foundation. They're a non-profit organization that helps support the livelihoods of trans youth in Texas. You don't have to donate. You being here is more than enough support. Thank you. Do you like to play Final Fantasy? Is that what brought you here?
Hi.
Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Everyone, this is Warheart, good friend of ours. Many of us know her already, but would you like to introduce yourself to those who don't?
Yeah, I'm Sparheart. I am also a VTuber like our dear friend Eve, and I play Final Fantasy as well. I guess that's it.
So I've noticed that you don't so you don't actually play Final Fantasy on stream that often. Is Final Fantasy to you a kind of like a chill off stream game? Something you enjoy kind of just to relax and unwind?
More like so, I play with my husband, so it's kind of a very personal moment. And I don't do raids and extreme stuff because of the latency that I have from the server. So it's pretty chill, and I'm not sure if it would be ever interesting. When I was leveling my harvesters last year, I thought about opening the stream once because I was the whole afternoon in the diadem, and I was bored as hell. And I thought, well, maybe I will open the stream so I can chat with people while I harvest my soul out of myself. But it didn't. In the end, it didn't happen.
No, that's perfectly fine too. I asked because I've been reading. I actually remember seeing a Twitter post about that very same thing, where it's like, shout out to all the people who play Final Fantasy but don't stream it because it's like their me time. It's kind of like I can kind of understand if for a lot of people who play this game, they have a sort of connection to their characters, and sort of relationship with them that is easily understood, that might be different from the type of personality that they show on stream, for example. It's very common for people in our field, as VTubers, we have a personality that we project during streams, and it might not be the same as what we would kind of behave when we play Final Fantasy. And like a lot of people play this game for their own personal reasons, right? Like yours is a great example. Yours is, bonding time with your husband, and that's really sweet.
Yeah, I play MMOs since I was before high school.
Yes.
And yeah, what's the word in English? I totally forgot, but a long list of games that I kind of regret of playing. Some of them. and I usually play with friends and stuff, but since Final Fantasy, you need to pay the game and the subscription. None of my friends, in real life friends, actually play. Only one of them do, but he also don't stick to the game that much. He plays other stuff, and I like to stick to one MMO one each time, So I'm not playing like Lost Ark and all this new games that pop in. I like to stick to Final Fantasy because it already eats that many hours of my day.
Yeah. No, I totally understand. When
I meant to say you are a cute Lala, okay?
Thank you. Yes. I mean, like, it's pretty easy to make Lalafels cute. They're just like so small and round.
Yeah, this friend of mine, he plays as Lala, and he was bothered, like, I can't have a tank armor without looking weird.
Well, it's a good thing that we have a maid outfit to wear.
Yeah. And indeed, I'm playing Final Fantasy right now. I'm doing the Endwalker Road quests. Because we will have the an update, right, on the 6.1
Yes,
with
that's right.
a new quest, and I want to be ready for that because I finished Shadowbringers like 2 weeks ago, and I got kind of emotional by that, and I wasn't expecting any of that things happening. So I went to see what they will bring from Endwalker.
Endwalker destroyed a lot of people.
I can tell.
Yeah.
I was one of them.
It was.
It was hard.
It was hard.
It was really hard. No spoilers given, but it was hard.
It's
to live is to suffer. That's it.
It's kind of sad in a way, because you have all these feelings, and I know, like, for example, a lot of our friends here haven't played Final Fantasy, but you kind of want to, like, you want them to experience what you did, but it's hard to convince them when it's like, yes, this is phenomenal, but you also have to put in like 300 hours to get to this phenomenal experience.
And it's even worse because you need to endure a Realm Reborn.
Yes, and that's what I am doing right now.
Yeah, I started playing last year. It was when 5.3 was out, Reflections in Crystal, and I did the whole thing, Helm Reborn and everything. And holy shit, I'm sorry the curse, but man, Helm Reborn was such a pain. Every time we leveled a bunch of jobs because there was simply too many quests around. And then there was always the word, oh, you need to finish. I don't even remember the quest anymore. The last quest of Realm Reborn, you know? The last one. That one that have 15 minutes of cutscene right after.
Yep.
Yeah, and then we were thinking, holy man, this will be such a blast because every quest is demanding that one. What the hell happened? And in the end, we were destroyed. But it's always hard for me to convince my friends to play the free trial. I started with the free trial, but it's really hard to convince them because Realm Reborn has you need to be patient and to strive for the better moment that will come with Heaven's Word and Shadowbringers.
No, you're totally right.
But totally worth it. Totally worth it.
100% worth it. I know that
100. Wow.
Yeah, they're doing a lot. They're trying. The devs are trying their best to streamline a Realm Reborn.
I'm so happy for that.
Yeah.
I'm really happy.
I'm already seeing some of the effects of it right now. I think there's still room for improvement, but it looks like we're getting there eventually. It's a little. So while you do hear a lot of vocal people about saying that like a Realm Reborn was like really boring, it was a huge slog. I'm actually one of the few people that didn't think it was, and I played back when the game came out. So like before Heaven's Word came out was when I started. So there were no changes.
That's the thing. Like I was talking with my husband about that, and I believe what makes a Realm Reborn hard right now to endure about everything is that it's really long. It's really long. I believe it's the longest post game of all the expansions. But this is because they need time. They needed the time at the time, and I believe that if you played as you did, like while all the expansions were coming, it hits different. I noticed that right now that I, for the first time, I am up to the main quest, and I am waiting for the next update, and kinda technically there's nothing else to do. Technically, because there are a huge amount of stuff to do. But when you get through a Realm Reborn right now, I found that it never ends. There was a line that never ends, and like, where's the end? when I will be able to fly? When I will be able to see a new city? Why? But I understand that it feels different because I'm not there at the time that they launched the game, and I can understand that it was 10 years ago, so. it's not the same thing. And I believe they learned a hell lot throughout the whole expansions. And I'm really happy that they really want to improve the experience that you get from Realm Reborn, because it will, I'm sure it will let a bunch of new players into the game.
For sure. Mm-hmm. I just remember my experience, like, I do agree that, like, in retrospect, the story for A Realm Reborn is not particularly interesting. I think at the time I didn't really mind it. I just didn't have too high expectations, and I can definitely...
I kind of like this story, but it's so long.
Yeah, I can definitely understand, like, when you talk to people and you give them the excitement of, like, Heaven's Ward and the other expansions, they have the idea that in their head that, like, okay, there's so much more exciting stuff after this, but I have to go through the most boring part. But at the time when I was playing, and when I did A Realm Reborn 6 years ago, it was all there was. So there wasn't something like shining, 30 hours down the way, waiting for me, and it wasn't... I guess it wasn't a slug because there was nothing to look forward to, which is like a weird thing to say, but I think it kept my expectations low, that I kind of just like went through the story. I did my dailies, I played, I talked to people, I had an FC that I interacted with, which helped make it easier to log on. I didn't run the story by myself, right? And I feel like that is something that helps too. If you have people to kind of like...
If you're not on loan, it hits different, I believe.
And then I remember when I finally got to the last MSQ, and I hope I get to show everyone, I was like, it's getting real now, oh my god.
It is such a turn, and the tables turn so badly at that cutscene, that class, that you say, what just happened? How we will get through this?
Exactly. And then it was like everyone was waiting for Heaven's Ward to come out, and when it did, it didn't disappoint. But that was like only the beginning, because after Heaven's Ward, it just got like more and more serious.
Yeah. You always heard that roller coasters have their ups and downs, right? And since Realm Reborn, we didn't have any downs. There is no downs in this game.
Yeah.
I have something kind of funny to share about Lalafels.
Okay.
I don't really enjoy Lalafels.
Uh-huh.
I didn't have quite good experience with Lalafels players.
Oh no!
So it's kind of became a joke between me and my husband that every time we see a Lalafell, we look at them and think, will you do bullshit? I hope not. Please, if you are a tank wisely. I usually play as healer, so I look at them and don't do bullshit on my watch. And I play with other friends, VTubers as well, that they are Lala mains, and I look at them and say, don't worry, when data center travel starts, I will kick you. And they say they will bite my knee, so it's fine.
Oh, I see. That's kind of like our interactions with Sora and Alcor here. Gotcha.
And I am a Mikori, and I am the shortest one, so I can tell many things about people's heights. And you spoke about the characters, right? It's really curious that my warrior flight is called Dyneo.
Dyneo?
Yeah, and it hit me hard when the Dynamis came.
Oh, yes.
And I was, holy, my name is so similar to that. It wasn't explained in anything. And then it's the character that I brought from the tabletop RPG that I play with my friends. And people usually, I've seen recently, I started to follow a bunch of players on Twitter, and they actually have like their headcanons about their Warriors of Light. And I never thought about that. It was okay. It's just I want to use the same name because I am really bad at giving names to characters, so I will use the same. But after I saw that there's a bunch of people that does that, I felt like I'm not a weird girl that writes fan fictions about stuff that she likes. Not that I don't write. It has been a while that I've written, but Endwalker hit me so damn hard that I had to write about some stuff.
Yeah.
My small headcanons for each cutscene that happened, you know. Like, I think I will not give any spoilers, but the cutscene that has the soup, the cup soup, you know.
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, on my head, my character joined that guy, and like, it spoke to them like it's alright. It will be alright right now. And of course, the game we couldn't do that because of things that happened, but it's really nice that. And Yoshi P said that like on the last.
Live letter?
Not the last, because there was another live letter, but the live letter about Endwalker, he said, "Oh, Aizen, okay, whatever you want to do, that's it."
Yeah.
They gave us the character, and I was, oh my gosh, I don't know what to do with that.
It's
I don't know what to do with that.
Everyone has a very unique experience and unique personality,
Yeah.
and it's amazing that we're able to emulate
I am the type of person that don't actually like open-ended movies. You know, movies that doesn't tell you exactly what happened. I don't like. I like to know things. And then I was with after Shadowbringers, and Walker was okay, but then. What happened? What about Aizen? I want to know more. I want to know. And no, create what you want to know. Oh fuck.
Yeah.
I'm doomed.
I've enjoyed the fan art and the fan comics that have come out of it.
People are so creative, and I just have such a good time seeing the comics that some artists do about their warriors and their past lives and what they remember, what they don't remember. I enjoy that so much.
Incredibly heartwarming.
I'm just thinking how curious it is that I finished. I took that I was doing the role quest, right? I did the physical ranged ones, the healers, and now I'm doing the magic ones. And I'm paying any attention to this, because not because I'm on this call, but because Ishigard, whatever. Because I really enjoyed that they are setting some ends on things that they left open on other past expansions, a la Amigo and Dorman, for example. I enjoyed to see what happened there, again because I like to know what happens. But the Ishigard, the church, okay, don't mind that. They can kill themselves, I don't mind that. I didn't connect with the people of Ishigard. I connect to people that died in Ishigard. And the family, of course.
I actually need to go back and do a lot of those role quests. I've only done the other one. It was the only job that I leveled up to 90 at the time.
I did the Hanged one when I was doing the main quest because I thought it was necessary to get the equipment, the job's equipment. It wasn't in the end.
It wasn't necessary to get the equipment, but it does allow you to dye it.
Yeah, it's dye.
Yep.
Very different from Shadowbringers that you need the quest to get the equipment.
I think it was.
It was the last thing I did before going to the last area of the Endwalker.
Yeah, I made sure I can't remember if I finished it before. I think I did at least the healer one before going to the last area in just because I wanted to be able to dye it my own colors. I didn't want to look, I was playing Sage and I didn't want to look like a carbon copy of Alphino.
Yeah.
So
I'm so sad that the equipment is exactly his, and I was okay. It's a really pretty equipment, but I don't want to look like Alphnon.
Yeah, that's understandable. I didn't want to either.
And also my Sage glam is very similar to yours.
Oh.
Yeah, the same.
I think I remember
the same armor
that.
piece.
Yep.
Yeah, but I dyed mine blue.
Of course, I have to go with my signature red.
Of course. But I didn't quite enjoy Sage that much. I prefer Astrologian, and it took a while for me to get used to the changes because Astrologian changed so much. But it bugs my mind that the dot attack is the same as the normal attack, but you need to use the other skill to change its effect and stuff, and that kind of bugged me a little bit.
I'm trying to find if there's another job that does something similar to that. I'm gonna say not really. However, I think personally I had a much easier time making that adjustment because I was a scholar main before.
Yeah, it was easier for you, I believe, because scholars have the same type of healing.
Yes, the same type of healing is correct.
Yeah.
But the whole...
I didn't enjoy Scholar when I left the lab.
I love Scholar. Well, yes, I have a love-hate relationship with Scholar because I loved Scholar so much I knew exactly what I hated about it.
Oh yeah.
So it was like... I played Scholar because I want it to do better. I know how to make it better, but they're just not doing it, and that's why I didn't want. That's why I couldn't play Scholar anymore. Sage, I think, is a step in the right direction for me, like personally for my playstyle. So I thought I've been enjoying Sage.
Nice.
Like I do significantly more healing than an Astro or a White Mage, which is like, how do you do that on a shield healer? So well, you get good.
Yeah, you just got good. That's it.
But the whole like using an ability to swap between your damage and your dot is.
It's a cool mechanic. Don't get me wrong.
I see what you're saying. I want to say that in my experience, I think it was easier for me to transition. I think it is kind of weird for sure, and it does make things awkward for me when I want to like double weave an ability. But what I think the adjustment was easier was because I had played Dark Knight pretty a lot, and the whole like you need to press this button before you press another button thing was very common when you were spamming Dark Arts back in the day.
Oh, I see.
It was a little different than how Dark Arts works now for Dark Knight. Dark Arts used to essentially buff or change the effect of the next ability that you used, which is, once you hear that, you're like, oh, that kind of sounds like Scholar. I'm sorry, not Scholar, Sage. So to me, like, yes, while it was obviously not something that I did at all as a scholar, and not something you do as any other healer, it was still kind of like, okay, this is not too bad. It kind of reminds me of Dark Knight sort of thing.
I see.
Yep.
I started leveling in Dark Knight after Endwalker.
Mm-hmm.
It is the last thing that I am leveling. But I'm really enjoying the quest.
Mm-hmm.
And people say that it is the best quest from between the tanks.
Really?
Phrase. I heard about that, but I'm not sure if it's a really common thing, but I heard.
So it's
it was written by Ishikawa, right? So
oh yeah, the story. Yeah, so the story is phenomenal.
Yeah.
That's one of the biggest reasons why I played it. It was like I was enjoying the story so much.
Yes. I look at Frey and I see, oh my gosh, you're acting like my daddy, but you're not my daddy.
You're me.
And the quest hits so different after Endwalker.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not level 50 yet, so I just scratched the surface of the quest. Mm-hmm. And the way Frey is so mad at people, like, you are using me.
Yes, for your own
Stop complaining. Gain. And it hits so different because we feel different about the game right now. Yep. Because about everything that happened. Mm-hmm. And I'm in, oh my gosh, am I gonna cry?
Mm-hmm. I remember doing the level 80 job quest for Dark Knight. That's the end of Shadowbringers.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of like that was like the last time you ever see job quests. Because, you know, we completely switched over to role quests at that point.
Yes.
There's no like individual stories for each job. But they kind of gave us like a last cinematic scene for each role, at least. Once you completed your role quest, you get your level 80 quest, which is just a cutscene. And it kind of wrapped things up for your job as it exists in Eorzea, at least for the time. Maybe they'll add more in the next expansion. But it was something for sure. It was a good amount of reflection, and I think you'll really enjoy it once you get to it.
I can't wait for that.
AB. Yes? Oh, don't. Why? I literally haven't finished the other one yet, AB. Oh my god. Alright, be right back, guys. Yeah, I get it. Be right back. I literally have not finished the other one. I'm not gonna be able to finish all this damn pizza. Be right back, guys.
Poor Eve. H. It's for a week.
fucking Taco Bell and Baja Blast. Oh my god,
At
guys.
least not pizza.
I will say I've never in my life had Baja Blast. So this will be a first time for me. I haven't had Taco Bell in like a decade. What did you order for me? No receipt on it. Nacho cheese, fries. Are these tots? Now you shall have it. Let's see. There's definitely a quesadilla in here. Also, before anything, thank you so much, Phoebe. So the only person who knows where I live is Mia, and they've been recruiting her to send me food despite my my wishes. I'm like, don't do it. I don't need food. I literally have so much food to eat, and they're just like, no, we're gonna send you food anyways. Mia's the actual MVP. Yes, yes. Avoid the Diablo sauce. Yeah, and Vismok, hello, welcome, welcome. I'm doing alright. We just delivered some food from KB, who is in chat right now. And I didn't ask for it. I told them to save their money. They didn't listen. They
they refuse.
Oh, hi Suku. I didn't realize. Welcome, welcome. Hi Ave, how you doing? This is why we're such huge fans of Mia. Zwar, I don't know if you know who Mia is. Mia's my girlfriend.
Oh, okay.
We met on Final Fantasy, and she's currently living on the West Coast. You just need to set up
so far.
Yeah. It's part of the reason why I have such a terrible sleep schedule, because she also has a terrible sleep schedule. So when she falls asleep at 3, that means I fall asleep at 6 in the morning.
I see.
Yeah. I have a screenshot of Ave saying he needs food. What? Well, yes, I guess I deserve it.
Okay, found the issue.
Yes, that totally my own fault. Thank you, Haiti. Thank you, Mia.
Are you gonna eat now?
I'm not even.
You just finished eating.
Finished eating a couple slices of pizza. I don't want it to get cold though, because it's probably gonna be worse.
Yeah, probably.
Welcome, Meidu. Hello. Welcome. Meidu, do I owe you a tweet? I feel like you donated twice, and it probably adds up to 25. If it doesn't, I don't care. You can tell me what to tweet anyways. You're a friend. You're wonderful. When Suku changed her name, I was like, what? You just need to set up a tits redeem where you can throw virtual food at you too.
It is possible. It is possible.
Okay, you got one? Do I send on Twitter? Discord or Twitter DM, and then I'll tweet it. Oh.
The only sad thing about having to eat food is that you lose time doing quests.
Yes. Abe is currently sabotaging my run. I can't believe Abe said the T word on stream. You mean tits? This is an 18+ stream, Sarah. You can swear all you want. You remember the For the King collab? We have clips of you swearing non-stop Taco Bell. We have redeems in this channel where you're swearing at me, okay? Don't you tell me you can't believe that we're using adult words. Suku, thank you so much for the $20 donation. I hope you are participating in the raffle as well. Right now we are raffling off
Ayo, wake the fuck up, Red.
yeah, right there.
She told us gorgeous attire from Heaven's Word.
Is it Heaven's Word? Oh, it is Heaven's Word.
It is. Yeah, it is Heaven's Word.
Stormblood, but no, you actually see it in Heaven's Word. Yes, you're right.
And Stormblood.
Yes, that's right.
It comes.
It comes with her costume, and it comes with her hair. That's the good part. Not a lot of these Mog Station items come with hairstyles, but this one does. The other one that I have is Emberic's outfit, which includes his armor and also his hairstyle.
Remember when? What was it? Was it Alfnods? I'm not sure which attire that came on the store that wasn't divided in pieces. It was one single piece, and people were mad at that.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Just like what's the name? Odin's armor. Odin's armor is one single piece that changes your whole glam. So the people from my company, they were, come on, I want to use only one piece of that, and I don't want to use everything.
Yeah,
and
that
they
makes
didn't
sense.
have a choice. I don't remember which one was though.
There's so much food on my desk right now. This is not good. I don't want to get it dirty. Alright.
Or worse, get the table and the PC dirty.
You know, it's a good thing that I have an MMO mouse, so I could literally play this entire game with one hand.
Ah, good.
Yeah. That and like I know Final Fantasy streamers who are clickers. They don't use they don't use their keyboard. They click all of their actions on their hotbar.
I don't click them all, but I click at some.
I click some as well.
Like I changed the hotbars to be like Alt and some numbers, Shift and some numbers. But sometimes it's so you are in the fever of the battle. I don't want to change the position of my hand. The other hand is doing nothing, so it can click something for me. That's the feeling. Oh, that guy.
Is this dog? Are these dogs?
Big dogs.
Big dogs? Those are a lot of dogs.
You are playing too much Ender Ring, sir.
Yeah, but you've been exposed to an Elden Ring, so you're not much better. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I want to play Elden Ring so bad. I want to play so bad, but I told myself that we will only start Elden Ring when I finish Dark Souls and Bloodborne, so I'm doomed.
Oh, and Bloodborne. I actually haven't played Bloodborne yet. I
started once and I couldn't find like the second boss. I couldn't find them. I was totally lost at that game.
So when I got my PS5, it came with the Demon Souls remaster, and if you have the PlayStation Plus, you can get Bloodborne for free.
Yeah, this is how I got Bloodborne.
I wanted to play both before Elden Ring came out. I just didn't have the time because Endwalker released. And I spent like the next 2 months playing only Endwalker.
True that. It happened to a bunch of people.
I was so sad.
So, but did you play the first Dark Souls?
I played Demon Souls when it came up for PS3. Yeah, I'm an oldie. I played Demon Souls for the first time and beat it, and then I played Dark Souls 1 through 3 on.
Okay.
on
The first
PS3
Souls that
and
I
PC.
played, I started Dark Souls 1, but I couldn't defeat Capra like 7 years ago.
Yeah.
Capra, I couldn't. That 2 dogs inside a box was
Yeah.
killing me,
Yeah,
and I
yeah,
stopped.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
I gave up.
Uh-huh.
And then when I got my PS4 like 4 years ago,
Yeah.
it came with Dark Souls 3. And then I played, and I couldn't. I finished the game.
Wow, congrats.
I just couldn't beat Nameless King.
Oh, yeah. That's
I
that's an
tried so
optional
many
boss.
times and didn't. Nah, I just couldn't. And I said, okay, I'm gonna finish the game, and that's it. It's fine. He is a hard boss. Okay.
He is a very hard boss. I remember the first time I did it, I couldn't do it solo. I had to summon 2 people in order to.
Wow, 2 people.
Yeah, 2 people. So like, no shame in it, honestly.
Yeah.
In Dark Souls 3,
Especially if you have a short weapon. It's kinda unfair if you have a short weapon. And then after finishing Dark Souls 3, I said, okay, I guess I can finish Dark Souls again. I can try. Because I never had a console before just PS4. I only had PC when I was younger, so I didn't have the gamer skills, you know. But I thought about, I acquired those skills playing Dark Souls 3, so I guess now I can try to finish Dark Souls, and this is what I'm doing now.
Yes, it was your
I'm trying to,
training
at least.
arc. Your training arc was
Last stream I
successful.
reached Blind Tower, Light Tower.
Nice. Let's see. Yeah, I've been wanting to play Bloodborne for a while now, but I didn't own a PS4. It's been a PlayStation exclusive for forever.
Yeah.
It's never had
Forever.
a PC port. So I am.
It is a good
I'm
game.
excited. I just need to find the time to, but now that I'm done with, I'm almost done with Final Fantasy rating. So I think we have 6 more weeks of it, but it doesn't take us 3 days anymore. So my schedule's a lot freer. As soon as I finish Elden Ring, I can make more progress on my backlog. I keep buying more games. It's like I told myself, Final Fantasy VI came out, right? Like Final Fantasy VI came out, and I want to play it. And then Stranger of Paradise came out, and I wanted to play it because I like Neo and it's Final Fantasy. And then I was like, I got asked if I wanted to play Monster Hunter Rise, and I was like, yeah, let's do it. So now I have Monster Hunter Rise to get good at, and that's a game you have to commit so much time to, because I tried playing Monster Hunter Rise, and I kept fumbling the buttons because I thought I was playing Elden Ring. So I told myself, I have to finish Elden Ring before I play Monster Hunter Rise, or else I cannot get good at it.
I know the
so
feel.
screwed up. Oh, you don't have to get good. I have to get good. You know me. I have to get good at everything that I play. Finish Elden Ring.
Aviza S-Class, what, how do you say that? Support class streamer, and he does hard mode of everything, so he needs to get good in everything. I will wait for Elden Ring level 1 playthrough.
You were not the first person who's asked me to do that, actually. Many people have asked me when I'm going to do
But
a
I'm not
level
sure if
1
it's
Elden
possible,
Ring.
though.
It is possible. I don't know if I'm good enough to do it.
Okay.
I am not that good at the game, unfortunately.
Speaking of that kind of playthrough, I started Dark Souls recently, right? And then I was so surprised that there was so many players. There was so many shadows running around. Because I thought everyone is playing Elden Ring, you know? No one will be here. And there is a bunch of people there. And everyone is naked. Everyone is naked and with a Zweihander. And I was, okay, strength build it is.
It's kind of the meme.
Yeah.
Yep. You guys want to see this height difference? I'm in this pool.
Oh my gosh!
And I'm nearly drowning in this pool.
You are almost drowning.
Curious George is like 4 of me tall. So that idea of putting you guys in a trench coat.
He can smash you with his hand.
That idea of putting yourselves in a trench coat, like you're gonna need more of you.
You're almost breaking your neck to speak at him.
So is he. He can pick you up, yes. Literally pick me up like a football and toss me. Sharky! Hello! Welcome, Raiders! Oh my god. Some guy 022, welcome to the stream. Tough Cookie, welcome to the stream. Ice Coon Gaming, I remember seeing you around, welcome to the stream. Dan B, you were here earlier, but welcome again. It's Daikon, welcome to the stream. Hello, Sharky, welcome. Watts, I think it's the first time I've met you, but you're very welcome to the stream as well. Dan B, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, Raiders. Sag, I forgot your Sharky sub expired. Oh no! That's okay. You can just use the tried and true raid message, and I will understand your feelings. Based Reese, thank you so much for the for joining here. Oh no, it's okay, Ice-kun. I'm a new viewer. Hello, streamer. Are you alive? I am alive. In fact, I'm so alive, I'm now moving. Hi, everyone. My name is Adrian.
And I will tell again, your motto is amazing.
Thank you so much, Swar. Oh, thank you for giving Sharky a shout out.
Like tripling, you're like,
How's my nap? My nap was so good.
You're like that.
It was. I took like an hour-long nap, and it didn't feel very good. And then I took a 4-hour nap a little bit after, and I feel better. Wow, I've never seen this Wakai before. When you were starting, you were napping? Yes, I was. It was a pretty decent nap. Hi, Alcor. How's your core doing? Where was I? Right. My name is Avier Red, or you can call me Ave. A lot easier to say for some people. I am a support class B streamer. I like to play a variety of games. It's that what guy. Today we are hosting a charity for my 1-year Twitch anniversary. We're raising money for Equality Texas Foundation. They're a nonprofit that specializes in supporting trans youths and their families in Texas. We are attempting to complete all of Final Fantasy A Realm Reborn in 48 hours. I have under 22 hours left to do about 60% of MSQ. My pace isn't great right now. But you know what? We're gonna try anyways. I just need to speedrun the remaining 200 main story quests. What's happened so far? We hit our original goal of $1,000, which is phenomenal. I thank you everyone who donated. You guys are great. It's all thanks to you. We hit our first stretch goal of 1,250, and now our final stretch goal is at 1,500. I think we're gonna get it. I don't know how I feel about getting it, because that means I have to do a karaoke stream, but I'll do it. I'll do it for the kids.
Can't wait to listen to you singing.
Oh no. We're close. I can't believe how close we are. We only need like another 150. Less than that.
I am one person that likes singing a lot, but I'm pretty sure I don't sing well.
I'm exactly the same. I honestly don't believe that I sing well, but...
but either way, I had already 3 karaoke streams. People enjoy!
Yeah.
You can make them suffer and they will enjoy.
I don't want them to suffer. I do want them to have fun. And
But they are having fun suffering. My advice for you is to choose songs that you really like singing.
Mm-hmm.
And
fair.
That you are more comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Because there are some songs like I wanted so damn much to sing Fruitfuls, but I can't.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
I can sing half of it. That's it.
Abe is gonna rap, right? Maybe I'll
my God,
maybe I'll
rap.
add one rap song to the song list. Just because you guys keep asking. I'm not a good rapper. I'm not like I'm a worse rapper than I am a singer, so it's I don't know what you guys are gonna expect. I don't know what you guys are expecting.
I think I did a bad decision here.
Rap the
I
scripture.
finished leveling up Samurai, so I changed to Monk. And I have no idea what I need to do right now because Monk changed so damn much. And I didn't level up Monk since Shadowbreakers. Oh my god. It will be terrible. Okay. Good thing it's Leviathan, so it's fine.
I think Monk is a little bit easier to play now because they got rid of a lot of the positionals. But it does play differently than it used to. I've never played Monk before, but we have a Monk in our raid group, so that's what he said. Tough Cookie, thank you so much for the follow. Cybernetic Dragoon, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate you guys stopping by, sticking around, and giving me your support. Maybe, but I'm not a rapper. Yeah, okay. I can't rap, but you did it. But like you did it so well, and you're a good singer.
You know what you can do? You can record Abe singing and tell that he's you on the karaoke string. Put some effects on the record and people will believe.
I feel like that's like shitty.
It is shitty.
Ooh, I didn't throw Tempest. Either Beast. Would be good. Fury 8 at some point. Would be good to have. I'm a little sad I don't get Fell Cleaves as in A Realm Reborn. It's my favorite part about Warrior. Did I? Okay, I did. Alright, I gotta... Is anyone online? If not, I'm just gonna solo this dungeon. Haby can do it all. Nah, sort of rappers. Haby is a rap god. I appreciate that, like, a lot of our interactions with each other is just, telling each other that we're phenomenal and not believing them. It's like, Haby, you're so cute, and then Haby's like, no, you're cute. Sorry, you're so good at singing, and then, no, you're good at singing. Hey, yeah, it's not like I like floor tanking or anything. Hey, Cybernetic Dragoon. My first main was a Dragoon. Hahaha, no you. Alcor, you're so good at drawing. You're a phenomenal artist. No reverse card, no you. I'm not an artist, Alcor. You can't say that. Alcor singing is good too. Alcor singing is so good. Reverse card, it's adorable. Yep. Abe, it's never too late. Join us. Alcor can sing, draw, rap, be funny, and everything, and is a tuna.
And be cute.
And be cute. Alcor is incredible.
And wise. She's very wise.
I hope you could hear that.
The combination of go to fuck the bed red followed by ree is like peak content. Alcor also has the best ARRs. Alcor does have very good ARRs.
Oh, I never heard that. Is there a redeem on her channel?
Yes, there is a redeem where you can harm.
I need to do that.
I said hello and no one answered. I feel sad. Suar, when are you transferring to Primal so we can do dungeons together?
I won't transfer, but we can visit very soon. I can't afford any services because of the dollar change in my local coin. It's kind of hard, so.
No, I understand.
Yeah. I'm really happy that Steam has a really fair conversion though. It doesn't convert like with the daily dollar conversion. The commercial one, they have their own value to do the conversion, so it's really affordable then.
That's good.
But then my husband, he plays on PS4, and we had to do a kind of crazy thing so he could pay the subscription through Steam.
I see.
We had to buy the game twice on PS4 and on Steam, so he could get the subscription on Steam.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And it's automatically resubscribing, so you don't have to like do anything.
Yes. Every month, at the beginning of the month, I receive a Steam mail saying, "Okay, we did that. You just need to pay the credit card now." And I am okay. Thank you.
You are gonna go to sleep at some point during the 48 hours, right? Yes, I've taken 2 naps so far. I've had one 1-hour nap and one 4-hour nap. I am...
Speaking about naps.
No,
go on.
I was just gonna say I'm severely behind schedule, but...
When the servers were down, did you... The timer for your stream kept going?
Yeah.
Or you paused the timer?
It kept going.
That's sad, because it was a Final Fantasy problem, not yours. This is why you're so behind.
I wouldn't say it's solely because of that. My pace is
I know,
awful.
but it also helps, right?
Yes.
It doesn't help in the end.
It definitely contributed, but what also contributed is it took me 7.5 hours to get to Sestasha. So,
wow.
So that is my fault.
What the hell did you do that?
Okay, so to be fair, and I'm not trying to show off, I promise. I was expecting my reveals, so I had some reveals on my milestones, right? I was expecting my reveals to come, over time, but instead, as soon as I started the stream, I hit like 4 milestones, so I had to do all the reveals back to back, and that set me behind. On like starting the game and making progress on MSQ. So that's why I took maybe like 2 hours to reveal my new model. I revealed a couple costumes for my model. I revealed the
You did the
BGM.
model by yourself?
So I started with the base model, and then I changed up the hair. I picked the outfit out. I added the scales and the horns, make it more like an ARR. And I've been working on that.
It looks so good.
Thank you so much. I've been working on it for like a little bit over a month, just to make it look as close to me as possible.
You did a better job than me.
No, your model looks amazing, and I love your eyes. I'm so impressed with your
Man,
eyes.
the eyes! Okay, I really need to say I love my eyes.
Yes, when you said that you had to like learn how to use Unity to get the eyes right, it's like, damn, that's so much work. It paid off.
Like the eyes wasn't only Unity. It was everything on Unity, but it's only possible because of the new VSF avatar file that the creators of VC Face created. Because it's a movie. It's a movie file in the place of the texture.
Oh, I see.
You know, it's a movie file. It's literally an MP4 on my eyes.
Is that like a trade secret? I'm sorry if you wanted to keep that to yourself, but that's amazing.
No, it's on the internet. I learned on a tutorial on YouTube.
Oh.
Everything that I did, I learned on YouTube.
That's incredible. I remember
but the thing is that the tutorial said, oh, you might find like one or another bug, and I cannot help you unless you are using the same version of everything. And I was with all the same versions, and it wasn't working. I had to come with a workaround. And everyone on that tutorial post told that they were having the same bug as I. So I had to work with workaround, and that made things kind of slow because it took a quite long time for me to okay, this is what I need to do. There are a bunch of stuff that I still want to do, but that would require Blender, and didn't have time for my birthday, and so it will be for throughout the year.
No, you've done phenomenal work already. I remember seeing like tweets about like live 2D models with like the animated eyes. I remember sending one to Alcor, which had like stars and fishes in it, like an aquarium. It was so cute.
I saw, so pretty.
And then I was like, man, that's so cool that Live 2D can do that. And then you show up with the same thing on your viewer model. I'm like,
it can be done.
What?
We could do on your model. We could do the aura. I don't know what's called in the game, but the bright that you have on the outside of the iris, you know.
I actually
we could do that shiny and glowy.
I spent like a couple hours trying to get that to work, and I couldn't figure it out. So I would be amazed if there was a way to do it.
We can do it. I'm pretty sure we can do it.
Please. Let's see, what did I miss in chat? Napping in between pizzas and Taco Bell and Baja Blast. That doesn't sound like a good combination. It's not that questionable. I mean, I'm not eating them at the same time. Hey, you're welcome. Blaming the donators, SMH. Yeah, look at this guy. He did such a good job. Oh, this is probably over the model. Yep. Still can't get over A's viewer model. Same happened to me on your stream notes, so I feel you. Seeing him move is amazing. Thanks, guys. It's, I mean, my exposure to viewer models is through all of you. I've never seen, like, my introduction to VTubers was, you know, like HoloLive, so it was almost exclusively Live 2D that I used to watch. But then, like, meeting you, meeting Ember, meeting Sora, meeting Nadu, who all use V-Ray models and like do it so well. It's like that's like one of the main reasons why I decided to go with V-Roid over
the last update on V-Roid changed everything.
So I've heard, yeah.
It was so damn hard to do anything on the beta version. For people that aren't artists like myself. It was really hard to create the custom shapes and everything from scratch. But then the stable version came with a bunch of presets. All my model, it's presets, but I did a bunch of customizations. But everything the base of everything is the stable version.
Sora was telling me that Sora made her Blu-ray model on the base version, and then ever since the new one came out, she's had a couple issues with migrating
the conversion is bad. Yeah, it's really bad. My last model, I had a hair preset that I got on both, and when the stable version came, it was before Christmas, and I went to have my model with Santa clothing, so I had to create another model, and I had to convert the model, and I had problems with the hair. The hair bugged 100%. It wasn't bouncing.
Oh no.
And I don't remember what I did to fix that. But I remember that I did. Oh yeah, I remember now. Another VTuber that creates a bunch of tutorials as well. She released like a Unity program to fix the bones of the hair.
Yeah, I was
and then
wondering
it was working. Yeah.
I remember seeing the bones for the first time, and I was like, "There's so many bones." Suddenly catch up on chat out in the middle of polling. Alcor got me because I said that I wasn't an artist, but technically I'm an artist if I made my own video. Very funny. But thank you. Alcor plays Fury versus Eve. That's clever. Oh, that's it. We're at the boss. Got him. Wait, there's an Alcor Sip? There is an Alcor Sip. I feel like Alcor Sip's been around for a couple of months now. There's also an Eve Munch. Yes, hit him with that with a take that. Everyone thinks your eyes look phenomenal, Zwar. And we could definitely see that. All the work you put into it. It looks so good. Sora still uses the old version of the software. The new version kind of confuses her. Maybe we didn't know there was a new version of Viewer in Studio. Interesting.
I guess that people that don't use the Steam version, you need to update manually. So because you can get VRite from the official website, but then you need to keep an eye on the updates. On Steam is pretty easier. Because it alerts you.
I didn't know that. I mean, I didn't even know Viewer Studio was on Steam. I just used the standalone program.
Yeah, but then now you know.
Sora DC'd, but the last thing she heard was hair presets. So many bones, yes. The hair presets completely changed in the new ones. Sora brought a preset and you're still figuring out how to add it. The only reason I don't change outfits more is because Unity makes you cry for blending shapes. Truly absorbing. Maybe
I saw chat. Sora said that she cannot add the hair preset that she got. Is that true?
Yeah, it seems like that's what she said.
I am pretty sure that you can find a tutorial on YouTube from Argama Witch speaking about adding hair presets on the new version. Try that out.
Yours is a most fascinating tale. Alas, like all good tales,
I didn't know there was a web version of Viewer Studio.
But fear not.
Interesting.
Everything from last year was the beta version, but we didn't know it was the beta version. They just said, okay, now it's 1.0, the stable version. And okay, I thought the software was already stable.
Argama is where I learned everything from Vitoria. She's so good.
Yes, she is really good.
I don't think I've ever seen any of her tutorials before.
Crystal's demise.
They are a little
Outdated?
yeah, because of the new version, but they are still really good. One thing that I added to my new model that made me I am so happy when I see that on the model is the custom blend shapes for the perfect sync.
Say that again?
It's usually it's a custom blend shapes to have a most accurate tracking. Usually you have that for models that are tracked on iPhone, because the iPhone camera has a very specific way to track your face, and it's much better than a webcam and stuff. But we didn't have an app that did that on Android, and I don't have an Apple. But last year, another VTuber launched an app for that on Android, and I'm being using the new model. I'm really happy with that.
Oh, cool. I know that a lot of people have been using like iPhones for the
Because of that sync, that type of sync, it really hits different.
Melon, Collie, thank you so much for the raids. How's
Hello.
Mr. Rain too? Yes, Suarez here as a guest.
I like my name too. You should be
Wait
proud of it.
message. You tried that app, but it said so. Mary tried that app, but it said she didn't have the right bones, and I think that it required Unity, so she didn't want to mess with it.
Thought I could live life.
It requires
I'll stick on the
Unity
left side
and
now.
a plugin for Unity that is named Hanatu. It's $10. It's not for free, but it's totally worth it.
Hey,
Unity looks like really a nightmare, but it's
Is it just
not
me,
that
or were
much.
those like doubles not there?
It
just
is
a second
scary.
ago?
It scares you at the beginning, but
Like at
you
the
get used
same
to it.
exact spot that double wasn't there, right? Like, all right, yeah, it was.
Sora's first model was really jank because of the phones. Never forget. Sora's sent me a screenshot of her model, what the 1.0 looked like. It was funny. But it's fun seeing how it develops over time, and it looks so much better now.
We develop and the model develops.
I don't know if I said thank you to Sharky for the $20 donation. I'm gonna add your name to the wall. Suku, let's thank you as well, just in case. Ika, I don't know why you didn't enter the raffle. I'm gonna put your name in there anyways. Congrats on clearing Totorock. You see your Lalafell now? Yes, we're now a Lalafell.
And I didn't remember that you find La Habrea on that dungeon.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't realize it. That like La Habrea shows up here. I thought I did, but I don't recall.
I didn't remember it, so
Maybe you're just too tired, Hika. Hika's already on my board, right? Yeah. Let's see, Suku. Let's give Suku blue, and Sharky can be green. This wall is getting very crowded, which I'm very happy about. So many Warriors of Lights on my wall. So I guess since I brought it up anyways, our current raffle prize, if you donate at least $5, you are entered for a chance to win Ystola's modish attire, which is what she wears during the Heaven's Ward expansion and Stormblood. It also comes with a unique hairstyle that you can use on your character. You're entered into the raffle if you donate at least $5 between now and when I pull the prize, which might be maybe 2 hours from now. Thank you for the donation command, Melon. Remember to choose it as an incentive when you go to donate, just to make sure that you are interested. I've seen people who skip the incentive because they don't play Final Fantasy, so they didn't really want to participate, but I encourage everyone to participate anyways, because even if you don't play, maybe you have a friend that does, and it's a nice gift. Our first 2 raffle winners were Ember, who got a 60-day time card, and our second winner was Cran, who got a complete edition of the game, which included the base game and all existing expansions, plus a 30-day subscription. That was a fun one. It'd be like, you could always start playing. Yeah. Cran already plays, but he's gonna give the copy to Flare. Then again, I did walk home again, so you can't feel like when he got home. Yeah, you should get some rest, Hika. You were pretty much up with me the entire time, and you still had work today. So, Cran is bullying me to play. Yes, let's all bully Flare to play Final Fantasy with us.
I want everyone to start playing Final Fantasy so everyone can be there when I celebrate my wedding on the game.
Thank you for letting me know. Thank you for letting me know. Melon, I'll update that. There we go. Well, I just finally reached all the cities. I think I'll call it and just relax and watch a movie for a bit. Gotcha. Then you have to recite the scripture. In the hoodie. Flare, play with me when I start. Well, you finally just reached all cities. I think you'll call it. Watch a movie. Yes. Find time to relax, Hika. Yeah. You can start together with Miru. One of the first interactions I had with Meru was we were playing TSO2 with Hilder and Flare, and Meru, I wasn't sure if you had raided me, Meru, or if you were part of Flare's raid, or maybe she advertised it on her Twitter, but I remember you showed up and you just decided to download the game and play with us. That was a lot of fun, and then like we kind of just like we showed you the ropes, we taught you how to parkour, we got you some levels. That was a lot of fun. And it just happened. Yeah, it was just so spontaneous. And you know what? We can recreate that with Final Fantasy. Because, guys, if you haven't heard, Final Fantasy XIV has a free trial. You can play through all of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward expansion for free, with no restriction on playtime. Very smooth. Thank you for the alert, Kika. I like how easy it is to costume change in BC Face.
I want that hoodie.
I can send you the link to it. Sora was the one who found it for me. Thank you.
Cool.
Melon, thank you so much for the $5 donation. Let me think. You're already on the wall. I feel like if I had to write a new sticky note every time someone gave me a donation, I would not have wall spacing. You guys are incredible for that.
You need to use another wall.
I need to use another wall.
I'm pretty sure you have 4 walls on your room, so...
That is true. And I only just started putting decorations on the wall. I hung up one of the skebs I got recently.
Oh, pretty.
Yeah. And another commission that I ordered is being mailed to me. A physical copy of it's being mailed to me, so I need to find a frame for that too.
Nice. Did you see the art that Fang
I did.
posted? Oh my god, it was so pretty.
I don't get action pose art very often, but like coming from like action is what comes with Final Fantasy, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you G pose, like you do it for the awesome moves that you can do.
Yeah.
And Fang being like so into action games like Monster Hunter and Digimon and Pokemon, it's like he's so good at capturing intense movement and dynamic movement. So
it was a really good job.
It was a really good job. He doesn't even play Final Fantasy, but like it just translates so well, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Where do we go? Oh, East Route. Okay, I went the wrong way. Yes, that was awesome, I think. I was the first one who had commissioned Fang for artwork. It was for he had made a post on Twitter that his commissions were open, and I knew him from Flare streams. He was I think he was already a mod at that point, and he was like always in Flare's channel talking about Unite. He was playing Unite with us, and it was December. It was coming up on Christmas, and I wanted to get Flare a gift, and I like to commission friends and artists who are more familiar with the source material.
Oh, he's right there!
It just becomes a lot easier to kind of talk about and explain exactly what I want, and like
catch the feeling.
Yeah, exactly. Like Flare has a very unique design, and it's hard to kind of capture it and its movements and like the feeling of Flare. Like being in Flare's stream is like a very unique experience. But like if you can't really tell an artist to capture an experience if they've never met them before. But Fang knows Flare, and I had asked him like, can you create this sort of like living room local multiplayer co-op fun with me and Flare while we're playing, you know, like Unite or a Switch game together. And he knew exactly what I was looking for. Get them vibes, yeah. It's just like the cheer and laughter that Flare brings whenever like something crazy happens in Unite, and then me, I'm just like silently focusing on keeping everyone alive with my heals and shields, and it's just like Fang totally understood that, and I'm glad he was able to capture that in the gift for Flare.
I don't remember how I meet you. I guess it was on Flare's stream as well.
I actually remember it was through Ainsworth. I met a lot of VTubers through Ainsworth because I would slack off during work, and I would see who Ames was watching on Twitch because he also slacked off during work. Have a good night, Melon. You catch you tomorrow. Gotcha.
Good night, Melon. Have a good sleep.
Basil at work streams, yes.
I miss Basil.
I miss Basil too. And I believe Ames was the one who introduced me to you. Because he knows you, he knows Oro, he knows...
Yeah, I remember the Flare brought Ames to me.
Mm-hmm.
I remember it was right. It was. I think it has been a month since I have started streaming, and Flares raided me on a Saturday. I remember that level of specific details because at the time it was the biggest raid I have ever had.
Wow.
So it marked me really well. And it came from nowhere. I didn't know Flare at the time. And it was a really big raid for me at the time. And yeah, Ames came there and became a regular as everyone.
Yeah, Ames has a good eye for good people, so I trust him. Whenever he's watching someone, it's like, you know, maybe if I have time, maybe I should slack off and take a look at what he's doing. And it was worth it, because now I met you, and met everyone else through you. One of the things we were doing last evening, during the shutdown, we were just chatting, and we were kind of reminiscing what had happened in the past year.
Marco.
What had, the people, the things we did, the people we met, how we got to where we are now. We were like a chain of coincidental events, you know? Like my journey into streaming and VTubing was a very long one. I think I've repeated this story a bunch of times during the stream, but everything's starting to blend together after you start streaming for 27 hours. I was a very small time streamer. I've been streaming for 4 or 5 years. That's about right. I started streaming with Final Fantasy raids, but I didn't have any viewers, so I was stuck as like not an affiliate for several years. But I decided after I graduated from my class, when I finished my classes, I suddenly had more free time, and I decided to take streaming a little bit more seriously. That's when I added, a lot more visuals. I added a PNG. I was watching, Hololive at the time, and I saw like the reactives that they used for their collabs, and I thought, hey, this is pretty easy to set up. I can do that too, and kind of make it a little bit more visually appealing. I reached out more. I networked more. I switched my Twitter from being like a stream retweet or news retweet everything, like post everything, into like my personal stream sort of Twitter. I still like and retweet every single post I see. I apologize if that clutters your timeline, but I also won't stop doing that because I want everyone else to see what I see.
And you support everyone. This is what I do. You do.
Yes, that is what I do. And then it was shortly after I was able to get affiliate. It was pretty much just by asking friends and other streamers I had met through Twitch to lurk in my streams whenever they had time. That really helped bring my average up. It wasn't the follower count that kept me behind, it was maintaining 3
The
viewers.
average.
That
That hit me as well.
Because you have like...
It was so hard.
Like 4 years of 0 or 1 viewers, and then trying to bring the average up to 3 is extremely strenuous and stressful.
But they consider the last month, right?
I think it's the last... Is the last month or the last 90 days? I can't remember. It's something like that. But I rated a lot.
The last 30 days.
Yeah. But I think
either way, it's hard to keep that up for a month.
It's almost like you don't want to stream too much because it brings your viewers down.
Yeah.
You have to have a good balance of making sure you stream at a time that people can show up and not
I
streaming
felt so
any more than that.
bad at the time because I wanted to stream more, but then I was so afraid to no one to catch up when the average streams go down.
I mean, that's why I stopped streaming for like 6 to 8 months, because I was just like, I'm so tired of this, not making any progress. Kind of sucked, not like growing at all. But I finally got affiliate, and from there I was just like, this is great, you know. Finally, all that hard work's finally paid off. And by like chance encounter, I had met some of you probably know her, Ryofu. She is a PNG tuber that I met on Twitter. And the only reason why I met her is because at the time I was following Artemis of the Blue, and she had retweeted Ryofu's PNG or her VTuber model. It wasn't rigged yet; it was just the PNG. And I really liked the it was like an owl design. It looked very much like an Arknight's character, and I was really into that. So that's when I followed Rio. I interacted with Rio like once in a while by like commenting and liking her posts. Eventually, she finally did a stream where she was like reading copy pastas. I think it was like the first time I had joined her stream, and she was like, if you have a copy pasta, join this Discord and post them in here. And it was the Solarian Discord that I joined. And it was through that I had met Ember and Habe and Basil. And then through them, in becoming friends with all of them at this point, which is like, who would have thought that I would... Like, at the time, like, I still only had like 30 followers on Twitter, and like, I had like maybe 70 followers on Twitch, but then Ember, it was like huge to me. Habe was like so popular, Basil so fun to watch, but they still hang out with me anyways. I believe it was Ember who had raided Sora, and Sora was doing her Crystal run. I remember when I was rewatching Sora's VODs on YouTube, I found the exact episode of Crystal that I had joined the raid because I was in the chat. And that's how I met Sora. And then through Sora, I had met Alcor, because Alcor was Sora's friend and had showed up to give her art at one point. And then I believe through Alcor, I had met Sunbun. And then you kind of get where the story's going, right? Like, it's just like all of these...
it's just a chain.
Yeah, it's like all of these coincidental meetings between everyone. I definitely met Flair through... It was either Ames or Ember, but I feel like at this point, Ames was a viewer of Ember, and Ames pretty much found each other through there. Oh, it's so fun to hear how things connect and wrap around. Exactly. And then you get deeper, the chain reactions. Yeah, you get deeper, and like Sora starts to tell more about her connections with these people too, where it's like, Sora knows Alcor from a long time ago. Velo knows Alcor and Sunbun through other chains. It's crazy how everyone's connected. Velo knows Fen, who also knows Sora. But then like Sora never knew Fen, or Sora never knew Velo until after Sunbun. It's so crazy. A trip down memory lane. Yeah, but like all this only happened in like the last year. It's crazy. It's
I guess one thing that the COVID stuff did to everyone was everyone to meet new people and connect to people. Like, I never thought I would be friends with people on internet anymore. it sounded to me as something like so high school, you know, when you had MSN, you know, and suddenly we are here meeting new people from other countries, and with other what's the word? Other main languages, which is my
like
case.
Cultures and languages.
And other
for sure.
cultures, yeah, that's exactly.
Yeah.
It's really cool for us to like human beings, you know, to develop, and your own target and your character goal today is to help people with other lifestyles, and they get a bad life because of that, because the world is not cool. So it's really nice to see how the internet connects us to the people. It's not only bad things.
No, you're 100% right. Like in regards to cultures and places and languages, it's like I remember, like it was through Flare that we met Ginge and Tedu, who are like living on the other side of the world. They're like 13 hours ahead of us. Like, who would have thought that like what was it, like Medu, Flare, Ginge, and Tedu were playing Phasmophobia at like 12 at noon. Just because, like, I think Medu and Flare were both like noontime streamers, and then obviously Ginge and Tedu are over in Singapore, so they're 13 hours ahead. Through Ginge and Tedu, I met Lau, who's a UK streamer, who's just like really nice and supportive as well. He and I have very similar vibes. He likes to help people. He likes to do charity streams. What else? Like, Sora introduced me to Audeko, who's an artist over in Australia, because Sora has been following this artist since like high school on DeviantArt or something like that. And then it was, right, yeah. So Sora like admires this artist.
Everything connects.
Yeah, and then. But this artist, since so Sora's been following Audeko from middle school, and that's where I met Audeko for the first time, because Sora was 12 years old. She followed Chan. Yeah. And then that's when I started interacting with Chan. It's kind of weird that I could interact with someone like 15 hours ahead of me, but I also have a shitty sleep schedule, so I would show up in her streams at like 3 in the morning, and she's like, "Why are you still awake?" It's like, it's just because. So Chan had only just started streaming. She got affiliate, and she was having this sort of special where if you subscribe to her, she would draw you art. And normally she is not a commission artist. She has a full-time job as a toy designer. I think she had mentioned like she's not even allowed to do commission work due to her contract.
I see.
So like this was like a once in a lifetime opportunity to get art from Chan. And I was like I had subscribed to her, and she sent me a DM saying like, "Hey, you know, what would you like for art?" And I was like, "Wait, seriously? I didn't realize I made the cutoff." And I thought long and hard of it. It's like, wow, it's like this really popular artist. I finally get like special art for it. And I was like, but wait, no, I think someone else deserves it more. Because it wasn't me who had found Chan. It was Sora. So I had asked Chan to make this drawing of Sora instead, because it's art from someone that she's been admiring for like probably more than half of her life, right? And I thought it'd be much better. It would bring someone much more happiness than me if I let Sora have it in my place.
Such a pretty story.
Yeah. And like Chan like adored that idea, and she considers me like a close friend now. So we kind of just like shoot the shit whenever we bond over like speaking Cantonese and like the struggles of not forgetting how to speak to your elders and stuff. And then it was through Chan that I met other Australian artists like Sky and Juby. It's been a while. I can't remember their Twitter handles. But like I met someone who did the what's it called? The Ape Taker emote and alerts. It's still here? Yeah, I believe it's still. If I could spell. There we go. This one, AV at work, actually made you cry. I'm sorry for making you cry, but I'm glad you liked it. And so like, there's just like, it starts out with one singular line, and then eventually you can, if you reflect, you can see how this line turns into 100 or thousands of different branches.
Yeah.
In every direction. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
I'm really looking forward for the next year. So many things changed for me on the last year.
Mm-hmm.
When I started last year, I was jobless, dealing with my anxiety really heavy, and now I have my dream job. I'm feeling better from my anxiety, and I met so many people that I treasure so much right now, and I can't wait to see what we will get together in the next year.
I agree.
Because this was the first year of us, everyone together and having fun. It was my first year. You started it a while ago, but I want to see where everyone will go together. Of course, that I'm not looking forward for a graduation of any sort, but I hope when that happens, because everyone knows that one day it will happen. But I want to the path between here and there to be one that we will remember forever.
I think it will. We're the ones who choose the type of people to surround ourselves with. And
we choose our family, right?
Yes, we choose our family. And we have a good family here. So without a doubt, we'll have some good memories next year, the year after, up until that day where you do have to graduate.
So many feels, oh my gosh.
This is what you sign up for when you join my channel. I am incredibly sappy. Hilder hates it when I get sappy. Ever since high school, he's hated listening to me be sappy and boring, and yeah, he thinks it's disgusting, but I do it anyways. I bring this out in people. Your weakness disgusts me. Okay, Gaius. Where's your rage?
Pathetic. Also, did you finish collecting the moguls?
The tombstones?
For the tombstones for the mogul event?
I never do them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you're the guy that the rage stuff. I don't. So I need that to get the mounts.
A significant number of the prizes you can get through Moogle is things I either already have or I have a way of acquiring elsewhere that doesn't require running Praetorium like 6 times a day.
Yeah.
Aren't you tired of being nice? Don't you want to go apeshit? Yeah, that's Sora. Avior raids only, right? Yes, that's me. Logs into raid, logs out immediately after. You just want to say that's you?
Oh my gosh! Ishtola had green eyes! I
Yes!
didn't remember that!
Yes! Ishtola has beautiful green eyes.
So pretty. I miss Papa Limo. Oh my gosh. Watching this main quest is giving me feels. Yesterday when you started streaming, I was watching and then you showed everyone the movie, right? The cinematic for I Am Reborn, and it plays Answers, right? And I start crying.
Oh no.
I started crying because I can't listen Answers after what happened.
Yeah, because you just finished Endwalker and then they play a variation of Answers.
I can't. Ever again. I will always cry when I listen to Answers.
Answers is Final Fantasy XIV's way of triggering PTSD.
And like, this is the second time that something casts a cry on me, you know? The other thing is Violet Evergarden.
Violet Evergarden, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that and Chariot Dynamo. You've been doing way too much Ruby Weapon Holder.
That maid outfit is so cute.
I'm so small. I used to look down on everyone, and now everyone's looking down on me.
Even Papa Limo looks down to look at you.
Oh no, it's Tataru! I gotta go rescue Tataru. Oh, Abe looks down on everyone. A Sylph and Benelin? How did you get here? Oh, it's Neuraxia. Oh, no. No. Hi, Neuraxia. Welcome to the Scions. I hope you have a good time here. Famous streamer, you know? I'm not a famous streamer, guys. It's okay, we know his deepest, darkest secret. And what's that? That he sold weed? I did not sell weed! Why are you spreading that rumor?
Oh my god.
Dude, dealer Abe. Abe sold me a dime bag for 30 bucks. I can't believe that a rumor that started in high school is still propagating through my career as a VTuber. This is
That is long.
This is long. Every few minutes you obtain more weed. I'm a mod, so it has to be true. Hey, more Vesper Bay Aetheryte tickets, and I'm level 34. I'm 10 levels above the MSQ right now. Oh my gosh. Ave, is this how you touched grass? God damn it.
Is this the type of grass that you touch?
Flair's got a big brain. You're a healer, you just deal weed in a different way.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. He touched grass and gave lots of people a chance to touch it too. I am not a gateway. Gonna eat. We'll be back later. Have fun. Have a great dinner, Alcor. I hope you get all of the nacho fries. Let me go from here. Oh, I need to go to Ulda. Blair, Abe sold behind the Wendy's near our school. There's a Wendy's near our school? There was a Pizza Hut. There was not a Wendy's. He would wear a hoodie just like the way that one and play on his DS and know that would suspect him. I did play on my DS. Wendy's nuts drag across your face. Got him. Fuck. Or Basil maybe fighting at that one. It's not even the first time he got me with the Wendy's one. Man, we don't even have a Wendy's. Oh, I'm so sorry, Blair. Where is the closest Wendy's? Can you have Crayon drive you all the way there? I keep falling for it, yeah. Where's the high bridge? Do I have dry bone? I do have dry bone. It's so weird not being attuned to every ether right now. I don't remember which ones I haven't touched yet. I feel like I'm used to assuming I have everything, but now I always like hover over a crystal.
You can always touch everyone again.
You have to go 30 minutes for a Wendy's? Oh no. It's not worth it. Flair, Cane's, and Zaxby's is way better. Is there Cane's and Zaxby's from there where they live? You trade both Wendy's and McDonald's for them? Whoa, Weed Cloud Mountain. Sick rip Ave.
I'm gonna run my Pandemonium weeklies now. The normal ones.
Yes.
Yeah, the normal ones.
I'm so happy we were able to do our Savage runs in one day now. I don't have to commit 3 days.
I was watching Melon.
Yeah.
This week, and I noticed how different your static is from his.
I'm interested. Tell me what you think.
They are too
chaotic. You can be perfectly honest.
They are too chaotic.
They're chaotic.
I can see they paying attention on the mechanics, and they are wiping so much. And they are laughing and keep talking, and I just keep looking at like, come on, shut up and do the thing. Your static never speaks, only when it's calls. And okay, they are focused, they are paying attention and everything. Okay.
Oh my god.
And Malum is such a bullshit, and I was like, come on, guys, you want to finish it, don't you?
Swar, I love that analysis. I also think
it's so different. Oh my god.
It's funny because Hilder has the exact opposite impression. That's also funny. I don't know. So I don't know how long Melon's been reading with his group. I know that they're an FC static. So I assume they've known each other for quite some time. I do have the impression that they're a little bit more on the casual side.
Yeah.
And I assume you get that impression as well because you're like, do they ever focus?
Because they're laughing too much.
Yeah, I mean, if that sort of dynamic is fine for you, because it sounds fun, right? Then it's perfectly fine. My group is a little bit more, or at least tries to be a little bit more serious about it, but it's not always true, especially when we have Varsh in the group. Hilder's son, Varsh, is a weird egg for sure. We kind of have like varying levels of seriousness when it comes with raiding. We have some people who are like really into it, who try to do as best they could all the time. We also have people who kind of just want to do a little bit more laid back. Hey, what about your son? You know about your son. So there is some tension at times, but we also have known each other for like 4 or 5 years now, because we've pretty much been raiding as a group since Stormblood came out.
It's a long time.
So even when we have that bit of tension, and it might shock people on stream that it happens, but like immediately after raid ends, like everyone's just like, hey, you want to go play Elden Ring, or like you want to go talk about Valorant or something, and like very rarely will there be hard feelings.
No one takes it to heart, right?
Oh my God, don't attack me, please. But there definitely are times that are like... there definitely are times that, how do I describe this? Like, if we do get chatty, we do start, like, messing up really badly and often, and it does get annoying sometimes. Literally every raid tier, Abe hits me up and says, man, fuck this, I'm quitting raid, and then clears the very next day. It happened during Kefka, Titan, and Dracula. Hey, sometimes it gets frustrating, right? We spend so much of our life raiding, and like when you don't see the progress, it definitely hurts.
Man, I almost cried when I saw the screen capture that you shared. Like, it was so close of killing. I almost cried. And I don't even raid.
It was very disheartening. And then it was like the very next day we one-shot the door boss, and then we one-shot Hesperos, and it was like, oh, it's 8:30. What do we do now? I guess we'll just we'll stop for the day and go play Elden Ring. Sometimes taking a sleep is all you need. Yeah.
Yeah, time to process, to rest a little bit.
Reboot ave.exe. I'm not getting a lot of rebooting tonight, unfortunately.
Oh my gosh, my co-healer died. Not good, not good.
I think at the same time you said that your co-healer died, I just when I heard Mako meow.
She's meowing a lot. Yeah, please don't mind.
No,
She's trying to hunt.
It's cute. It's cute.
Oh my god, he died again!
It doesn't bother me, but I thought it was funny. Because like Mako meowed and you said, oh no, and I was like, oh, did something happen to Mako?
No.
So did she knock something down? I was like, oh no, it's just your healer died.
Man, I had such a bad time in Pandemonium last week. Because I'm running with Astrologian for quite a while now. And last week, it was the second one. Yeah, the Seers one, the second stage. My co-healer was... I can't describe what the hell they was. Like, we just stopped wiping when I start to acting like if I was the only healer. Because sometimes you need to forget that you have a co-healer and just do everything by yourself. It works better.
Yeah.
And it did. Like, I did everything. I started to heal when I didn't need to heal, actually, just to be sure everything was alright. And it frustrates me when I have a bad co-healer with me.
No, I totally understand that experience. Having organized heals is something that it's a luxury if you have a good co-healer. Someone you've communicated with before, someone you know how to communicate with. And when it works, it's like so much fun being able to coordinate with your co-healer. And it's just like, you might hear it sometimes when I'm talking to my co-healer. It's like, they'll say like, don't heal, I got this. And it's just like 30 seconds later, a huge heal comes out and everyone's back to full HP, and you didn't have to do anything. So like, I can do my job without having to worry if you have a good co-healer. And I think that's a luxury in this game.
Yeah.
like, I don't know. I like how Abe gets marked as the toxic co-healer when he's probably one of the least toxic party members. Hey, can you cast Benny? Did they have their, Hilda was asking you if they had their soul stone equipped. Your co-healer. Hilda!
They didn't have their soul stone equipped. Oh my gosh.
Hilda, you're the one who's telling everyone I'm the toxic co-healer. You're the one labeling me as the toxic co-healer. What do you mean you don't know how everyone thinks I'm the toxic one? You check your chat log. It's like you and Lemon are like, bro, he's so salty, he's so toxic. What was me looking at? I mean in FC chat, not in like DMs or anything. Every single parse that we... So are you familiar with parses? And like FF logs?
Heard about it, but don't use it.
Right. So parsing is essentially like recording Final Fantasy data. So things like how much damage you dealt and how much heals you did and what skills you used at each point. It's numbers that nerds get over. Yes, it is basically a collection of numbers. FF logs translates that data into visuals. So like graphs, spreadsheets.
Yeah, you have that on the upper corner when you raid, right?
Yes, very similar, yes.
Okay.
And I like to review it after every... I review it briefly, unless it's like a brand new clear. It's how I... it makes it easier for me to learn how to improve better. Because there's measurements for like wasteful healing or like opportunities for more damage. But like everything, I like to tease my co-healer, because even though I'm a sage and I'm a barrier healer and not a regen healer, I always do 50% more healing than them. I always show them a picture. I always show them a picture of the bar, and it's like they're a white mage and I'm a sage, and it's like, here's my healing. It's large. Here's your healing. It's tiny. Like, I don't know if you've seen that meme before where it's like this comedian with glasses and he has like a measuring tape and he's stretching it really long against this thing and he's like, this is big. And then the next one is like, this is tiny. Nuh-uh. iDubbbz, yeah, that guy. I'm not toxic. Abe bullies another healer DPS.
Come on. It's only the right thing. When you are a shield healer and they white mage, the burst heal on the game heals less than you. You need to bully them. That's for sure.
I'm teasing them because I do it out of my own accord, because I know I know how to heal optimally very easily. The glare got in his eyes. I couldn't see my heal buttons. The glare's too bright. Some people need to be bullied. I'm teasing them. We have discussions about what to do when it comes to healing, and I'm not going out of my way to heal in a way that is not comfortable to me. So this is me being a support as a support, right? Like, as a co-healer, you need to support each other in order to do well. And if I know I have the resources to contribute, I'm going to do it because it's no loss to me. It is a loss to me if I don't contribute at this time. That is my fault.
Yeah, because it's for your benefit. You will clear the thing.
Yeah. So in some cases, yes, I can be seen as a toxic healer. I can totally see that. But also, like, not really. I'm
That's
very
a tiny
flexible. I can be a salty healer, But I'm not sure if I'm
Salty.
like super toxic.
Oh, I am super salty. I am super salty.
I'm helping you shoot Sco healers, now do that to the boss. Sages are the only ones with actual guns for weapons. Ooh, I can summon my Chocobo. But do I want to do that quest? I feel like I should. It's gonna take time,
You
but
should.
it's nice to have a Chocobo to heal for you.
Yeah, you can set them to heal. Since you're a tank, I'm not sure if you need that.
True.
Actually, maybe it's better another DPS. Oh my gosh, you can't fly.
I know I can't fly.
What a pain!
I was getting taxied around last night.
Ah, yeah, that surely helps.
Because you don't get a mount until the level 20 MSQ, and that happened this morning. Machinist still got the blunderbuss that George Washington shot while in cutscene. They had the entire Gatling guns and rifles. He needs a bigger cloud if he wants to get high. I can't wear this, can I? No, I can't. They haven't been giving me any tank gear. I'm still using level 15 tank gear as a level 34 warrior.
Gosh, where is everyone? The queue is so long right now.
Oh, you're trying to queue for Pandemonium?
Yes, the second circle, and we are healer and tank. Should be quick. Why, guys?
I'm surprised. Well,
it's Saturday night. Come on.
That's right. It is Saturday, Sunday night, so maybe they already did it like Tuesday. They got it out of the way early.
But usually I run on Saturday night, and it's quite alright. For the normal one, it's quite alright.
Interesting. I was having a conversation with my mom earlier today because I'm still living at home, and I before this charity had started, I told her, like, you know, I'm gonna be doing a thing, try not to, you know, make too much noise or try not to like ask for anything that's not important while I'm doing it. And she's like, well, you know, like, why are you doing that? Or what are you doing? It's like, yeah, you know, I'm hosting a charity event and trying to raise money. She's like, by doing what? And it's like, I didn't want to explain like the whole streaming thing, so I just like, oh, I've been playing video games for it. And she's
They don't know that you stream.
They know that I play video games. They don't really know what streaming is, I guess, or
I see.
They don't really quite understand it. And I was like, she's like, you're playing video games for people? And I was like, yeah, and I said, yeah, I'm trying.
And they're giving me money.
Yeah, and they're giving me money. And so like, I'm trying to raise $1,000, and she's like, why would people give you money? Like,
because they wanna help. They wanna help.
It's like
they're good people.
Yeah, and then when she heard $1,000, she's like, do that many people even watch you? I was like, thanks, mom. Appreciate it. My son is a famous VTuber, the next hit light.
My parents don't know as well, but my sister does.
Oh.
She sometimes hang out on chat. But since I changed my stream time because of the work, she can't join because it's usually the time that she is getting out of her work and going back home, and her internet back home is shitty.
I see.
Mako really wants to hunt. There's some like a mosquito in the ceiling, and she wants to hang out with the friend, you know, friend. play with me, friend. And then she eats the thing. She usually eats the thing. So.
Mako's cute.
She is when she's not a demon.
When she's
She is when she's not meowing like that at 6 in the morning.
trying to wake you up, yeah.
Try not waking me up because I have a light sleep. Staring it up. she barely blinks.
Zoar, you want to see Arenvald without his armor?
Huh?
Arenvald?
Oh my gosh,
Yes,
he's there!
he's
there
here.
all along!
He's been here all along!
Oh my gosh! To be honest, I never paid attention to those people.
I know.
I only talked to a ranger on the corner, and that's it.
And that's it. And then you leave. We all
Oh
forgot
my
that he was there. This is before.
gosh.
This is before he even did his very first mission.
Yeah, the Crystal Braves. It's before that.
Yeah.
Because he joins the Crystal Braves. I remember him on the Crystal Braves. Because he was the one that survives, but man, he's there. Oh my gosh. Because usually people forget that the Scions aren't only the main characters.
Main cast, yeah. You have all these
Look,
people
look,
here.
Did you saw who's there? I forgot the name. The guys that work with Sid. They are there.
They're here too.
Did you found Sid already?
I haven't found Sid. You rescue Biggs and Wedge from the Garleans in like a level.
Oh my gosh,
40
they're
Mammoth
there.
Yep. We asked for help from the Ironworks, and they sent Biggs and Wedge.
Mhm.
We'll meet Sid once we have to go fight Garuda.
Yeah. This Sid Squash hit me so hard at the time. Because my only experience with Final Fantasy before the 14 is the 12. And Sid is the villain in the game.
Sid is evil in that game.
So it was really cool. And Sid's such a wholesome guy. He's so nice.
That reminds me of Sid.
I wonder if Mako will get tired. And I hope the neighbors are not listening to them. Because it's like almost 2 a.m.
Does Mako meow at stuff or just meow?
She's meowing at the bug.
Oh, right.
Trying to befriend the bug. Oops.
Surprised I can't remember this. I remember hearing about some Sid lore in 12. Oh, yes. Did you? Okay, so this is what I wanted to say. The Na is in Final Fantasy 12.
Yes.
That's what I wanted to bring up.
Yes.
Yes, the Na was
They are.
Sid's protector back in Final Fantasy 12. Meowing at bugs is very important business. You must assert dominance over bugs. Are you still waiting in queue?
No, I got in. And I have a white mage with me, so it would be easy.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Oh man, it's
Everyone came to the right and didn't understand why. Okay, the head. Okay.
Oh, oops! I already have a better version of this axe. It's so interesting seeing the characters over the course of the story and knowing that they become villains. It's like I know what you're up to, but my character doesn't. I can't do anything about it.
I need to play though.
Ember, hello! Thanks so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. How was Rune Factory 5?
Whoops. Ember, no. Hi, Haley. Oh my god, that scared me. Waffler, that scared me. I was like, is someone knocking on me?
I think this is the first time
Thank
Ember
you,
had
Waffler.
the sound alerts on. So
Almost
she's
died.
completely shocked by her own sound alerts. Train Mako to eat the bugs. Sora's a cat, but she doesn't eat bugs.
She if she can reach them.
Yeah, Mako does eat the bugs if she can reach them. Watt, welcome. Ember, welcome. Selin, welcome. How you guys doing? Rune Factory 5 is fun so far, but you're still getting used to the controls. Is it kind of clunky? What's wrong with it? Tell me. Or is it more sticky? It's a little clunky? Yeah. Zora's also part of this raid. You have a controller drift issue again with the Hori controller? I'm sorry. I really wish that wasn't the case, because you literally just bought that controller. Refactory 5 had a white-haired boy and Ember's neurons activated all at once. Your character keeps walking to the right? Oh, okay. Okay, but white-haired too. I read clunky as clucky. But welcome, raiders. We're still progressing through MSQ today. We are... let's update the MSQ tracker. I'm currently on Killing Him Softly. That's a nice MSQ name. Killing Him Softly.
It's a nice name.
We're 40% of the way there, and we have 20 hours left. Maybe we can do it.
Oh my.
Right now, we're trying to aid the Alamegans. Their land was recently occupied by the Garlean Empire, and refugees from Alamigo have fled to Gridania and Ul'dah. We're trying to recruit them to assist in our work as Scions. So they don't really have a place to live, but we can at least offer them work if they're interested. They don't really trust us, though. They haven't been very trusting of really anyone, which I don't blame them. The Gridanians want nothing to do with them. You know, they live here. The Uldans don't want anything to do with them either. But you know, as good noodles, we are trying to help. So we do a bunch of odd jobs for them. We're filling, trying to make medicine for their sick refugees. Trying to find food for them as well. But in terms of the charity, we are raising money for the Equality Texas Foundation, which is a non-profit that hopes to support trans youths and their families living in Texas. They're doing great work right now, providing resources, hosting community events, providing educational opportunities, and they also support and promote political candidates who support their views of trans rights, which is honestly a very powerful thing to have backing you up. Just considering what you need in order to really advance your goals in this country. We met our goal of $1,000 yesterday. We've also broken our first stretch goal today, earlier this morning. So I have to write AVE fanfic and also read it on stream at some point. We are close. Oh, just got rid of my note. Our last stretch goal is at $1,500, and I will have to do a karaoke stream if we reach it.
The fun fact that you will write will be AVE the warrior of light or AVE the streamer, if there is any difference.
It might be a combination of both. Definitely leaning a little bit
What
more
if
towards...
AVE the streamer was a Sekai'tsu? If I was a Sekai'tsu Final Fantasy XIV, one, I will scream because I will be terrified. Second, it would be nice. I would have a chocobo.
The chocobos are stinky.
It depends. You need to give them baths.
I remember there was a quest where you have to like sniff a chocobo for someone, and it's like absolutely abhorrent.
Oh my gosh!
I think it was around the times the Doman refugees arrived. And
I see.
Like they've never seen chocobos before. They had horses in Asia. And then like they see a chocobo, which is like this giant yellow ostrich, and they're like, "This thing smells awful."
My chocobo is dyed white, so I need to give them a bath every week so it keeps white.
Yeah, the chocobo stables. Yep, you gotta use the magic brooms. What? What?
Quack.
You would Hilder, if Hilder was a scion, he would queue for Susano immediately.
I will share a picture of Mako on your Discord.
Sure.
It was before she started meowing, but she was already target to acquire the bug. And you can see my hand.
If you guys aren't already in the Discord, the link to join is right there. And then you can see pictures of Mako. Hilder also posted a picture of this cat today.
And what the hell is the cat that he posted before?
I don't know what it was looking at the food.
It is your cat.
It's not my cat, no. It's just a picture that I found on the internet. But it is adorable.
Dead eyes. Oh my god.
Dead eyes, yes.
Cats are for both and for good a pain in the ass. But they are lovely.
You guys ever like just see a small child in a maid outfit running towards you, and then all of a sudden, X. I'm coming for your ankles.
That's you. With an axe.
Truly a menace. The child seeks violence. Wait a minute, Alcor, he's roasting us. Go for his ankles. Hey, you better watch your shins while you do that.
Is Alcor a potato?
Alcor, I don't know. Alcor is considering a potato. Alcor has not started playing yet. She needs to wait until her...
But I mean, in real life, she's small. Alcor, are you small?
Alcor is a fish, not a potato. That is true.
It's true. Wise words. I am small compared to other Brazilians, but not small compared to some VTuber friends.
Hey, saved. I don't know if some of my friends are still in here, but the town I grew up in has a very large Brazilian population. So I like the pizza shops I'd go to and the types of food that we had in our cafeteria was some of it was fairly Brazilian inspired.
Okay.
One of the pizza shops that we frequented every day after high school was owned by a Brazilian family, and I had quite a few Brazilian friends growing up too. Which are the way that they migrated here, they think they came with a lot of their families. They preferred to stick together, and they rented out like apartment buildings. They kind of had like maybe not just families, but also their friends or people that they grew up with as well. But one of my friends that I met when I was in grade school, we were friends through middle school, and in high school we kind of drifted apart. But and then I went off to college, and we basically didn't talk since. Remember, we used to hang out at each other's house. His mother would buy us pizza and feed me Brazilian food. But after I graduated, I got a text message from him once, and my phone number was still the same since high school. And he sent me a picture saying, "Hey, your delivery is here," because he was my Amazon driver. And I said, "Wow, cool. Hey, how you been?" And he was like, he's been doing great. He's enjoying his job. He and his family moved out to a house, which is something he's really proud of. The house is under his name. And he's also said that he started playing Final Fantasy XIV, and then that was something we kind of were able to rebond over.
That's
loving
cool.
the game. He's he introduced it to his fiance, and they've been playing it together. And he's shown up in chat a couple times today. He's donated a little bit, but yeah, it's good memories. And another way for Final Fantasy brings people together,
You have a bunch of wholesome stories.
They're usually simple, I guess, but I'm just really sappy. I just enjoy the company of my friends. I've yet to meet a VTuber friend shorter than me, as far as I know. And then apparently we have 6-foot+ friends. Yes, Ainsworth, I believe, is over 6 feet. I think Basil is 6 feet. Is Haby 6 feet? I think they're close. I'm not sure if they are taller than Basil. We totally have different perspectives in life. It's okay, Alcor, we don't have to dodge bridges at least. Alcor, did you have much contact with electricity where you were spawned? Were there any circuitry? Dodge. Doge branches. Much leaf. Wow. Doge branches. I'm not sure what. Would have to ask the universe about that one. Just wondering whether it was short-circuited. Oh no! Damn it, what? Alcor, you fell right for that one. Thank you for the hydrate, check and posture check. Everyone, please take a sip of water and check your posture. I guess with the V-Roy model, people can actually see me move and like adjust my body.
And drinking water.
And drinking water. Yeah, because your model freaks out.
Water.
Your model freaks out once you start drinking water. I don't know how I feel about Baja Blast. It's kind of a weird flavor. It doesn't seem natural. It's not terrible. I don't think I would drink it again. Looks like there's an A rank hunt here. I'm seeing a lot of invite requests. I don't think any Taco Bell drinks are natural. Yeah, but you could at least make it taste natural. It doesn't have to be natural. What qualifies as natural? I don't know. Maybe it tastes like a fruit. It tastes like some sort of organic material that exists in physical form and it's not like part of some
somewhere.
Ether. It's not part of the ether. Is it just tropical punch? I don't know what's in Baja Blast. This is the first time I've ever tasted it. So long since I last did a dungeon. I hate trying to get out of Little El Amigo. It's so confusing. The map just doesn't make any sense.
No.
Yeah, Baja Blast is from Mountain Dew, the deadliest mountain in North America. It certainly feels like it. Ouch. Just minding my own business and these guys just slapped me. Will Red, not you.
Uh.
You guys are gonna get your shit kicked in, that's what. Yeah, thought so. The potato with an axe is here to destroy you.
Fear the small potato.
Potato Abe, hey Miku! Welcome, welcome! Yes, I have joined the ranks of Potato. Look at me. So cute. Oh, hi Hilder, I didn't realize you were following me. Chat voted to, change me into a Lalafell, so no more hot bunny boy.
It was a really pretty hot boy.
I saved it, so if I ever wanted to play it again, I could always switch back. Fran, hello! You're also back, but because you can watch stuff at work? I see. Did Flair already go to bed? You love that hot bunny boy? Well, did you see the screenshot that, Haby posted in my channel? You can have a copy of that screenshot, Slab. How am I feeling? I'm feeling alright. I took like a 4-hour nap a little bit ago. And I'm doing... I feel awake. For now. Abe, did you get my tweet? Oh yes, that's right. I remember seeing it and then I forgot. Sorry. I tweet, feel free to caption yourself. I know witty. This is perfect. I'll post it right now. Thank you for reminding me, Medu. Alright, just posted it. I tagged you too. Sweetie, you'll get your call. Let's see. Sorry, your tweet got so many likes. Then I have to post Velo's as well. Velo, it's too many. It's too many characters. At least when I copy pasted it, it's too many characters. I might be able to slim it down a bit. Because there's a lot of unnecessary spaces, I guess. Oh my god, I'm trying to get rid of like 50 spaces in here.
Oh, I'm having a really bad time in here.
Oh no, in Phoenix?
The third circle, yeah.
Yeah. That one makes my eyes hurt. Look at.
I guess the damage is too low because I am suffering to heal everyone.
Yeah.
It's lasting forever. Fuck.
That one I still struggle with sometimes. Even in Savage. How many spaces are there in here? It's so many emotes.
I died and the my co-healer should have used limit break. They didn't, and then I got up and did. Because most of the party was dead.
Yeah, Velo, there's 47 too many characters. Velo's out right now, but you can let him know. I hate Twitter sometimes.
Yep.
Oh wait, what did I say? I just did Vampire Guy stoned as fuck and I still ended up top DPS. Good job there. It's casual content, what do you expect? Competency? No. Sorry, that was me. That was my toxicity coming out. that was my toxicity firsthand coming out. Everyone's bullying the Alamegans. They don't deserve it.
They surely don't deserve it. But the thing is, we are where you are at least. Is still the Umbral area, so everyone is fucked up. But I guess the Alamegans are really bad in bad sheets.
Mm-hmm.
Time to see Dracula.
Good luck. One of the discussions I like to have with the lore in this game is kind of like how often you're challenged. Your mission and your goal is challenged as the Warrior of Light. It's like, to the people of Eorzea, you're a hero. You can do no wrong. Y'shtola questions the motives of the Scions at some point. You get challenged by Gaius and La Habrea and, you know, Solus during that meeting about like what your mission is. It's like, are you truly any better than I am? You know, are you truly fit to be a hero when all you do is murder and kill? You're not like warrior of light.
You are
you're
just
a warrior
the
of
same,
destruction, right?
Yeah. It's everything about a perspective, right? We came to know about that more clearly during the weapons trials, because they were Gaius' kids, and for them he was a hero. And during Endwalker, we also get to know that we are a villain for some people.
Yeah, like when you go to
Yeah.
the Garlean.
One NPC tell on our face, "You killed my friends." It's hard, you know. Everything varies from the point of perspective. I just think that it may change between what you want to do with your Warrior of Light. But for me, I feel that I was catch on a twister and I couldn't get out. And when Endwalker finally ends, I finally had time to breathe. And to feel and to mourn for everyone that we lost on our way, because we lost so many people.
Too many.
But it's really curious to see how each one sees your own Warrior of Light and your development. I told some VTuber friends that also played that I feel I miss some our warrior showing any kind of feelings, you know, because of course that they can't do that because of gameplay and restriction of technology. I don't know, but I feel we could actually, like, 1 minor spoiler, I will try not to get any spoilers, but when we lost our body on Endwalker, when that cutscene ended, I was in shock. I was like, if I was my Warrior of Light, I would be trembling and would be able to get up for at least 5 minutes. Like, holy, I plus actually my body almost killed all my friends and I couldn't do anything. I almost couldn't do anything. So that quest hit me so hard, and I felt any reaction from the character, you know? Because we just ended the quest and followed up. So I found a little bit about that. This is why I wrote some my little fanfiction. To put out my small headcanon for each thing. I'm gonna take that. No, I'm not.
Roll neat on everything. Do it. Hey, we did it.
One of my friends, they say that they can believe that the Warrior of Light doesn't show any emotions because of cardinal trauma. Because what happened on the 7th Umbral Calamity. It kind of fits.
That's an interesting theory.
Yeah.
Are you basing it? Oh, sorry, is your friend basing it on in-game lore or basing it off the opening cutscene?
I'm not sure. I need to ask them.
I'm curious because from what I remember, the opening cutscene is not technically canon. So, like, the Warriors of Light that are teleported away by Louisoix are not necessarily the same warriors.
Yeah, there is money on the cutscene.
So,
but this is something that I don't actually get it. Like, when we start doing the main quest, it says that 5 years have been passed, right? So, what happened then? What did we do during this 5 years?
So
we were healing and we were taking a vacation. It doesn't matter. It's up to you.
Yeah,
but then, like, why we came back without any levels, any jobs? Of course, that is because of what they need to do. They need to kill the server and everything. Like. But then we didn't came back with all his smiles and anything. No one remembered us. It's either isekai or amnesia. Yeah, for my World of Light is amnesia.
That's interesting. From what I had read, Louisoix had used a specific type of time and spatial magic.
I see.
That basically, so like to answer your question, what had happened in the 5 years? Either they were teleported 5 years into the future, or they were kept inside of a space for them to recover.
A rift or something.
Yeah, exactly. A rift to stay in until it was safe enough for them to return, which happened to be 5 years.
It makes sense as well.
But the other thing is that it seems... Now this part might be spoilers, but like the nature of the Warrior of Light is that you have the strength of the Echo. That's what Mother Crystal gives you. But as you know, there's multiple people with the Echo. You meet many of them.
But they are not Warriors of Light.
But who calls them the Warriors of Light? Is it the people granting them that title, or is it, the Mother Crystal?
I had a similar question to my husband a couple time ago. Like, what difference is from Cryo?
Exactly. What's the difference?
And the other people, what makes them Warriors of Light? Because we were talking about what happens on the 5.3 on the first, that a bunch of Warriors of Light are born. And then what makes the Echo come? Is it Hydaelyn? Is that a little boss? how does it happen.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they explained that, or if they did, I didn't pay attention.
Oh, back to the Waking Sands. What a surprise. I should have known. It's okay. We don't have to probe the idea at this time. Those tokens? Vesper Bay tokens? Right? Pray return. Yeah, yes, that is what I have done. Pray return to the Waking Sands. These teleport tokens are so convenient.
I gotta confess, I didn't use them that much. I used them post Hemimorn.
Oh, I see.
But I almost don't need that.
Right, because you switch over to the Rising Stones.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't, I never had them. Every single trip I took to, the Horizons Aetherite. So this is literally the first time I've ever used these tokens. Which is kind of funny,
same.
because they had lore explaining why there wasn't an Aetherite in,
Because they want to keep low profile, wasn't it?
I actually didn't hear that theory. The theory I heard was that what currently sits in the center of Vesper Bay is a statue of Teleji. And the reason why there's no Aetherite crystal is because Teleji hates the Scions, and instead of building a crystal there, an Aetherite, he built a giant statue of himself.
Oh my.
So that's what I had heard. Chad. I mean, the idea that, or the theory that they're here to be incognito is interesting to me, because their base is literally like 20 feet away from Cape Westwind, which is a which is a Guardian military base. Also, they find out they find out where the Waking Sands is.
I don't know. It's probably explained somewhere. But there was so many things to read that we didn't.
Or things that we missed, or it's been so long so we forget. I don't have the teleport at Fulgore. Oh, I don't have any of these, actually. How do we get here? Old Britannia. Oh, it's that one. Old Britannia. Damn, taking else. It's so bizarre not having attuned to everywhere. It's like, just take this stuff for granted. I didn't have the Conjurer's Guild one. Okay, at least I have the Conjurer's Guild.
Gridania map, so weird.
I think the Limsa one is worse for me.
Oh, next week I can get another weapon. Cool.
Nice.
We'll have 7 blades.
Ooh. Wonder when they're gonna release the new Alliance raid. Is it on 6.1? Or are they gonna wait a bit? Can't remember what the usual.
Release what?
The new Alliance raid.
Yeah, 6.1.
Oh.
It will be the 12. It will be about the 12.
Uh-huh.
I'm really curious to see that. When Emmett said, "You don't even know about the 12." And what? Should I? Is there something to know about? And okay, here we go. Learn about a little bit more about Eorzea.
I had to soothe this poor man. So why are you a Popodo? One of the donation milestones was that I'd have to Fantasia into a new race. Get in the soup. So, chat voted, and chat voted for Lalafell.
Mako, come here. I want to see if I can make Mako meow on the microphone. But she doesn't want to come, okay.
Oh, Mako has green eyes. Beautiful.
It's yellow, actually.
Oh.
But it varies because of the light, but it's yellow. My character has yellow eyes as well. It was really wow when she came. And I gotta go. It's really late. I need to sleep. Thank you for having me.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much for stopping by, Izwar. It was a blast.
I hope you have fun.
Oh, I'm going to do my best.
I will be back to hang out when I wake up.
Okay. I'll
So
likely still be around once everyone goes to bed and comes back.
And congratulations again for the goals. I'm
Thank you
proud
so
of you.
much. Thank you. I'm proud of everyone for contributing.
Yeah. So see you. Bye bye.
Have a good night. See you.
Bye bye, Chad. Take good care of Red for me.
They're good at that. They're good at taking care of you.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye bye. I think that was the first time I was in a call with Zwar, so that was fun. Same with Miku, actually. This is interesting experiences. Good night, Zwar. I'm glad I was able to, like, the idea of having guests on was kind of, all your friends on voice have been absolutely delightful, thank you. It was kind of spur of the moment. I definitely didn't have a whole lot of plans for this stream. I was expecting to do it all by myself, but, Mikusagi was the first one to reach out to me as soon as I made the announcement, and that's when I thought, you know, why not have guests? I mean, it's gonna be a long-ass stream, and it'd be nice to have some company, just like hop into voice and say hi. You don't have to play Final Fantasy, you don't have to run stuff with me, like that's pretty much what Zwar did, right? Zwar does play Final Fantasy, but she is on a different data center. But, you know, you don't have to play Final Fantasy. Like Diva, you too. You play Final Fantasy, but you're on a different data center. Doesn't mean we still can't interact with one another though. But yeah, it's been delightful having these guests on to talk about their experiences with the game, eat their gang. The stream is so much fun. It's thanks to you guys for making it fun. Thanks to you guys for helping me continue to stream for 28 hours now.
You play Final Fantasy?
Yeah, I play Final Fantasy. Do you?
No, I never heard of it in my entire life, bro.
You never heard of it? Well, did you know that Final Fantasy has a free trial, which includes A Realm Reborn and the award-winning expansion Heaven's Ward? play up to level
Oh?
60 with no restriction on playtime.
Damn, level 60.
Yeah, level 60.
That's like my first AoE as a Lancer. Oh, you know the pain, Alcor.
Brand new
I've been a
information.
Lancer since ARR.
Alcor doesn't know anything about Final Fantasy.
Oh, I thought she was one of us.
No, Alcor has never played Final Fantasy. She has to play Final Fantasy as soon as her MacBook arrives. But when
No,
it
no,
happens,
Alcor, you fit right in.
I've never heard of the scripture you speak of. Well, I'll tell you, Sora. Bang, hello! Is the hoodie a cheat sheet? The hoodie is not even accurate. It's also hard to read from my end. Bang, hello! We leave our mark? That's an awesome raid message. Heck yeah. Mallory Lane, welcome to the stream. It's nice to meet you.
Oh shit! Oh, what the fuck? Hi, Valstrax.
Yours too slow.
Ow!
Alright, you're back popped to your laptop. Welcome back, Cran. Hello, Raiders. My name is Avier Red, but you can call me Ave. I am your friendly support class streamer. Today, we are trying to raise money for Equality Texas Foundation, which is a non-profit organization that seeks to support trans youths and their families in Texas. We are playing through... we are attempting to beat all of A Realm Reborn in 48 hours. If you aren't aware, Final Fantasy XIV A Realm Reborn is an MMORPG. It currently has a free trial, which includes the base game and the first expansion. You can play through up to level 60 with no restriction on playtime. We are approximately 40% of the way there through the main story, and we have 19.5 hours left. We're awake and alive and sane. I don't know about the last one, but we're alive. What is this? Oh, humming crystals, okay. How are you, Fang? Everyone's X. You can do that from the quest window? Yeah. Wait. Oh, is he not in the call anymore? I thought he was in here.
I am. I'm just shy.
Oh, I see, I see. You learn something new every day, huh?
Dude. Okay, yeah, I had no idea. I've been going through the inventory this entire time for all 4 expansions, 5.
Yes. Anyway, had a nice chill stream. You finished some drawings? Ooh, cool. Let me know when you post them. I want to see.
You gotta peep.
Where's this other?
It's on the other side of the map. What the heck?
No, it's underneath this. This mess of terrain here. I think this was caused by the
impact.
The Terra Flare impact from Bahamut, I think.
Yeah, there's a big chunk of space rock over there.
Oh, is it corrupted either?
No. I think I sent you a screenshot about it before asking what it was. Because it wasn't red, like Dalamid. It was just like a giant chunk of rock with like glyphs on it.
That reminds me of you see in the steps.
Yeah, kind of like those.
I did it to the crystal. Oh my god.
Damn, bro.
All right.
This speedrun strat ain't looking too hot, man. You might need a respec.
I might need to restart the run. Did you know that Haby bought me Taco Bell?
What?
Haby bought me Taco Bell.
Whew. Did you like it?
I am still working my way through it. They bought me a quesadilla. I think it's called a chalupa. I haven't had Taco Bell since high school. In a large Baja Blast.
Oof, a large. Now that's
large.
friendship.
This got Baja blasted. Good thing Akari's not here. He'd be jealous. Baja
Dude,
blasted.
I haven't heard from him in like months.
He was here, I think last week or 2 weeks ago during one of our raid streams.
He misses you.
I think he misses all of us. But, like, this is the second meal I got sent because Fina ordered me a pizza, this morning. And it's not fair.
Seriously?
Huh? Yeah, so the only person who knows my address is Mia. So they've been asking Mia to order me food and giving her gift cards in order to order it. Taco Bell was the only fast food you'd get in college. That $5 cravings box kept you alive during finals. I think I remember that story. I had a meal plan, so I ate at the dining halls in college. Those boxes are no joke. They'll fill you up till lunch next day. Oh. This is honestly... This is probably from the same Taco Bell that we went to in high school. I can't imagine they would deliver it anywhere else.
Yeah, the one you sold weed behind.
That was a Pizza Hut.
Oh, I mean, FBI agent, we do not sell marijuana here in this chat.
Get ready for a second time. Hello, Krispy Kremes. Good evening.
Twice. Let's go.
Sorry for not catching when I was asleep, but welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. My name is Avier Red. I'm your friendly support class streamer.
Oh boy.
Like
Define
Elden
friendly.
Ring. Oh,
Yo,
no!
how'd you make that? You didn't make that? Oh, wow.
Alright.
I'm actually upset. That was a definite landing proc.
I know, right?
Get out of here. Fucking Miyazaki, dude.
Alright, I'm gonna tune to this crystal before I forget. Yes, we are currently hosting a charity for the Equality Texas Foundation. They're a nonprofit that seeks to support trans youths and their families in Texas right now. I didn't mean to use Sprint. We are currently playing Final Fantasy XIV. We're trying to complete all of the main story quests from A Realm Reborn within 48 hours. We have under 20 hours left, and we have about 60% of the game. We're not on a great pace, but we're gonna do our best. Oh, that's awesome. Didn't realize charity was located in Texas? Yeah. I think you missed the raffle window. So I already raffled off, I mean, yes and no. It's, we only have one raffle entry right now. So I wasn't sure if other people wanted to hop in. Otherwise, it's an easy win for whoever joined the raffle. That's all. A W is a W. I suppose that's fair. Yes, so the charity is located in Texas. I chose it more specifically because of the... Oh god, don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die. No! No! Get away from me! Oh god, it's not safe. It's not safe. It's not safe. Oh, I have thrill battle. Die! Sorry, full damage in this game is very scary. Okay, I did it. Leg sweep! Yes, I did the leg sweep. What was I saying? I chose this charity because of the recent events that are happening in Texas right now, particularly. That's a fun-looking dinosaur. They're like giant birds. They kind of remind me of the like, what is it, the Kutkus? Is this Monster Hunter? Yeah, basically. Oh, did you guys know that Final Fantasy XIV and Monster Hunter had a collab event? You can get a Rathalos mount. I don't have it on this character, but I have it on my main. You're off to bed. It's 12:30, and I'm sure your son will be up at 6:30. Gotcha. Have a good night. Crispy Creams, thank you so much for the raid. And the Porky minion and the cat minion. Yes, you can get a Palico minion and a Poogie minion. You're in Texas as well. You know how utterly crap things are here for the community. Yes, it's unfortunate that it is, but you know, I don't live in Texas, but I still want to help the best I can. You know, they're hurting, and I want to do my part. But thank you for being empathetic. You're a good person. You're a good ally to have. But have a good night. Where is? Oh, it's in the back. Mangled corpse? Oh my god. You know, I saw the mask and I was like, is that face not fully rendered? I was like, what? And then I realized, oh, it's just a mask. Where did I put the corpse? Where is the corpse right now? Excuse me? Your interdimensional item pocket? You lost a corpse? I looted a corpse. I literally picked up this corpse and is like stuffed in my pocket right now. Look, I'm gonna have to deliver a whole corpse to this poor person. Ravaged corpse. This body of a poor soul has been defiled in more ways than one. I'm handing this man a corpse. Look how small I am. Look, Alcor, maybe it walked away when it was looking at the groceries. You're a walking, talking fish. Don't be shocked at this. See? It's on the floor! It's just here! How did I carry this body? I'm like a third of its size. Yeah, it looks like I'm doing Hawk Manor next. They got the raffle prizes covering it, like it's a sensor. I'm literally as tall as this counter. Hello, sir. I am lost. Do you know where my parents are? This is my life now. Oh, I have to go back to Fredonia. Now you know how it feels. Is that Ember?
No.
Hello, Ember.
My name's Hilder.
Hello, Hilder.
Sup, Abe? It's your boy Ember Channel, coming at you with the next greatest hits.
Huh?
Dude, where's their clothes? Oh wait, Britannia.
Where are you?
I'm in Gridania.
Yeah, nice dog.
Wow, nice dog.
Bark, bark. I'm going back in my shell.
Oh, okay. Wow, wow. Hi, Hilder. Hi, Ember. I've been seeing a lot of posts on Twitter of people buying people collars on Throne, and all this barking is not. It's starting to remind me of this trend. Abe, how did you find out the rumor about you being a drug dealer? Hilder would literally tell that to me in my face. Also, when I was in college, people literally came up and asked me if I had any, and I said no.
Look, man. At least the bullying stopped.
With the pink
You went from
bugs,
getting picked on to being feared. And that's all that matters.
I did not get picked on in high school. With the pink hair
because you're a drug dealer.
That looked like ears if you squint really hard, and the big weapon, I can almost believe Ava's cosplaying as Sora. The maid dress helps too, yes. If you squint really hard, this is just a Sora cosplay.
I see you're a Sora fan.
Look how small I am compared to Ember.
Kick him.
Look at this height difference. What? Why did you slap me? I don't have the play dead emote.
Wait. Check this out.
Oh, you're a Power Ranger now. Nice. Ember's dabbing on me, guys. Ember's dabbing.
Absolutely.
Look, Ember's dabbing on me.
Absolutely destroyed. You have to restart the run now. Run's over.
I can't recover from this. Ember is dabbing on me. Wait, isn't that the Ginyu Force dance? It is a play on it, yes. It is a meme. Does it mean Ember wants to slap me if this is a Sora cosplay? Yes. Oh my god, Ember's doing what you do to me all the time, Elder.
Yeah, I taught her that.
You know, you taught her that?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
I
taught
see.
me that.
I see. Slap me a bunch and finish it off with a dab. I see how it is.
It's such a powerful move, man.
I know. Why don't you go save Ishgard, Ember? Yeah.
It can burn, it's okay.
Oh, it is chilly up there.
I don't even have the Lancer's Guild unlocked. Oops.
I mean, to be fair, it's really out the way.
Yeah, but surprisingly, I still need to go there. Ember with the drive-by dabs.
You know it.
You jumped over that person. Yeah, so like everyone has the same jump height difference, but because Lalas are so small, they literally jump their own height. They're the only race that can jump their own height. Neko, hello! Have you guys seen the Lala emotes? They're incredibly expressive.
Do to pray.
Do they pray?
Yeah.
Oh, what? They sit on the floor?
Oh, you didn't know that?
I didn't know that. I never knew. Why did the Lalas sit on the floor?
Because that's what they do.
Please smirk at us. There's your smirk. What, you never sat on the floor, Abe? But like you literally just like plant your ass on the floor to Start praying. I've never seen this emote before.
Probably because they don't have any knees.
They don't have any knees.
What else? Try blush and pose.
Oh, that's adorable. Look at that smile. Wow, look at that.
There it
Look
is,
at that.
pose.
Look at that. Captures the heart of everyone.
The face of a future mass murderer.
Yeah, and then you pull out the axe. His axe is the same height as you.
It's about as wide as your face, yeah.
Literally because you have no knees. Since you've got your new computer, you've been locked out twice, you should get an authenticator. It's just a threatening aura. Off to cause some chaos.
You know what I hope for most in 6.1?
What's that?
You have to fight the goddamn tree.
I've never encountered this tree. I think is it the physical range or the caster one?
What?
Talking about
No,
the,
I'm talking about the, what do you call it, the Gridania tree.
It's like the evil tree, right? Isn't that part of like the role quest?
Yeah, well, the thing is, the tree is never evil. It was always been like that. You probably seen it when... Actually, no, you didn't start in Gridania, so yeah, you didn't do that quest.
No, I'm not really familiar with what tree you're talking about. Oh my god, if
White
this
Mage
reset
quest.
my macro again. Oh, okay, I faintly remember the tree now. Great. If this reset my
Cran.
macros, I don't think I'm emotional. You'll be able to
Dude.
emotionally recover.
I have, like, all tanks maxed out, and I've only done 2 tanks, fucking macros and hotbars. I don't have it in me to do the rest right now. Yeah, dude, tanks.
Oh no, Cran!
And dragoons, man. I had a macro for my dragoon tever.
Cran is suffering right now. Everyone, please pray for Cran.
Dude, I don't even want to touch my casters, man, other than summoner. That shit was such a mess. That's what I'm saying. I thought this shit was stored in the cloud somewhere for Square Enix.
You have to upload it yourself to the cloud. It won't automatically upload.
But that's the thing, there's like 3 upload buttons, and I'm very sure I did all of them.
Oh boy, Hawk Manor time. How do you get there, Red Branch?
Oh,
can I join you?
Yeah, of course.
For Hawk Manor?
Wait, let me hop on.
Sure.
You need a... Ooh, you need a healer. Ooh, yikes. Do you trust me?
It's Hawk Manor. How hard is it?
This is me we're talking about here. We're healing.
Yeah, and?
Oh, yeah, Cran, it really sucks, dude. It hurts me.
Told yourself to make that .fda file right after you got done, but you're like, oh, no big deal. I just got the new computer. Oh, getting chased. Don't worry, guys. I actually picked up my job crystal this time.
Nah, get rid of it for immersion.
I thought it was funny that, UG Cat, hello! Oh my god, welcome!
Sweet.
Thank you so much for the raid. Hey everyone, how you doing? Some guy, welcome back. Danby, welcome back. Polo, welcome back. UG Cat, thank you so much for the follow. Alvin, you won? Welcome.
Makes you feel better. I've been
Welcome to the
missing my dailies,
stream.
like,
Woozy, welcome to the
very
stream.
frequently.
EO Moon, welcome to the stream. I think I recognize your name. Watt, welcome. You're definitely a first timer. I've never seen you before, Watt. Cat and Cat, welcome. Welcome everyone. Hi Bolo. Hi UG. Oh, Final Fantasy. Yes, we're playing Final Fantasy today. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll stop talking about it and just see. It's okay, Cran. We feel your pain. Damn you keep coming back. I'm so glad you keep coming back. Welcome everyone. So are we also part of this raid too? Hello everyone. Wait, where's that Watt guy? My name is Avier Red, or you can call me Ave. I'm your friendly support class streamer. Today we're having a charity for the Equality Texas Foundation, where they seek to support trans youths and their families through education, community events, and political support. We are currently playing through Final Fantasy: A Realm Reborn. We're trying to complete the entire main story in under 48 hours. I have a little under 60% of the way there, but I believe we're at the 19-hour mark. Ember is currently blocking it. Let me move you, Ember. We're currently joined by Ember, who is a vampire YouTuber, and my friend Hilder, who is a scumbag.
Friend? Hey, man. I don't think you should call me that in public. We should be like, business acquaintances.
Business acquaintances?
Yeah, you know, because you sell me weed.
No, I don't. But yes, so in addition to the charity, we're also raffling off prizes. Our current raffle prize is Yastola's Modish attire, which is a Mog Station item that includes her Heavensward and Stormblood costume, as well as her unique hairstyle. If you donate at least $5 to through Tiltify, and choose the raffle as the incentive, you'll be able to enter in. Was that the hidden prize? Brand, did you reveal the hidden prize? Was it weed? It was the hidden prize weed. It's his smile. Wow, where are the healers at? I can't believe we're stuck at Hawk Manor. Okay, but does this smile have... Why does everyone want weed? Hidden prize was the friends we made along the way. Aww.
Not you, though.
Oh.
Maybe a new business acquaintance.
Let's see. But Yuji, how was your stream? Where's it? I need to scroll back up. Where's that shout out? You were playing Genshin. Oh, it's Genshin. I thought Hilder hated sappy stuff. What is this?
Where's our tank?
I'm the tank. I'm here.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Yes, I'm still alive. I'm still awake. Just getting through some Genshin events, nothing too eventful. What's the current event right now?
Yo. 2 rabbits and 2 potatoes. Perfectly balanced, like all things should be.
Do rabbits eat potatoes?
Yes.
Oh
Yeah.
no!
I don't actually know, but they do now.
Oh god, the height differences. Bigly balanced. Why are
You
they
like
so
when you-
tall? Ember, you have a nice coat, but why are you so tall? Sounds like a hearty meal.
Did you know I flash everyone when I walk up the stairs with this outfit?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, she flashed the entire church, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn your stream NSFW.
I mean, it's already 18 plus.
Okay, then we're safe.
Yeah.
Wait, so we can curse in here?
They can curse in here.
Fuck.
That's nothing compared to what Sora says in this chat.
Shit, fuck. I'm not a curse word.
I know Sora's catchphrase.
That's Sora's catchphrase?
No, Sora's catchphrase is meow 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 fuck you.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, we're not from watching Sora.
Till they're changed forever. Oh, look at
Disclaimer.
this vocabulary. Some guy, thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub to Yuji Cat. Really appreciate it.
Oh.
Time for you to sleep. Y'all don't get into too much trouble. See you in some hours. Good night, Slab. We'll see you again soon. These are so cute. Yes, so Basil made that that scream emote. And so Basil made that scream emote. Most of my emotes were made by Alcor. Let's give Alcor a shout out for being the best emote artist. Bing Bong, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us.
I hope you could hear that.
We heard it for sure.
I can't move because of terror. Because of terror, don't wait at me.
You're scared?
Yeah. She told me I was a Discord moderator, and I kind of just, panicked. Wow, that's great. I got stuck.
Can you move? Oh no,
I
you're
hope
still
you could
here.
hear that.
Wake the fuck up, Red.
This dual wielder. You're also a dual wielder, Lefty. Oh, you added an underscore, that's why, yeah. Will the real Alcor please stand up? Can we give Ember a shout out too? Thank you for the community hydrate, Rogu. Everyone, please take a sip of water. Sora redeemed. Wake the fuck up, Red. That's the Alcor clip you've ever made.
Ember, no. Hi, Haley. Oh my god, that scared me. Waffler, that scared me. I was like,
You almost got
someone knocking
Ember's
on.
name wrong too.
Thank you, Waffler.
Let's get this door open. Jump!
My ankles.
Your ankles. You have to look up the channel to be sure. There's an underscore in Ember's name.
Yeah, it's
Do we not need the tiny
XX
key?
Ember
No,
underscore CHXX.
You had totally qualified as sword wielders. Ember Chan, fuck.
What?
That's your channel's name, right? Ember Chan, fuck.
Sora would never say that. I'm shaking and crying right now.
It's slightly wrong. You're missing one more.
Oh, is fuck supposed to be all caps?
Oh, I didn't realize it was cap sensitive, I see.
It is. Yeah, you're missing. No. You're missing one more word. My brain's not working.
What, did you turn up your tank stance there?
No, I died.
Oh, okay.
I straight up died, that's why.
I was gonna say, two can play that game, buddy.
No, I didn't turn off my tick saves, I just straight up died. I'm not gonna say whose fault it is, because I'm not a toxic gamer.
Elder.
We now know who the toxic gamer is.
You know, Ember, he wasn't trying to throw names out there, but, okay. You must have been a win, right, Ember? I didn't hear.
I what?
Some guy, thank you so much for gifting us up to Dan B. Wow, Hilder got thrown into the bus so fast, so hard.
I know. Ember's the best at bus simulator.
He got Baja blasted under the bus.
That sounds like it could be an actual rumor.
Sir M.
How do you know when you're supposed to use limit breaks?
So you're on Red Mage, right? You can just use it whenever there's a huge pull. Bro, you have leg sweep! Use a leg sweep!
I already used it. On the other guy.
Oh,
Where's your
the other
leg
guy.
sweep?
I that's why I used it. I used the low.
Wow.
Bye, Ember.
Bye, Ember.
What?
Have fun walking.
Yep, see ya.
Wait, why? I'm so confused. Huh? How come?
It's better this way.
You don't have to walk back. If you use the return action, it brings you back to the beginning of the stage.
Oh.
Yeah. They were actually going to implement a change to this dungeon to have like one of those teleport interactive portals instead of having everyone use their return ability.
Okay, but I'm lost now.
You just go up the stairs.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Look, Hilder, it's you, a succubus.
Hmm?
Oh, there's a succubus?
What do you mean? I am very say-so and pure.
Is that Mike?
Oh,
Never
there's
held a
a
hand my
bunny
entire
boy.
life. Doesn't I don't even know what a hand looks like, dude. What are you talking about?
I'm gonna take your ankles from you.
There are my legs. You want me to use feint too?
Sure. You could also destroy the void lens.
We don't do that anymore.
Grab hate. You can LP now, remember?
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's okay.
Too late.
You already grabbed it.
Wait.
We did it. Good job,
Don't
team.
forget to calm the healer.
So happy.
Why am I sparking? Paralysis? Why am I paralyzed?
Why indeed? Hey, I got the calm. Nice. Flying version of Mike Wazowski. Wow, aim for the ankles. Oh wait, you're a potato. Yes, I'm a potato now. In the pinky toes. Pump them with your football body. Like a hot potato you are. Yes, we had him change it. Go for the eyes. How do I even reach that? Also,
yeah.
Everyone back up your UI settings via launcher. Thank you, Crad, for the $5 donation. It shrank everything because of how long it is. You can barely see the other donators. Love the donation in the top right corner, that new one. How is the low camera angle? It hurts my neck. I'm sure it
What
hurts
neck?
everyone else's neck too. You can see lewd ankles better. I can see up Ember's skirt. Effortlessly.
What? But my skirt touches the ground.
Some guy, best guy. Oh my god, thanks for the gift sub. Yes, appreciate you gifting the gift subs. Everyone can enjoy Alcor's lovely emotes. Wink wonk. Lafty wink wonk, life is complete. Who do we talk to? Urzadel? Is he in? Oh, he's in Britannia. Now you need a wink wonk with context. Lafty, are you gonna make wink wonk like your Twitch alert? When someone follows, you're just gonna go wink wonk. What's this guy? Oh, I should have taken the teleporter to the Lancers Guild. Wait, that's an excellent idea. Do it, Lefty. Wink wong. I don't know why all this is happening. You're just gonna do a fresh install? That's unfortunate. I'm sorry, dude. I don't... Wait, Lefty can't hear any of us. She's kind of just chilling. Oh, hey there, Ember. You beat me to it. Wow, look at those ankles.
No, it's more than ankles if I climb up.
Hey, you should talk to the NPC over there, Ember. Severant.
Severant?
Severant.
What?
This guy right here. He's a nice guy. He'll talk to you.
Oh. Wait, but he's not nice. He's not nice. He told me to go back where I came from. He's so rude. He said commoners aren't allowed here, and that means you.
What a kind guy. Gave me directions where to go.
Yeah.
Even told me where I should stick my weapon, too. What a great fellow.
Oh, guess what, guys?
What?
I have to return to the Waking Sands.
Nice. Gotta do
Damn,
that.
I can't
50
trade
more
cancel
times.
that?
Oh, I'm sure you can.
Why can't we train into that?
Yeah, I guess it's because it's not a conventional teleport.
Oh.
Like, you're not teleporting to an aetherite ring. That'd be like if you could use the Eternal Ring to chain teleports to your spouse.
Oh.
I think it's funny how bad my gear is despite my level. I'm 37 already and still doing like level... I just did the 28 dungeon. Well, you haven't had time to mess with the sound alerts, I think, but I will need to. Some guy... What? You like Wink Wonk and what? Screams like Shia? Nah, I'm not reactive. It would be funny. It'll be plenty funny, Lefty. 2 of La Habrea's minions? Oh no.
Hey, Amber, you want to see my dog do a trick?
Hey.
Oh, I can't do it here.
Oh no.
I was gonna show Ember Bahamut.
Oh, it's because you don't have like a target or something?
Yeah. I forgot it's no longer you just hit a button.
Gonna eat this bread.
Is it
throw
Laha
it at
bread? Is it Laha bread?
Yes.
It's Laha bread. How do I tag someone in this post? Oh, it's not a picture, so I can't. That's okay. What is this? What did I catch up on? Wait, Avior Red, does it count if I just do it yourself? Me, yes? Why not? Oh, trust me, Lafty, the sound alerts will scare the shit out of you. I'm not very reactive to, and they startle you often. I'm not talking about, like, the sound alerts. I just mean, like, when someone follows you, you can say wink wonk or booby woobies. You know, your trademarks.
Your catchphrase.
Your catchphrase. Not that Lafty can hear me anyways. I hate to ask this, and if you were just going push read, if you download Final Fantasy XIV via Steam and Steam backs up files, will I not lose my UI settings? I believe it will. Steam doesn't back up the game client. It backs up like the files that tells it that Final Fantasy exists.
It does not back up UI settings.
Because Steam doesn't like host the Final Fantasy servers. It hosts the like pretty much just the client, the launcher. You can kind of get the idea of it. If like you install Final Fantasy through Steam, it takes like 15 minutes, right? Maybe less, because it only installs like 100 megabytes of data. and then you understand that the rest of Final Fantasy, like the other 80 gigs, comes from when you actually install and launch the launcher. Is my understanding of it. I haven't installed Final Fantasy in a long time, so I'm not 100% sure. Just noticed you're pretty close to the goal. This is our second stretch goal. Our main goal was at $1,000, and we hit that already. We hit that yesterday, on Friday, either Friday or early Saturday morning. And I was really happy about that. And then we hit our first stretch goal earlier today around noontime, and now we're close to hitting the final stretch goal. Let's see. But yes, thank you, Suku. We're close. You do, it just happened to me. You have to had backed up your UI settings prior, even the font settings to the font. Then you had that backed up in your G drive when Quonk. You had to. That was an easy one, Quonk. Those started me occasionally too. You won't recover from this, it really hurts. Lafty, just be yourself. You like the vibes you have on your stream. Don't force reaction just because you think it's what people want. Watch because you're a friend, and I like you how you are, especially the Quonks. That's very sweet of you, son guy. We all love Lafty here. Lafty's a good friend.
We stand Lafty in this chat.
We stand Lafty in this chat.
That includes you, Lafty. If you talk bad about yourself, we're gonna have to kick your ass. I don't make the rules. It's just how.
Me shark, me bite, me does a chomp. Yes, we stand Lafty.
We stand the shark.
We stand Lafty in this chat. This is a Lafty standing chat. Exactly.
The Maelstrom.
Oh, dude, this cutscene. I'll see you in 40 minutes.
Oh, is this one 40 minutes?
Nah, it's like maybe 20.
This is when I do Titan, right?
Yes.
Or I just want to lay down.
You think so,
It has more to do with their findings, which portend a peril far greater
Guess what,
than any
Lafty?
beast
Same.
tribe. What
Hecking
sort
same.
of peril?
Oh, dude, too easy.
Ayo, wake the fuck up.
Tribe of kobolds.
Okay,
Just extend your mouse and keyboard to your mattress and
You kind of like
watch the
Human's
gameplay
hair.
for your stream.
Minfilia's hair is actually purchasable on the Mog Station.
Our task will be to slay the primal. The Maelstrom have sworn support for the endeavor. They are no strangers to the
Yeah.
havoc kobolds can wreak.
You can't hit reply on mobile.
Years before the Grand Company's reformation, two primals, Leviathan and Titan, chanced to converge upon the sea wall, wreaking untold devastation. There, by the grace of the Navigator, were the mercenaries Merlvip hired able to fend them off. Yet it did not take long for the beast tribes to regroup, and they summoned their primals once more.
Thankfully, their second coming was decidedly short-lived, but that is beside the point. So long as tormented souls will them to exist, the realm will never be rid of primals.
The Maelstrom has kept a watchful eye upon the beast tribes,
Vel,
and the
you're
kobolds in
alive.
particular, ever since. Which brings us to the matter at
Vel,
hand.
where
Unlike
Lafty stands
Ifrit,
now in this
We know
chat.
scarcely anything of Titan. Unfortunately, the only force known to have bested him, the modestly named Company of Heroes, disbanded 5
Is
years
Bell
since,
9 the
and
upgraded
mercenaries
version
are not
of Bell
in the
O?
habit of keeping chronicles.
Is it a UI update?
Expect the worst.
Might be an OS update.
The Maelstrom's help is of
voice
course
isn't Eve.
appreciated, but even if we had their whole
Oh, sorry.
armada
Hi,
at
it's
our disposal,
me,
we could still
Ember.
find ourselves
Ember
outmatched.
_CH.
A pity the kobolds lack
You
the
left
gentle
out 2
sensibilities
words.
of the sylphs. A peaceful resolution would be
Alright,
more than
Ember
welcome.
_CH. Fuck.
The echo will not avail you this time, I fear. If you are to survive, your steel must needs speak for you. No one would think you a coward were you to
Guys,
decline.
I'm Hilder, and I'm a scumbag.
So you will accept?
I can respect that.
That's
Thank
valid.
We can't very well send her to Limsa Lominsa without Yastola, can we, Minfilia?
May I ask that of you, Yashtola?
I never thought it in question.
My cat wife.
Ever reliable. Very well. We will spare no
Estella,
effort
come
to
with
win
me,
victory.
please. My cat wife.
You may count on the full support of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
The people's wife.
And all not afield will aid the fight from afar. Thancred, Ida, go to the Grand Companies, tell them of our plight and solicit their support. Urianger, send word to the students of Baldessian, and Alfino if you would. Papalimo, compile all the information we have on Titan, little though it may be. You will be apprised of the tactical situation when you reach the Sailor's Ward. Provision yourself for the journey. May you walk in the light of the crystal.
Look at that face, dude. I think I sent you that screenshot before.
Which face? The one of Y'shtola?
Yeah, look at that quest window. She looks so smug.
This is when we're going to fight Titan, but there's like so many main story quests before it. You have to like... Oh no, actually, maybe they got rid of it, but I remember there was a time when you have to like recruit all the company of heroes.
Now you still gotta do that.
Oh no. They sent you
Yeah,
like,
no.
to like Costa del Sol and then Wineport and like the cat people in Ul'dah.
Yep. Because I just did it myself like a month ago.
Kali, thank you for the community hydrate and the posture check. Everyone, please take a sip of water and check your posture.
Let's see. Water's empty. My posture is terrible.
Does Baja Blast count? How are you faring, Abe? I'm doing alright. I'm a little sleepy. I probably should take a break soon, but I'm holding it in. TP together and crack together. Laugh, do you want to do crack together? Yo, why didn't you say so? Random blocks. Bend together. Blocking takes at least 3 clicks. I swear I didn't do it. Are you drinking water or Baja Blast me? At this point, I'd change your password out of sheer paranoia. Let's crack open a cold one. We do crack together, Avery Red 2022. Crack open a can of sparkling water. I only have bottles. Next thing I know, Abe's gonna have me blocked. If it happens, I'm sorry, but it's out of my control. Cracks open an egg. Ah, protein. Sora gets blocked for swearing in my channel. This is a family-friendly stream, Sora. Y'shtola's kind of talking back against Merlwyb right now because The story behind Limsa Lominsa is that basically this island was inhabited initially by the kobolds and the Sahagin, which are two different beast tribes. And the more human people, so the people of Limsa Lominsa came here as refugees from the mainland of Eorzea and essentially took control of the island. They completely wiped out a huge portion of the Sahagin living here and the kobold natives in order to create this city of Limsa and also occupy the surrounding fertile farmlands. And as a result, Sahagin and the kobolds have huge animosity towards the people of Limsa. To the point where they're now attempting to summon their primals, which are basically their manifestations of their gods. So in this case, we're about to fight Titan, which the kobolds believe in, and also Leviathan, the Sahagin believe in. And Y'shtola is like, the only reason why they're doing it is because you guys are responsible for pushing them to this, into this conflict. And that's kind of Y'shtola's stance as a scion for a majority of the game, where she kind of has a different perspective where like the scion's goal is basically to protect the realm, and that includes dispelling any primal threats. But then Y'shtola is like taking a step back and kind of questioning why are these primals being summoned in the first place, and it's because the beast tribes see us as the threats.
Colonialism 101.
Wait, oh, I can go south from Costa del Sol, I think.
That's so weird. I think your yes and no is like flipped on my screen.
My yes and no? What's that mean?
Yeah, when you press teleport, the yes and no buttons, I see where you're clicking, and I think that's where my no button would be normally.
Interesting. I didn't realize that.
Yeah. Alright. I'm calling it.
Alright. Yeah, it's pretty late.
Bye.
See ya. Have a good night.
Bye, guys. One last swear word. Fuck nuts. Good night.
Good
Oh,
night.
okay. Bye.
Bye, Ember.
Oh. Bye.
What do you mean? You're Hilder.
Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Do you need to go to bed too, Hilder? You seem a little tired.
No, I'm fine. I'm just, on drugs.
Where did you get drugs?
You.
What? I didn't hand out any drugs. I'm no drug dealer. What is this? What's like yet? I like that this guy is in his underwear and he has leopard print armor.
It's this guy.
he back behind Wendy's slinging bags. Ember, didn't you used to wear armor like this? Running around
No.
as a cat boy in your underwear and your bare-chested leopard print suit?
I don't think I had a leopard print.
But it was bare-chested.
It was pretty exposed, but that was only for like 10 seconds, so I could take a picture and then I switched back to my normal gear.
Rats!
Eat them. Okay, right now I'm fully clothed, but it is still a scandalous outfit because when there's stairs, you see all of my legs, and I mean all, all the way up to the underwear.
I would like to report that Donnie is calling Hunbun you fuck as they play Lost Ark together. What the heck? What is going on? Tell Hunbun to give him nacho fries. Ember, why are you so scandalous?
I can't help it. It's just how bunny boys are.
Wait, tell him that too, you fuck. Toodle, hello! Welcome to the stream, thank you so much for the follow. Is Toodle, correct? Am I saying your name correctly? Alcor says, fuck what, he asks. You! Alcor swearing feels unfazed. Welcome, Naruhodo. I think it's because Donnie already is aware of Alcor's swearing habits. Time for a little 30 seconds.
more?
What's up?
Alcor or Sora?
Who is what?
Who swears more?
That's a good question. I feel like Alcor swore more in college, but Sora keeps it hidden. Very sneaky. Make it a poll. Alright, there's your poll. You know how some people are cute and call each other baby and other cute nicknames like that? Well, for me, that cute nickname is bitch. Okay. Oops, Alcor. Oof. Toodle, welcome. Yes, you came in from, one of the raids, I presume. Oh, and you have one of my emotes. Interesting. Did I put this emote in? Oh, I did put this. Oh no, it's a follower emote. I don't even know who swears more. Alcor, are you going to vote for yourself?
Ayo, Red?
No, you voted for Sora.
Ayo, wake the fuck up, Red.
Alright, so the 1-to-1. This guy has a chocobo tattoo on his face.
Yeah.
That's pretty middle. It's a prison tattoo. I will concede that Sora is more say-so on her streams than you are on yours. Oh, I have to leave the party, guys.
Oh. Goodbye.
Ava's the bad influence? But Abe clearly brings up the worst and best of us. Alcor, I don't hear you swearing your streams, just IRL. Yeah, Abe is the bad influence.
It brings out the worst of us.
I'm not a bad influence. I'm an enabler. There's a difference.
There's no difference.
Oh hey, you're tiny now. Yes, I am. This guy's cheating.
Oh, what?
He's trying to hurt me. We're all say so except for Eve. What do you mean? What do you mean I'm not say so? It's a Sora cosplay apparently. It's like the Benjamin button. Yes, I went from large to small. Moderator view gives me flashbacks of Help Desk. Are you hitting rocks? Yes, I'm hitting rocks. Was rock glittering or was that Abe? It was the rock. I'm not very shiny. Yeah, Abe, the only unsay-so things right here are fuck and tits. Maybe bitches.
What?
What? Huh? Yeah? What? I didn't say anything.
What?
Balls and people. What? Do you know?
PayPal?
See, Abe is the bad influence. PP stands for PayPal. Wow, Alcor's winning. Alcor swears more. 7-4. I don't know if I want to win this. Wow, Alcor, congrats! You want some nacho fries? Don't need to hand them the fuck over. What do you mean, Sora? They're called nacho fries. They don't belong to Alcor. You win the Alcor, you get a medal now. Swear like a sailor is a thing. I guess swearing like a tuna is the next level, not yo fry. Yes, yes, sorry, that was the joke. I'm sorry for making a terrible joke.
Yeah, but Alcor is a space tuna, so that means their swearing is out of this world.
Wow, that was a good one. I like that. Okay, time to get the bats out. Finger guns. What? You have some competition. Wink wong.
Wonk wonk. How long do you think it'll take you to reach the movie dungeons?
Quite a bit, I think. Probably not until tomorrow. Because that's a good question. I'm level 30 right now. The movie dungeon's at level 50. It really depends on how quickly I can get through these. This annoying part. Because after this dungeon is... So after this is Titan, and then a little bit more brings me to Garuda. And after Garuda's about level 40 something. And that'll put me at closer to level 50. It's like 45% of the way. I'm gonna try it right now. It's 47%. Nearly halfway there, guys.
Almost. But not quite.
Good night, Lefty. Is Lefty really sleeping? I don't know. Maybe.
Ayo, wake the fuck up, Red.
I'm awake. I'm awake.
Ayo, Red?
Oh, I didn't realize.
Fuck to bed.
I got a little shocked here. You know that disgusting clip, you need to fix that? Never rolled the Alcor clip? Hey Miku! Welcome back! Just that dumb behemoth clip. Oh, did I miss who won the raffle prize? I haven't rolled it yet. I should probably roll it in the next like 15 minutes. But it seems like there's only like 2 contestants. So, just came by to say good sleep to y'all. Gotta go job tomorrow. Have a good night, Miku. But yeah, I'll be rolling. I guess I'll go spin the wheel in like 17 minutes. So if anyone wants to get their last $5 donations in order to get the Ystolas Watchtower, you can. Good night, Lefty. Yeah, Lefty is a shark. She swims home. There we go. Oh, Camp Tranquil. Exciting. How do we get out of here? Aim for the ankles. You mean like Ben's Balco things. Eat the bed before they can kick you out. If you can't have it, nobody can.
You eat the bed, then you can't sleep ever.
But that's only if they try to kick Lefty out of bed.
Think it'd be funny if your cloud mount, it looks like it's leaving trails, which means it's like breaking off. You're limited by time for how long you can be on the cloud mount. It just slowly gets smaller as you go.
Mm-hmm. It's okay, I'm already small. I have plenty of time. Are you gonna get Kirby, Ember?
I don't know. I've never played any Kirby games before.
Would be a good opportunity.
But I have such a huge backlog.
That's true. Me too. I thought about it.
Are you gonna get it?
I mean, I just got Final Fantasy VI. I'm still debating whether or not I should do Stranger of Paradise, and then I got roped into playing Monster Hunter Rise. So I have a lot to do now.
Velo has a strong obsession with Kirby.
Yes. We're waiting for Vela to stream Kirby for us.
Kirby.
Welcome to the hunt, Dave. Thank you. It's been a while since Monster Hunter World. I tried playing Monster Hunter Rise a little bit ago, but I was struggling because I was still used to the Elden Ring controls. So I told myself that I definitely had to finish Elden Ring before I started playing Monster Hunter, or else I'd get screwed up. Before I go, how far have you gotten in Elden? I have completed all of Caelid and all of Liurnia, so I've just started making progress into Altus Plateau. I just killed a mother and it's stealing her egg. This is Monster Hunter. I'm playing Monster Hunter right now. That was you, Legends Arceus, and Monster Hunter Rise kept pressing the wrong sprint button. Nice, no, not Turtle. Wow, Monster Hunter, isn't that like Monster Stories? Kill the parents, steal the egg.
I think I pressed the wrong button.
Happened.
I accidentally pressed just donate instead of next. So
okay. I can
I
still
don't think I'm...
I can still include you in, don't worry. Don't worry. I got you. Wow, this teleport cost me $420. Nice. Back up your UI settings via the launcher. Whoops. That's Cran. Cran's settings got wiped, so now he has to reset his hotbars and his macro for all of his characters. And in Final Fantasy, that's a lot of that's a lot of classes to reset.
Sounds like a pain.
Yeah, it is. That's why he was molding earlier. He was not having a good time. Hope you wake up to 1500. That would be exciting. 10 more minutes on the raffle. Pour one out for our fallen comrade. Remember, you can, even if you don't play Final Fantasy, you could always give it to someone who does. It makes a nice gift. It's just a digital code, so it's easy to just hand to someone else. What's the next one? You might stay for that? I haven't decided whether to do another time card or Emmerich's. or it depending on if everyone's going to bed, I usually do Fantasia rewards as like, because it's like low activity. What was that? I've never heard of that. It depends. Are you guys planning on staying up with me for a bit longer? You want Ave karaoke? We're so close. I believe we can do it. We still have 18 hours of this charity. Like, I'm pretty sure we're going to make it.
So, what made you decide to do a 48-hour stream?
Because I knew that this run was going to take a long time, but I only have the weekend to do it because I don't have vacation time. I knew it could only be done on the weekend. So I gave myself 48 hours. Wow, this material sucks.
Abe, did you know Rune Factory 5 has a hard mode setting?
I didn't. What's in it?
I don't know.
Are you telling me you didn't pick hard mode?
I picked normal mode because I'm a normie.
Oh.
I'm not a masochist.
I see, that makes sense. You see.
Unlike you.
So Ave, is there Iron Man rules in this? No, otherwise I would have ended it a long time ago. Let's take a nap. You'll be here for a bit. Cool. Only 100 because Abe does everything in hard mode. AR ended up longer than expected, yes. So I guess I can kind of describe the way Makote clans work traditionally. Ember streams for 48 hours, but 20 of those hours is sleep. Hee. What was I saying? Right. So the lore for Makotes is that Makote clans are predominantly female. It is much more common to have a female be born compared to a male Makote. Male Makotes are also extremely rare. But at the same time, Makote clans are patriarchal, and typically they'll have. You can see the screen now. Every single Makote in this village is a female. You have the villagers. You have the villagers in their clan head, which is the single male in their whole clan. So, you have the clan chief who is who breeds with all of the cat girls in this village. Yes. Okay. A good sleep to not sleep ratio, sleep streams to go. I was about to ask, I thought they would be a matriarchal society. The remaining 1 hour of content is dispersed between 48 hours. Were those dead dinosaurs on the floor? Yes, these are called biasts. No, they're just like sleeping, just like your camellias. But yeah, that is the lore behind Makotes and why they're predominantly female. It's because males are rare and usually there's only one per village, or one per clan rather. Did I tune to this yet? I didn't. I keep leaving before tuning. Now they're called food. Yum, dinosaur. Yeah, but now there's giant worms. Oh my god, this place hurts my eyes. It's like, it's so bright because of the sand. you guys are watching this in a well-lit room because it suddenly got really bright here. You giant worms, you don't like giant worms? Sand, I hate sand. You know who else hates sand? It's
Sand.
rough and cold. Bella also hates sand. Ahaha, thank you. But it exfoliates. Hate sand? What? Sand feel really good on high callous feet. Your eyes? Yeah, sorry, Sora. Hates and what? Guys, it's Basil! It's Basil! Guys, we found Basil! It's Guy Basil!
Where's girl Basil?
Where's girl Basil? He's back again, Alcor collabing with Ave. Quick, put him in a stew. His name was Guy Basil. He's back. Yep, amazing. We just saw a ghost. Another village again. This game also has cat girls taking a bath. I don't know where they're located though. Oh, here they are. We are very cleanly people. Return home sticky with sweat, sand, and blood of the prey. These springs will see it all washed away. I thought there was more. I don't remember though. Well, hello there. Oh, I'm killing these anglerfish. These are some weird looking anglerfish. Anglerfish don't have the eyeballs or the little stringy thing. Alright, I think it's time to do the raffle. as I kill this thing.
That
Hey, look, it's
looks
Basil
disgusting.
again. Guys, we found Basil.
Why is the worm so wrinkly?
I don't know. Is this your job quest? This is MSQ. You don't remember it all. This is Titan. We're trying to convince the company of heroes to let us fight Titans. And it basically involves a ton of odd jobs, unfortunately. Here's some worm meat. And we deliver him some wine. I should go take a small break soon. Let's see. Let's turn in this quest, do the wheel, and then I'll take a small break. Nap soon? Not quite ready for a nap. At least not while everyone's still awake. The things we do for cheese.
Eat more spicy noodles.
I don't want to do that. I feel like that would just upset my stomach more. 49%. Excellent. Okay. Let's pull out that wheel. That's not the right one.
Yeah, cheese and egg and the noodles. And then add it to the pizza and then blend it.
I still have my Taco Bell to go through too.
Oh, you can top the pizza off with some Taco Bell too.
Pulls the wheel, pulls up model. I'm pressing the wrong buttons, I'm sorry. I believe we only have like 3 contestants for this one. But let me check real quick, just to make sure. Yep. It seems like that is the case. Spin time.
Spin to win.
You think you're gonna win again, Ember?
No.
No, not this time. You guys ready? Want to tell me when to start, Ember?
3, 2, 1, spin.
Ember, if you win now, all your luck is gone.
Oh. Oh.
Oh no! Ember!
Wait.
Ember, you won again!
Wait, what? What? That did not look like it would be me. that woke me up.
Congrats.
No,
Congrats,
see,
Amber.
my actual goal is to try and win the Americ outfit, but
Oh.
Okay. This
You want me
I
to do,
feel
you want me to do the Emmerich one next?
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I know Miku also wants the Emmerich one. What did Ember win? Ember won Yastola's modish attire. I'll make it bigger so everyone can see. Ember also won a 60-day time card.
You are fueling my gotcha needs. It's not an addiction. I'm not addicted. Yeah.
Alright, next one is Emmerich's. By popular demand. This is what Emmerich's looks like. This shiny armor and the haircut is included in this.
Yeah, I want to win this one.
Alright, I'll put your name on the spreadsheet and we'll get you that at the end of the charity. And I'll update Tiltify now to be the Emmerich raffle. So, feel free. When are you doing the raffle for that one? Maybe in 6 hours.
6 a.m. Okay.
Something like that. Whenever I feel like it. I'll throw in a Fantasia. How's that? You will win Emmerich's armor and a Fantasia for this one. I gotta unload these prizes. I have too many now. I'm running out of time to do these raffles. Because after this, I still have a time card and like 3 bottles of Fantasia. What is a Fantasia? A Fantasia is the item you use to change your race and appearance. What I sprinkled all over my naked bunny boy in order to turn into this Lala. You have to undress, pour a bottle all over yourself, and then you turn into a potato.
Yeah.
It's just science.
If you want to change how you look, you gotta get naked first.
Ember, were you there when we took the picture of my bunny boy in the loading screen?
I'm pretty sure I was streaming at that time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can.
But I saw the picture, you had it on Twitter.
Yeah, so it was that one, yes. That convenient, that convenient censorship.
It's Fina.
Hey, Fina. It seemed to have turned into a sense of art in your case, yeah? Well, yes, that's true. Good night, Miku. I see. I'm enlightened now. Are we at Titan? We're almost at Titan. We just did a quick, raffle, and Ember won again. Ember won the Yastola's modish attire. Now we're raffling off Emmerich's armor. Wait, is that 17 hours later? What do you mean? For the stream? 17 hours left. I'm gonna take a quick break. I need to clean up some stuff off my desk. Like this empty carton of Baja Blast. So, I'll be back in a few minutes. Everyone treat Ember kindly.
Okay, it's my stream now. Everyone, please think of something embarrassing for Abe to do. What? Hi, Fina. What's up? What's up? Tell him to go up to a real dealer? Oh no. What if he gets mugged? Also, he can walk it off. Oh, you know what? You're right. And, since this is America, hospital bills are gonna be crazy, so you might as well just walk it off. Aim for the ankles. Okay. Yeah. If he gets mugged, he should just bite their ankles. He has years of experience with video games. You're right. He'll be fine. Yeah, I believe that. It will be fine. He can just duck and roll and heal himself. Stop, drop, and roll. Yeah. You redeemed the Tia's left. Okay. Ha 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 ha. There you go. So for this podcast, let's talk about our favorite cup noodles or instant noodles. Or the noodles that you have to cook for 3 minutes in a pot. Mama Hong, that's pretty good. My favorite is actually the spicy noodles. I like to eat the spicy noodles. It has a good texture. Indomie Migo then. Oh, that one's pretty good too. The noodle texture is nice. Yeah. And actually, recently I've been seeing just the sauce in a bottle for the spicy noodles. They're selling it. And so you can add it to whatever you want. I haven't gotten it because I don't actually know what I would do with the sauce. But maybe I should buy some. Chug it? Oh, wait, Alcor, you're wild. Chugging hot sauce. I might actually die. Chug. Chug, chug. Then perish? Oh, okay. I guess I'll perish. Are vampires weak to hot sauce? No. What am I chugging? Hot sauce. Hot sauce. The Korean spicy noodle hot sauce. I'll do it for 50 bucks. I'm kidding. I don't think so. Hot pot Juan, yes. That is a good question. Hot pot Juan. Let's get hot pot at the hottest day of summer. It'll be fine. What are my favorite hot pot ingredients? I like daikon. Are we the hot pot? Yes. Yes. As long as we get cold drinks after. Okay. Because you're hot. The heat from the outside and the heat from the soup will cancel each other out. Exactly! Two negatives make a positive, right? So, you have a negative experience from the heat on the outside and the negative experience of eating the hot soup on the hot day. That means you have a great time. That is basic math. Exactly. So, if you go get ice cream or a cold drink after, you'll still have a positive experience, but you have to cancel out the negatives first with two negatives. That's the only way it works. That just means we'll be cool. Yeah. Okay, for this next portion of the stream, we're gonna talk about gacha games. So gacha games. Genshin has the worst rates ever. I hate the rates on Genshin, but the Grand Blue Fantasy, they have the best rates I have ever seen, and they double it like every once a month. They double it. Bless Grand Blue. And they also give you a roulette to spin every once in a while. When there's a special event happening, like their anniversary, they give you a roulette and it determines how many free draws you get. And right now is Grand Blue's anniversary, so there's been a roulette. And I have gotten 100 rolls on the roulette twice already. And I'm just like, this is amazing. I love side games, yes. Gacha game tier list? Well, so any game that only has female characters, that's an automatic F on my list. I only play for husbandos. Oh, is Abe alive? He's
Hello.
winking. Hello.
Here.
I gave some math lessons.
Ooh.
And gacha lessons.
Is it like the statistics of getting your husbando in gacha games?
No, it was just basic math.
I'm seeing Free Spark in the chat. Let's see. I'm gonna catch up. Feel free to keep talking about your side games addiction.
What? I don't have an addiction.
Ember podcast. Tell him to go up to a real dealer. He can walk up. Mug him but back but harder. Yeah, Abe that's your point. He has years of experience in video games. He'll be fine. Is this a question with me? What was this about?
So, Abe, we're talking about when you get mugged and like they attack you.
Yes.
You can just walk it off because hospital bills are too much and you're a healer, so you can heal yourself.
I suppose so. Generally,
Yes.
I need someone else to heal me if I get KO'd, though.
But you're not gonna get KO'd because you have the years of video game experience.
Ah, I see. Of course, that would save me.
Yes,
Speak
and
QTE
then
for Abe. Fina, I'm awful at QTEs. Like,
what is QT?
It stands for Quick Time Event.
Oh, okay.
I'm absolutely awful at them. Can't do them. I always press the wrong keys. Oh my god, this bird just fell from the sky. Ember, I redeemed Titus Laugh, please think. Wow, A can do the Titus Laugh too. Ah ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Thank you. Mama Hog, Indomie Garang. Greatest creation of mankind is Indomie. Well, the noodle texture is nice, you're gonna buy some. I'm still trying to figure out the best way to cook Indomie. I don't have it too often, but I feel like it's too clumpy when I make it. I want it to be more of like a drier, fried noodle kind of texture, rather than like a clumpy, sort of wet pile of pasta. Chug, chug, chug. Are we supposed to hydrate? I missed the hydrate. You can hydrate.
Oh no, we're talking about you're gonna go get the fire noodle sauce in a bottle and you're gonna chug.
No! Why would I do that? That sounds awful. Are vampires weak to hot sauce? Did you answer that question?
I am not weak to hot sauce.
Oh, okay. Oh wait, I'm not ready for Titan. We still have to do Brave Flocks.
What's that one again?
It's the one with the gobbies. The level 34 dungeon or something. Pina wants food now. You should go eat, Pina. Goodbye forever hot pot wine. Oh yeah, let's go get hot. Ember, what are your favorite hot pot ingredients? I like a ton of meat, and taro is probably one of my favorite things to add.
What's a good food to eat at midnight? Cup noodles. Yeah,
Cup
go
noodles?
get some cup noodles, Fina.
I suppose cup noodles. It's not good for you, but it's easy to make, and yeah, I guess that's the only reason. Yes, because y'all are hot. Pina thinks we're hot. Yes, from the heat outside and the heat from the soup will cancel each other out. Ember Tensei. Yes, basic math. Oh, that's the math lessons you're talking about. I see.
Yeah. Yeah,
Sorry,
so if you
talking
have if you have two negative experiences, it cancels each other out.
Oh, I see.
And then it transforms into a positive experience.
So what if we just kept bullying you? Would it be a positive experience eventually?
No, it has to be two different types of negative things.
I see. We'll keep that in mind for next time.
No.
Everyone's like, Grand Blue Fantasy is the best gacha game in existence.
It has the best rates.
Are you gonna do a tier list? Even just fight or flight mode. Okay, Abe, walk up to a dealer and then do the Titus laugh. It's for charity, Abe. You can do Brave Blocks real quick so you have unlocked. It's 12. If you have con in 2 months, it's true. Bless. 6%, God bless.
Yeah, so Grand Blue's normal rates are 3%, but is it once or twice a month? It runs a special banner, and that banner is 6% rate for SSRs.
Oh. That is very generous. You have to beat the giant sandworm located in the Sangoli Desert. Can't make this stuff up. Like Fest?
Yeah, it's
a
Grand
legend
Blue
festival.
term.
Legendary festival.
Yeah. So Grand Blue is great because not only does it have waifus, but it has top tier husbando characters.
Oh, see.
But also, if you start Grand Blue, welcome to hell.
What does that mean? Do we have
It's-
context?
It's hell. Who's my favorite? So, my favorite is actually 3 characters, and they all look the same. But they are 3 separate characters, and they have 3 different personalities. Yeah. The character's basically God.
God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit.
Am I allowed to post the link in here?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
You've got your dual wielding sword user. Of course you can post links.
Okay, so here is an image, or one image actually. That's one of them. That's a small image. Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay. Let me find. Oh yeah, you guys want the Grand Blue Lucifer lore?
Oh wait, I need to go back to Curious George.
The Lucifer. Okay. So basically, there's a guy who's basically God, and his name is Lucio. His real name is actually a lot longer than that, but he goes by Lucio now. And he's God, and he decided to create this one. He cloned himself, kind of. And he watches the clone grow, and the clone is going by the name Lucilius, and Lucilius is a researcher, and he one day gets curious and decides to clone himself. And he creates Lucifer, which is a primal beast that looks like him. And this primal beast is a supreme primarch that is in charge of all the archangels, and yeah, archangel. One day, Lucilius's head gets cut off or something. He loses his body and he's kind of in a sleep state. And then there's Belial and Beelzebub, and they basically overthrow Lucifer, and then they chop off Lucifer's head and attach Lucilius's head to Lucifer, and Lucilius wakes up and starts wreaking havoc, and Lucifer is just dead.
Oh boy, he Lucio'd his head. Boy.
Yeah, so now there's only 2 of them that look the same that exist in the world. And Lucio, the god, he descends down to Earth and becomes a himbo.
As they all do.
Yep.
Where do you go? Alright, I need to go to... should I go to one port? I'm gonna look right after. Donnie's like, what the fuck is a himbo? I told him he'd be a himbo if he was attractive. Oh no! Rest in peace, Donnie. Yikes. Is Fina waiting in the waiting room? Going to bed.
I don't see Fina in the waiting room.
Alright, I got Brave blocks unlocked. On your way. Fina, did you know? AB bought me Taco Bell. I'm currently eating that right now. I still have half the pizza behind me. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with all this food.
So then tomorrow we get you Donald's, right?
50 chicken
We
nuggets.
get you 100 nuggets.
I'm gonna get murdered by those nuggets. I'll literally pass out and die.
100 nuggets. All for you.
Jollibee doesn't exist on this side of the country.
Oh, I still need to try Jollibee.
They send it in from the West Coast.
Overnight shipping. It'll probably be fine.
I don't know about that.
Wah.
Wah.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Fina. Welcome back.
Hey. I'm gonna assume that I am healer.
Sure.
You tell me. What the?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well,
Play healer.
we all know I'm not gonna be healing anyone.
Okay.
I'm currently
okay.
eating.
I just wanna check.
It's like a chicken quesadilla. I haven't ordered from Taco Bell in like since high school.
Okay, yeah, wait, I heard you say something as I was going to get my water. You said something about Taco Bell?
AB ordered
and you
me
called
Taco
my name.
Bell. AB
Aww.
ordered me Taco Bell. I still have half the
Job,
pizza behind
AB.
me.
Good job, AB. You gotta make sure you have enough fuel. Hello?
I have more than I have too much now. There's so much food I have to go through.
Hello, friends. It's okay. That's good? Question mark?
Question mark?
Oh yeah. You know,
Yeah.
also on the topic of Grand Blue, my wallpaper on my phone is Lucilius.
What's the phone cover of?
What's
Tartaglia.
what's your lock screen then? Yeah.
My lock screen is Tartaglia.
Oh
Child.
my god.
Hello.
Hi. Okay. You know what to do.
Everything.
No.
I hate the monkeys because they have ranged attacks.
Well, if we die, we can blame it on Ember.
What? No, we blame it on Hilder.
You're just literally not even in. Oh, okay, hold on.
That's exactly why.
Bye.
Okay, I'm awake now.
You're awake now? No.
Yeah.
Well, Samari
Wait,
is no
there's
longer
them?
awake.
Oh no! Oh no, help me! Oh God! I'm bringing them to you!
I ain't touching that.
What do you mean you're the tank? Help! Woo!
Oh, it's Ed Sheeran?
Hey, I have 2,000 mana.
Yeah, it's more than enough.
You know Kier is like 400, right?
Yeah, that's 5 cheers. I don't need more than that. See, you still have 2,000 mana. You haven't dropped at all.
Yeah, because I popped Lucid.
Then you're fine. Nothing to worry about. You had Lucid. That's like free mana.
Alright, round 2.
There's only 3 enemies left.
Round 2.
Let's go!
Oh my god, this sucks. I don't even have a regen.
I know, right?
This place sucks, actually.
Oh, Tartaglia is Ed Sheeran. Yeah, you're right.
How dare you? Don't call him Ed Sheeran. How
He is
dare
Ed
you?
Sheeran. What do you mean?
He is Ed
How
Sheeran.
dare you? How dare all of you? I hate this.
What do you have against Ed Sheeran?
Nothing, but no, don't. No.
She thinks
No.
she thinks Ed Sheeran is too good for her.
No.
Same person, same level of like
No. No.
psychopathy, everything.
No. No, I'm leaving. I'm gonna quit this raid. This dungeon, whatever this is. I don't know where I am.
Okay, neither do I. Why do you have so much? What the?
What, the poison stacks?
Yeah.
It's just because of the ads. They all give you poison.
Oh.
Oh man, Thriller Battle heals me for 300 HP.
Okay, here yourself, thank you.
It's on cooldown! It's a 90-second cooldown!
I didn't stutter.
Just start popping high potions.
Honestly, okay, so if you ever want to go into raiding and you are a healer, I high-key recommend you to bring mana potions with you.
Ethers, yeah.
Yeah. Ethers, like, it's if you can use it correctly, it's gonna mean the difference between a wipe and a clear.
I'll have Rampart in 12 seconds, but I do have Eyes on. This is it.
What? You keep going, no?
There's nothing left, it's just the boss of things.
True.
Oh, that's not the way to go. Corporate needs you to find the difference between Ed Sheeran and Tartaglia.
These are the same picture.
Same
Ember's mad.
I never understood the mechanics of this fight.
Oh, the goblin shows up and you have to help them.
But he literally just
You have to,
like walks around and hands you a
Yeah,
bomb
because
and they explode.
they're getting chased by the thing, so you have to like grab the aggro That's literally about it.
Well, I have aggro. He's still chasing the Gobby.
Oh, there you go. See?
Do I have to fight the tiny one?
Yeah. I'm gonna have presence of mind for the next one.
You have holy?
Oh, I wish. This dungeon would be a lot easier if I have holy.
Yeah, seriously. This goblin literally just handed a grenade to Ember. Now Ember's gonna explode.
Ember's is exploding. Thinking about Tarkaria.
I return after you processed your grief. Are you doing better, Cran? Cran had to redo all of his hotbars.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, jeez, that sounds terrible. I'm sorry.
He lost all of his crafting macros too.
Oh, this is really an opportunity. Alright. Spooky pool number 2. I'm ready. I'll even pop fluid for you.
And has taken some emotional damage.
It's definitely
A
emotional
lot of
damage.
emotional damage, I think. Are you using reprisal?
Okay.
Reprisal's over in 9 seconds.
Okay.
Not reprisal, rip part, sorry.
Oh shit.
Used
Don't try this at home, kids.
arm's length and reprisal are out. No more cooldowns remaining.
Okay, we're fine.
Woo! Easy peasy.
Sorry, I woke up and now I remember how to play this game.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What happened, Vita? Are you okay?
No! Why are none of you freeing me? Do I have to free myself?
I'm not the
fuck?
DPS. I gotta. What if the boss cleaves you?
Well, we're I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
You need to target the bubble.
Vita's drowning and everyone's just watching.
Oh my god, you motherfuckers. See if I care.
I was trying to target it, but it didn't do anything.
It would literally be much worse.
I was just like, hello? Do I have to like free myself? What's going on here, y'all? We have 2 DPS and neither of them are like, maybe freeing the healer is a good idea.
You know I don't know the mechanics of this any dungeon, right?
Ember, I'm dying.
Let's see.
We can go all the way and then have Ember do an LB.
Sounds
everything.
good.
I'll pull a little bit of the aggro. There we go.
Here we go, last one.
Okay, Ember, we can do the LB now. Wow.
Good job, Ember.
Yeah, nice one.
That feels sarcastic.
No, I'm
No,
serious.
like, that's phenomenal work.
That was a good one, yeah.
Well, I would have been working on it, but then you realize that doing a fresh install at work would take 10 hours plus. After installing, and that made me more angry, and now we're here. But I'm going to spend some serious time when you get home and really make a stellar UI. And then I'm going to back it up harder than I've ever backed up something in my life. Wink wonk.
You can also, yeah, definitely remember to upload your setups online.
It'll be
as
more
well.
backed up than the after Taco Bell. It'll be more packed up than traffic in large metropolitan areas. Ember, I'm dying. Ember can't hear you over her husbandos.
Tired.
Okay, that's why I'm here.
No, you didn't even tell me what to do. It's your fault.
What do you mean? I literally have a bubble literally drowning me. And I'm like, Ember,
I don't know what that is.
She's like, what?
You just look thirsty, Tina.
You were literally not. I was not.
Hold on.
You were-
I have so many problems with this statement.
You're not on my screen. You were covered up by my map.
What? Where? Wait, I was to the left of you. Where's your map?
To the left.
Where's your map on the left?
Just UI problems.
My liege, I need you to not stand in the goop.
Wait, you mean that's not ley lines?
I would rescue someone.
I mean, I think you needed to, right? That's exactly what you should have done.
You have a heal?
I have a stun.
Okay, close enough. Wow, look, everyone's health is slowly whittling down.
You can actually use arm's length on this boss.
That's really fucked up.
A lot of the early game bosses you can slow with arm's length. It's so dumb.
So fucking weird. Maybe Ember assumes like those Hydro Mages in Genshin. Those when you caught in a bubble in Genshin, that's also a bad thing. What do you mean, Velo?
Yeah, you free yourself in Genshin.
Oh my god.
Technically, you don't drown in the bubble.
But yeah, if someone has the bubble, you need to burst the bubble for them because otherwise they're going to slowly drown and die.
Golly, thank you for the hydrate and posture check. Everyone, please take a sip of water and check your posture.
Don't be a shrimp.
Don't be a shrimp unless you are a shrimp. We don't discriminate against shrimps. It's people impersonating shrimps.
Why are you calling me out like that?
Ember, you look like a cashew, just straight enough.
What's after Brave Blocks? Is that Titan?
Let's see.
Alright, guys, I need to get the stinky cheese for the stupid company of heroes. They want their wine and cheese.
It's for you.
No, your Stola was like, literally said to them, cut the shit, just tell us where to go. And they're like, no.
I'm trying to remember what's the next, like, mandatory thing. Oh, you have a while to go. Because it has to be like, it's gotta be at least, you at least gotta do Stone Visual, you need to do Darkhold, you need to do Aurum Veil.
No, Aurum Veil is optional. I think.
Aurum Veil is optional?
Isn't Darkhold also optional?
I don't remember.
I think Darkhold is optional. Aurum Veil is 100% optional.
Okay.
It's only necessary if you want to unlock, I think, one of their ranks in the Grain Company.
We don't have time for that right now.
I think Stone Vigil is in fact a required.
Oh, healing check after healing checks.
I'm an expert at Stone Vigil. I used to spam that to level up with the squadron.
Okay.
You did a swore? You are Lala. I'm a Lala Bip. Welcome, welcome. There's that goblin cheese. You can... Guess what? Waste kit. You can also gobble these nuts.
Rude.
He deserves it.
Unless you're talking about Deets nuts.
Deets nuts?
The meat nuts. That's a great commercial, by the way.
I think I posted it like 4 months ago. You still remember it?
It's such a good commercial.
It stays
It's so
in
good.
Ember's mind. Free real estate.
It exists in Ember's mind rent free.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, I gotta go back to one.
It really does.
Hello, Mama Catherine. Welcome. Let's see if I can Google that so that everyone else can see, can learn about Deets nuts.
It's an amazing commercial, guys.
These nuts.
There you go. Jamani Lamani. Oh, I have to get the wine from this guy.
Okay, I have a little bit of time, right?
Yeah, you have time.
Okay. Finish up this thing that I've been needing to do. Where's...
I feel like I should have gotten some sweet snacks. But I think like a lot of the stuff I got was a little too practical, I think. So there's not much things that give me that none of the snacks I bought technically bring me joy. But on the other hand, I shouldn't be eating too much sugar or else I'd crash. So that was in my head.
A small amount of sugar would be helpful.
There's some sugar in the trail mix that I bought.
Hmm.
It's like the Costco brand M&Ms inside the
Oh, I
inside
see.
those trail mix.
Ember,
Huh?
can I, not right now, but can I borrow, your bunny boy later?
How do you borrow a bunny boy?
I have a picture idea that I want to do. Of course. Your bunny
Oh,
boy.
okay. Yeah.
Action, what sweet is it? Okay. Sugar for me has been a downward spiral recently. Cause diet's been going good, but I have something sweet. Oh no, yeah, I know that. I understand that feeling, Gran. Oh, I understand that feeling.
You just devolve into a ravenous monster person.
Yeah, dude, you just, I don't know. I get annoyed when I don't get food.
Most people get a little cranky when they're hungry. Oh yeah, I gotta go talk to like the crazy person living in the cabin in the woods.
Oh, I remember that quest now.
Oh, here, Ember. Let me. I can show you what I'm doing.
Work has all these snacks for our clients we have. My work does that too. We have like a snack bowl that gets refilled every so often. And if you touch one, you get like 7 of them.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
HR refills it every like basically every month-ish, depending on how often they disappear.
My workplace has free coffee and free meals, but not really snacks.
Free meal? Are they like healthy meals? Or
They are, yeah, we DoorDash it, so whatever it is that we want to eat that day.
Damn, what the? I want that.
It's so bad for your health. It's bad for your diet.
This is probably bad for your diet, yeah.
So our workplace the opposite, free snacks but not free meals. Mine's similar to that.
Okay, good night, Alcor.
Good night, Alcor.
Well.
Good night.
For me, I'm stealing the breakfast food because I work at a hotel. Ooh, that sounds fun. Do you have any fun hotel stories you want to share with the class?
Have a good night, Alcor.
There's a person. There's a person that's like a big lion.
I hope you could hear that.
And their name is Beefy Cat Boy.
Very good.
I feel like it's the same clip that gets played in the stream. There's a way to reset it. Or play something.
I'll be right back.
Okay. God, I could kill more of these flies.
You're right, Word. Can you pull out your laptop? Okay, okay. I'm listening. I'm invested in the story now. Oh my god. Ah!
Okay.
I may be okay, but Fina's hand is not okay.
What's wrong?
I think only Amber can see this. It's okay. Where are we going to play? Oh! Cran, no! Oh, that sounds so painful.
And I started up going to play some Valorant because of suspicious activity doing so to macros for the second time. And you have so many emotes. Hey, level 40.
Wow.
You get at level 40.
Overpower? Question mark?
Mithril Tempest.
Okay.
Imagine having a conal that leads to a fire.
Haha, Lamau, lol. Lamau, lol. Imagine having a logical set of skills. Can't be me.
Skills?
We were talking about how welcome back, but we were talking about how warrior is the only tank with like a really like a worse AoE for zero reason.
Oh.
Like outdated skills.
Oh my god, what did I do?
It's okay. Do you remember back when paladins only had flash?
Yeah, hell yeah, let's go. Dude, the only way to draw aggro.
The only way to draw aggro was to spam flash.
Yeah.
Does no damage, only blinds enemies.
Just cast Unleash 22 times.
Ew, Red? Go to fuck to bed.
Your AoE combo as a paladin was to dot everything and use Circle of Scorn.
And then hope for the best.
And hope for the best. Back when Dark Knight was the best tank. Paladin sucked.
What do you mean? Dark Knight is still literally the best great tank.
Dark Knight is great for damage, but it is made out of paper.
What? No. Dark Knight is insane for raiding.
Then our Dark Knight sucks.
Okay, yeah, this is a personal problem. I play with a really good Dark Knight, and like it is insane. Like Dark Mind, Dark Missionary, and then TBN, like so insanely good.
It's funny because like our Dark Knight doesn't speak very often. The only time he makes a noise is when he says "oh shit," and what we've learned that means is that he didn't have enough MP for TBN, so he's gonna take a shit ton of damage.
Oh my gosh!
Paladin dash at 76 only took so much. Bip is also a Dark Knight main when she's not playing Light Mage.
Ah, I see. Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but Dark Knight is like absolutely insane for raids.
They do a lot of damage for sure.
What? Their mitigation is so good. Like, because like literally, if you see a raid wide coming at you, or if you see an attack coming at you in a raid setting, chances are it's gonna be a magic damage. And you know what Dark Knight is really good at preventing? Magic damage.
He just our Dark Knight always needs extra attention during ad phase in P3S. Like a warrior, self-sustained, don't even need to worry about him. Our Dark Knight needs both healers giving him attention. Oh shit, you just realized I'm streaming for 2 years? Wow, congrats.
Just popped like I don't know what Ian pops. I can ask him about it. But you guys are already on reclear, so there's no point.
Yeah, not really. Everyone's kind of cool with it, what they're doing.
I'm sorry for your loss.
It's fine. I'm not doing like extra healing or anything.
Huh?
I'm not doing like particularly extra healing or anything. Just... I have not had a chance to optimize P4S. I don't know if I ever will. If we clear with me spamming AoEs, healing GCDs, then it's fine enough for me.
Dude, a clear's the clear. You stop caring.
The Astro Globe dropped in the first clear, and our White Mage switched over to Astro, and the P3S was the breeze.
Suddenly it became so much easier.
Like literally I was dead, and we still cleared, because during Death Toll they were just like, Macrocosmos. Macrocosmos done.
Like, literally the only thing you can fuck up there is if someone says something stupid to the Astro and then they get distracted. And then they forgot to press Macrocosmos. This may or may not have happened to me.
Good night, Mama Catherine. Oh, MSQ 33, gotta catch up now.
Yes. Roll.
Looks so grumpy. I'm a Lothal. I contain a lot of anger in a small package.
Don't we all? Oh my god. Red, how close are you to finishing this game? Okay, thanks.
What? Why are you pasting a Nerdle game? Why are you pasting your Nerdle results? What? Sunbun, thank you so much for the raid.
Help. I'm getting smothered with toes.
Welcome, Sunbun. Welcome, Kite. Welcome, Caro. Welcome, Bolo. Chi, welcome. Sins, welcome. What? Hello. You're playing Inscription. How was it? Were you playing Genshin and Inscription, or just Inscription? Sinsider, thank you. Sinsinder, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Hello, everyone. Smothered with toes. Do you enjoy being smothered with toes, Sunbun? Swear you don't like toes or feet. You're getting smothered in toes. You're also in this
You
trade.
see?
Welcome, Sora.
What is going on?
Apparently, Sunbun is a fan of toes.
Oh, okay. That's okay, Sunbun.
Yeah, we don't
Everyone has
judge
their own
here.
preference. Yeah.
Hi, nice to meet you. You're gonna go get comfy in bed now. Hope to catch your next stream. Thank you, Sinsinder. I will be streaming for the next 16 hours. So, I will still be here when you wake up. But I hope you have a good night's rest. True, sun loves feet.
True streamer love is everyone bullying the streamer.
I feel like that's most streamer chat dynamic at this point.
Yeah, it is.
It's just like a variation of it. This is not my legacy.
Oh, someone joined the party.
It's good. How's everyone doing tonight? How was Inscription, Sunbun? Has your Stola been sitting here this whole time just waiting for me to finish this fetch quest?
Dude, she's just... It's just... woman standing emoji waiting for you.
You finished all of the drawer puzzles without understanding how they work. It was incredible. Oh my god. That's great. I love solving puzzles just by pressing random things until it works.
That's the energy I strive to have.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we are so close to me being able to, to push Ave off the cliff.
What? No, don't do that.
What?
Not. Landslides?
Yeah, did you know you can rescue someone into a landslide?
Landslides?
Yeah.
Well, did you know I have arms length?
Yeah, how are you gonna know when I'm gonna rescue you though?
I'll wait until I hear you giggle. When you least expect it. I'll have lightning fast reflexes. I'm a healer. I can spot heal. I can spot heal faster than anyone in the world. I can swift cast raise people immediately upon death.
Alright, bet. Test of your reflexes.
Test of your reflexes. Oh, damn it.
I like how everyone in chat immediately just went for it. Everyone's like, yeah, a test of your reflex.
Mm-hmm.
How do I twist without breaking my arms?
Are you performing surgery on Ember right now?
I'm performing surgery on myself right now, and then
Also,
Ember can be
welcome back,
have
Ember.
it later.
I've been back.
You said BRB and you never said it since.
I did.
Oh, no, you didn't.
Peanut said welcome back.
Yeah, like just now. I'm so what? Am I high?
Maybe a little.
What?
Are you being gaslit? Clippers?
I feel like I'm being gaslit. What?
No, you literally. I came back and I said skills, and then.
Yeah, and then we
You
said
said-
hi. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Okay.
Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
You just wiped my existence away after you said everything to me? Hello? Hello?
What?
I've been forgotten.
What?
I've been forgotten.
Drink water, it cures everything. Is that how it works?
You don't choke.
Yeah.
Look at his
No,
bronze
that was
skinned
karma. That was karma.
I was coughing from laughing, not coughing from drinking my water.
Yeah, you laughed. So you choke.
Karma for what?
I'm the one being gaslit here.
I'm the one being gaslit here. What do you mean? I'm gonna go insane.
Sora, back.
Me.
Everyone, please do a posture check. Thank you. Maybe a sanity check too. Make that sanity check a double.
Oh, God. But yes, please sit up straight.
I'm being gaslit so hard.
Why are we in Kingdom Hearts all of a sudden now?
Alright, you're still, let's go beat up Titan.
What? Is it time already? Oh, shoot.
I think I have like 2 more quests, or maybe 1 more.
Okay. I need to hurry.
So usually you don't get a duty until you get a portrait in your quest. This one's just like... Yeah, I'm traveling to the quest to give me the quest to fight Titan. Yeah, Bronze Lake. Oh, I should do the quest to get... You have time, so I still have to do the warrior quest.
Okay, good. Because I am very bad at this, and this takes a lot longer than other people take.
Guys, we're 52% of the way there. Teach me your ways, Curious Gorge. Oh, hey, bunny boy. You gotta run Reflex, but BRB get coffee first.
Mark.
I have to go to import anyways. I'm glad I picked this up. Sunbun, did you ever send me your tweet? I don't think you did. Holly says good night. You'll catch you'll catch me before the stream ends, you promise? Have a good night, Holly. Appreciate you stopping by. You're mobile, so you can't tell. You said it's 16 more hours, Abe? Fina's currently covering it, but I believe it is about 16 hours. Yeah, about 16. We're at 31 hours, plus 16 is 47.
Sorry, I'm fat.
You just have a big head.
Are you being southern to me right now?
What? What?
You know, like how when southern US people say things sometimes, it's like they say things that sounds like a compliment, but then when the more you think about it, the more you're like, is this a
Was
they
this an
dissing
insult?
me? Yeah. Backhanded compliment. Yeah, basically. God, my least favorite.
Oh, that's a lot of AoEs. I miss when Marauders had Bloodbath. That was my self-sustain.
Do you not? Oh, right, you don't have it anymore. It's no longer a cross-class skill.
Yeah, it's a melee DPS only skill now. Is Karn a required dungeon? I feel like it is.
Most likely is question mark.
Getting to bed, Red. Good night. Sunbun, remember to come up with a tweet for me to use, okay? Doesn't have to be right now, but at some point. Have a good night. Sleep well. Thank you, thank you. That was a long fight. Jeez. I guess I'm technically doing a level 40 mission in level 30 gear, so that would do it. This town is being terrorized by seagulls. Wow, that bird got yeeted. Curious Gorge isn't a monster, he's just trying to help. You guys are the monsters. What a sad boy. Oh no, I have to go back to... Oh boy. Oopsie. Did I jump? Ah. Oh, by the way, it's Alcor's birthday today now. Happy birthday, Alcor!
Happy birthday.
Alcor's already gone, that's right, she's asleep.
I can spam her with happy birthday tonight.
Whee!
It's always
I hope you
his
could hear
flute.
that.
Maybe I need to reset it, and maybe they'll pick something else. How many times? It's like every single time. I think it stops just like rotating the clips for some reason. So that's one way to wake up, having Alcor scream "re" at you.
I am so close to this being good. Shoot.
Ames. Ames. Thank you.
That was a weird
my
clip,
mods
too.
are all great. Thank you. Sort of.
Because I feel like this
I like
was
that
an accidental
you use
clip.
that emote a lot. It makes me happy. But yeah, I guess instead of karaoke tonight, instead of blowing out everyone's ears.
I feel like that was an accidental clip. And Twitch does that very frequently. I don't know why. Well, I think I know the reason why, but it's very annoying. Like every time you click on the clip button, it creates a 30-second clip. It also blocks people. Yeah, Twitch needs to get their shit together.
As long as I'm still making money, probably not, unfortunately.
We live in a society. Oh boy, here we go. You got a few more minutes, Fina.
Oh. It's so close. Oh.
Oh, you're still there.
Did you know oranges make good chips?
Welcome back, Emperor. Didn't know you were here.
I never left!
Okay, now you're the one gaslighting.
Tell us more of these.
Did you
What? What?
Did Fina just call me a gaslighter?
Wait, whoa, what the fuck? Hold on.
You just said you're the one that's gaslighting. Hello?
No, that's red.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god, woman.
No, I have a name, please. That's so rude.
Oh my god, Amber. Ember's trying to pick a fight with me.
So much chaos was not my intention.
Why am I being forgotten? Hello, I exist.
Sometimes I can still hear her name.
I will haunt you.
What the fuck? Hello?
See if you forget me now.
Imagine your friend just goes up to you and tells you, I will haunt you. What is the proper reaction to your friend telling you that she's gonna haunt you?
Not if I die first.
I plan on dying! I have cosplays to do.
Too bad.
What the fuck?
Fina, come find me.
If you look at what I'm streaming to you, you can tell that I am doing something very important right now. And I kinda can't move.
Since when have you been streaming?
Forever. I literally told you that I am streaming. For you, in fact. Okay. I think this is about as close as it's gonna. Hi. So I was gonna do this pose and then I can impose it on you.
How do you impose it on me?
I use my magical tools. Can you see me messing with the filters?
Yeah.
Nice. Ooh.
Oh, I found Beefy Cat Boy again.
Say hi to them. Ask them if they eat cat food.
And they just
I
respond.
ran away.
That's racist.
What? Why is that racist? What the fuck?
Just because they're a cat doesn't mean they eat cat food, please.
Oh my god. Yo. Not-
Sora, you're a cat girl. Do you eat cat food? This is important.
Oh my gosh.
No, see, Fina, you can't just assume all cat people eat cat food.
I can't believe you just asked the cat that.
Oh my god, I just got teleport cancelled by a stupid kobold.
Does Neko eat cat food?
I don't know what
Neko.
Sam's talking about. I eat cat food and I'm a cat.
Way to propagate the stereotype, Fina.
What about catnip? Did you guys know that catnip can actually be made into catnip tea?
Did you drink it?
Yeah, it tastes like shit.
Oh.
What? Listen, I had a catnip plant. And I was like, and I read up about it because I got it because I was like, okay, well, I want some cats to play with me, and I looked it up, and apparently catnip tea is an actual thing, and then I was like, okay, I'll try it. It tastes like shit. Don't do it. I don't recommend it. Maybe I didn't put enough sugar. Okay, if a tea is that bad that I have to put sugar in to fix it, it's not worth being called a tea. Catnip milk tea with fur. Oh my god. Imagine a cat cafe that serves catnip milk tea.
Owned by Basil.
Owned by Basil, who else? Have I actually had catnip milk tea? I've had catnip tea, not catnip milk tea. Yeah. Just the catnip tea. Sarah gets it. Vilo is like regretting all his decision to help me with Monster Hunter Rise now. Oh yeah, I was gonna go to bed, right, earlier today, but instead, I ended up playing Monster Hunter Rise for about 6-7 hours. Yeah.
Are you okay?
I think I'll be fine. So I just need to make sure that I keep having water in me. That's why I was screened. It's okay. Look, I understand what virtue feels like about power washing now. Because that's me. Because that's me with Monster Hunter Rise, okay? You've been up for a bit dealing with your bad food and your new monitor. Oh no, hopefully your feed is okay. Oh, wait, Ember, look at this filter. This is an Ember filter.
That's a nice filter.
Huh?
That's a nice filter.
This is definitely an Ember filter. I'm saving this name. You had to reorganize everything? Oh no.
Alright, whenever you guys are ready.
I was born ready.
You can probably cue me in.
Sure.
Let me save this like one more time just to make sure. Save.
What? No, this isn't accurate size. Matt.
Wow, terrifying. Yeah, you can queue. Actually, this might be okay if
I'm taller than Abe.
Being chest height isn't that tall. Depends on whose chest, huh?
Whoa.
Healer. 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 Where's the healer?
Made it.
Oh.
The thickest primal.
Darn, it's It's the 4-person one. It's not the 8-person one.
Nope. That's much later today. The Goron? Yeah, it kind of does look like a Goron.
It's a Goron.
A race of rock people from Zelda.
Are you still eating your Taco Bell?
There's still like a I'm not even sure what you call this, like a chalupa left. I had finished the quesadilla and like the fries that came with it. But Havy literally ordered me like 3 meals.
Oh.
You lack conclusive evidence. Titan's heart. So, okay, Ember, if Dina gets jailed in a rock, you have to go save her.
Nah.
I saw that.
Attempted murder.
I just
saw what?
Officer, I just witnessed a crime.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Ember has no idea what's happening.
She had no idea what happened to her.
What?
It's okay.
It's okay. Nothing to worry about.
Oh, that guy's dead.
Nope.
Oh, did they fix it? Because he was definitely in it when the cast went on.
Oh boy,
Sure
come
hope
on.
he doesn't do
Love
that again. Oh no, this poor person.
It's okay, just... We can burn it! We can burn it!
Burn it, burn it, burn it, burn it. I'm not a coward, let's go.
The Lord of Crags has been defeated by this tiny potato. Was it truly a victory, though? Considering the only reason why they summoned Titan in the first place was because they were feeling threatened by us. They just wanted protection.
expected.
Ayo, keep Westwind?
Ayo?
Ayo? Soon they're gonna turn into a solo duty cheat. Rest in peace, the 30-second K plus fin runs. Yeah. Not that they gave you any amount of EXP, though. Then again, people rarely do trials roulette for EXP, mostly just for tomes. Very funny. I enjoy doing them too.
I think my favorite part is like psyching out the new kid.
Yeah,
that
like
is,
the
like,
sprouts.
really hard.
This is the hardest thing you've ever done. So be careful. Make sure you stay close to us. Dodge the AoEs. Wow, everyone left me. What? At least I got the calm. Hey, I have mount speed up.
Congrats.
Do I have flying? No, right. Nope, no flying.
You don't get flying until you finish ARR.
Like 2.55 or 2.0?
2.5.
Oh, damn. Sucks.
You need to finish Praetorium.
Wait, that's 2.0.
Oh, okay, that's my bad then. Okay, yeah, 2.0.
2.55 is like when just before Heaven's Word.
How, like, what is your definition for finishing AR anyway?
I have
like,
to see
to get to Praetorium?
I need to see Telegi's demise.
Okay.
Yeah. I need the game to warn me that I'm about to enter a cutscene that lasts for 50 minutes long.
Okay, gotcha.
Your friend's alt who's finished Prey but not all of AR can fly. Yeah, that sounds right. Because Ember can fly, and that's what surprised me was that Ember still wasn't in Heavensward yet. She could fly.
You just got to Heavensward.
She literally just got to Heavensward. Yeah, it's been like 4 months.
I mean, it's fine. Like, just
That's
take it.
That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, go at it at your own pace, dude.
It's just that she spent 3 of those months inside the Golden Saucer. Hasn't made her way out.
You know what? I respect it. I respect it, Ember.
Is it because of the car? Yeah, exactly. Ember really wanted the car.
Ember really wanted the car.
Yeah.
Prey returned to the Waking Sands. I also remember hearing something about a dungeon where the cutscene ended only for you to walk like 5 feet and then get into another cutscene. That sounds like Praetorium. Oh,
What's up?
I forgot. I forgot this is when that happens.
And what happens?
Everyone's dead.
Oh, like when you come back and you get back.
Everyone's dead. No, they're just sleeping.
They partied too hard. They're all blackout drunk.
Damn, fucked up.
You just defeated a pretty powerful boss, and your Minfilia, the leader of the Scions, like, come back and we can celebrate. And you come back and everyone's dead.
Yeah, no, they're not dead. They just celebrated too hard before you got there. You came late.
As it say, search for survivors.
Yeah, survivors of the party, the only people who aren't blackout drunk.
Never went to the storeroom before. Yeah, there's just they're just dead tired.
They did a mukbang stream, sorry.
My Cabbage Patch Kid is dead.
Cabbage Patch Kid. Oh, right. No, you can talk to them. They're not dead. They're just real tired.
We'll be awaiting your return at the Waking Sands. There is much to discuss. Godspeed. Thank heaven she is safe. Louisoire, do you see? Your light shines brightly in this one, and in time, it will illuminate the realm once more. Oh!
Advance no further.
We have come for the one who slayed Ifrit and Titan.
It's the party poppers. Illuminate the realm once more. Wow, a
Bring
realm
her
reborn even?
forth.
Title call.
And you may yet know mercy.
Confound it. Stay out of sight. I would leave a message with you. I surrender myself on the condition you spare the innocents.
Conditions? There speaks the Supreme Scion. I'll grant you have courage.
Unfounded is the
but you would be
say-so
better
scholarly way of
served
saying
by
fuck.
honor.
Search all you will. The one you seek is not here.
So it would seem.
I like how the mask just has lips.
And yet you knew to look here. But how?
Hold that thought.
Oh no!
No!
So rude.
Conditions of surrender denied.
Cease at once!
Have you not done enough?
Perhaps. Enough. We must away. Though we have not found our quarry, the High Priestess of the Scions should suffice for now.
Reminds me of a Power Ranger.
They say she also possesses the Echo. I cannot wait to hear her scream. I said enough! We leave! Bring the prisoners.
It just occurred to me that that soldier was turning that Lalafell into mashed potatoes.
You never noticed?
I didn't look that closely.
When I first got to this part, I was like, how many times are they stabbing a dead person?
Yeah, and they were stabbing a Lalafell the whole time. At church in eastern Thanalan, Walking Ones must claim sanctuary. This one tried to protect Walking One Minfilia from Imperial Ones. Hey Patho, welcome. Save.
I think I'm racing.
Imagine dying after getting a roundhouse kicked in the face.
Ember,
What?
are you alive? If not, we can do this another time.
I am alive. Hello?
Hi, come to my FC and go downstairs.
Are we not... Is it not almost time for a raid or something? Is there still time?
Or like a dungeon? Yeah, you have plenty of time.
Okay. I don't know how to get to your FC.
Friendless teleportation.
Yeah.
Oh.
If you're just a Cabbage Patch Kid and you get roundhouse kicked, turning into human Swiss cheese with all the stabbing. We're $100 away from AV with karaoke stream. Yes, you guys are. And it really looks like I have to start practicing. Karaoke? Karaoke?
A rave, okay?
Rave, okay? It's singing and a rave.
Is this not your FC?
You need to go inside.
I am inside.
Are you downstairs? At the bottom floor. I'm at the stairs, so I should have seen you like coming in.
Is this someone else's?
Eh? Where are you right now?
I went outside the house.